Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku Had Jinx Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The next day went a bit smoother until it got sorta worse. It started off strong enough. Izuku had been notified that morning by All Might, who'd switched out with Eraserhead, that he could go in for his eye tomorrow or the next day to get it set and ready before his workplace exertion. Hitoshi already knew he would be going under Hawks, barring that the hero rescinded the offer. He'd been sent the notification about Izuku's history, along with notification of Izuku's acceptance, and Izuku knew he'd be doing some field work with Eraserhead to get a similar type of experience. Though, he was much more nervous about it seeing as his acceptance into the hero course will probably depend on how he does. Izuku finally collected enough rabbit's foot charms for all his friends that he could give them out before the start of class. He even had one for Kuro even though he hadn't planned on the other's inclusion, since he was never lacking in black-colored merchandise. They weren't that surprised when Izuku explained the gift away by saying they'd be good luck for their trips. Lucky charms, especially more spiritual-oriented ones such as omamori, were common small things to gift. Izuku of course didn't explain that he was also hoping they'd keep his quirk from cursing them, though. He got pink for Uraraka and green for Azui. A more natural-looking sandy tan for Shuji and black for Tokoyami. After debating on Todoroki's color it ended up being white, and Iida was given blue. And then Kuro's was the second black one that Izuku had been deciding between for which charm to give to Tokoyami, that had both black synthetic fur and a chain so it was pure black. All of them looked acceptingly thankful of his consideration. Even Iida had braved a more genuine smile than he'd been carrying after looking at his gift for an extended moment. And Kuro seemed to be surprised just to get one, but Izuku figured that he'd be sticking around so might as well not leave him out of this round. It was only when lunchtime came around that things shifted. He'd noticed that Shuji had been casting glances at Iida all morning, so he hadn't been caught off guard when the boy rushed to start a new conversation as soon as Iida had gotten up and left their table to use the restroom. I overheard Iida and Sensei talk when he turned in his form. Shuji quickly began. He still had one eye protruding from his arm staring in the direction Iida had gone. Aizawa-sensei was questioning him about his choice since he didn't choose anyone that sent him an offer. When I took a peek, it turned out to be a hero from Hosu City. A small gasp escaped Uraraka before her face screwed up in concern. Her eyes flitted in the direction Iida went, then back to Shuji. You don't think? I don't see why else he would choose a hero there. Azui was the one to answer. Her brow was also furrowed over her big eyes. It's too big of a coincidence, and the news does speculate on whether the hero killer has left that area or not. But it's Iida we're talking about. He couldn't even accept Midoriya-kun's earrings the first day until Midoriya explained they're allowed in the dress code. She pointed at Izuku's earrings, which doubled as being considered both delinquent punk and sacrilegious in their current inverted state, like they were evidence. Kuro raised an unimpressed eyebrow at that while Hitoshi nodded in annoyed acceptance, like he was thinking that that fit what he knew of one, as vice president, neither of them having been around for that. Tokoyami toned in with a solemn, deep voice. Even the brightest can be tempted into the darkness, given the strength of the darkness already pervading their heart. Does it matter? Even if he goes there, that doesn't mean he'll actually run into the hero killer. Endeavor works around that area and I haven't heard anything about his sidekicks running across him. Todoroki made a valid point, and Izuku wondered how much he knew of his father's day-to-day heroing when it seemed like Todoroki actively avoided talking to him. For good reason of course, but it would make trying to pick up on insider info harder. Endeavor's agency hadn't announced any interactions or attempts to bring in the hero killer yet though, so he might have just been going off of that. Shuji nodded in agreement with the practicality. I think if the teachers thought he had any real chance of locating Stain, they wouldn't allow Iida to go. As it is, the most he could do is search through the area randomly, and he'd have to get away from the hero in charge of him first to do that as well. Exactly what hero did he choose? Kuro asked casually, too casually. Izuku immediately assumed he was up to something. Glancing over Kuwaro's face didn't give any hints, though. The normal hero, Manuel's agency. Hitoshi raised his own eyebrow much like Kuwaro had just prior. I can't tell if that's a hero no one would ever choose an internship with just based on name alone and that means he's full of shit, or if that's exactly the type of hero he would want to be under. Real by the books guy. Well, it doesn't matter, Kuwaro droned in an uncaring tone. Everyone looked over to give him a questioning stare, but he just waved them off. You caught me at just the right time. I haven't turned in my answer yet, so I can just choose the same agency as him to keep an eye on the ground. The group straightened in surprise at that, though Izuku kept himself from jolting. Though he did chime up in confusion, you would do something like that? Eraserhead said our choices are really important, and if you use it for this it might, not to say Manuel won't be a good hero to learn from. It's just. He didn't know how to continue his thought. Would it be insulting if he were to say Kuwaro didn't have a reason to care since he'd only just met Iida? He could see one of the others doing that, but surely Kuwaro hasn't made that strong enough of a connection to them all. Was Izuku just being overly suspicious again? Kuwaro's eyes slid over in his direction, and his stoic expression turned into an only partly creepy half-smirk. He knew exactly why Izuku was questioning him because, right, they had just been overly suspicious of the third-ranked hero of the nation just yesterday together. I'm at a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to the interpersonal dynamics of your class. You all have gone through a villain attack and the sport festival together, along with your time together in class. Comparatively, I'm just a shady stranger. That pun was definitely on purpose. I need to cement myself as being a classmate you can rely on in order to prosper both in socialization and teamwork exercises in class. Even if Iida doesn't do anything and the pro ends up being overly normal, he drawled out the word like he didn't think much of it, it won't be time wasted. It's a good opportunity to earn your trust. How do you manage to turn a completely good-willed and selfless task into something for your own gain? Tokoyami muttered under his breath rhetorically. The way he said it as he eyed Kuwaro was somewhat amused along with being exasperated, so Izuku didn't think he really minded it like he would have in their first conversation. You don't need to do anything special to earn our trust, Kuro, Azui was the one to offer. However, Kuwaro pressed, it's fine, I don't mind it. And it'll be for the best if one person is looking out for him. He doesn't trust that the hero will do a good enough job at watching Iida if he does get the chance to go off. That's understandable. They had no idea about the relative competency of Manuel, and while in the field there could be plenty of times when Manuel will be busy doing hero work that Iida might take advantage of. Most people would trust a pro hero over themselves to take care of things, but Kuwaro was more jaded than most people. Izuku himself felt more secure knowing Kuwaro would be with Iida. Shuji responded with a mouth knot on his face, thanks for the help. Though, I don't know if it's necessary. What are the chances out of all the heroes around Iida will be the one to find him? He didn't say that. He didn't just say that in front of Izuku, the walking bad luck charm. Of all the things that his quirk didn't react to, verbal jinxes are ironically one of the few obvious omens that have no bearing on Jinx. Maybe because if they did his quirk would be going all over the place just due to random conversations happening around him. The amount of people who had no fear of misfortune or tempting fate was staggering in the context of the overall population, most of which he had to pass by and ride trains with daily. But he didn't make a habit of invoking those kinds of curses on himself anyway out of superstition. You'd think that same logic would apply for numbers, though, so really he had no idea how it all worked out. It could be that turns of phrase were a more complicated thing to take into account, unlike something simple like a single physical object or number. He was glad to see Tokoyami and Kuwaro both reaffirming Izuku's superstitious ways by looking at Shuji with incredulous disbelief. Kuwaro retorted in a sardonic tone, well now I'd say the chance is at least doubled, so it's a good thing I've already made up my mind. Todoroki apparently noted their shared reaction, since he commented, if it wasn't for the fact that you three were really different from each other, I'd think you're too similar. Why is that? Hitoshi gave a short chuckle while gesturing towards them with a flick of the wrist. That's just how those types are. They probably all shop at the same stores too. He didn't bother explaining what he meant by those types. During the few days they had left before their workplace training, Izuku got some things done. He had put in a request to the support department to see if they could make some sort of device for switching around his charms on his costume. He wasn't really sure they could do about it, but Hatsum had seemed fairly creative, so he figured he might as well give it a shot. It turned out that she was about to come up with something, and just the day before he was sent the instructions on his new charms. They now had a new mechanical attachment where they were latched onto the costume, which with the press of a new remote bracelet would turn 180 degrees to invert the charm. This didn't work for his necklace and belt ornaments, since he had to switch them out to entirely different charms to switch to good luck, but Hatsum was also able to figure something out for the earrings too. For those, an internal vertical hole was added to the backs that the latches fit into, allowing it to move from back and forth from the top and bottom of the crosses. And in the case of mechanical issues, which Hatsum had proclaimed would never happen with her babies, while Izuku promised that it would be entirely his quirk's fault, Izuku could still change everything around manually. At the same time, he also made a request for a device similar to the pulley claw Hatsum had used in the festival. He'd seen how much it had helped her mobility. She'd passed him during the first round course until they reached the third obstacle where he regained his ground, and with Hawks's request he thought it would be a good investment to look into support equipment that would help him get around faster. It wouldn't be done in time for the training since she was attempting to make a lightweight alternative to the bulky pack she had needed to make something sturdy enough to support a person's body weight. But if Izuku could ever hope to attempt a future as a hero, his physical limitations would be one of his greatest barriers. Doesn't matter if he can break the villain's legs before they run if he can't get there in time to break them. In a way, this request was a double-edged thing weighing on his mind. Looking into solutions for future problems suggested he was interested in facing that future, but at the same time, that foresight also involved him seeing that he would be breaking people's limbs with his quirk if he became a hero. He'd have to use it like he had at the USJ, using it in all the ways he hated and had previously avoided in fear. That in and of itself was a major deterrent that brought tense borderline suffocation into his chest at the thought of. The issue was a complicated one that thinking about wouldn't solve, so he shelved it in his mental locked box like usual. At least some things hadn't changed. A couple days before the training his new eye arrived, and Recovery Girl popped it in. He vaguely thought it wasn't usual for a person to become accustomed to have a prosthetic instead of their actual body so quickly, but the process at this point was a simple affair and having it in felt normal. He finally showed it off to the rest of his lunch group that hadn't seen it before, and he was pleased that the majority of the group examined it in interest and said it suited him. Kuwaro's obvious appreciation for the aesthetic was also very pleasing. Izuku informed him he'd chosen the model himself, and Tokoyami had been the one to suggest he both get it and continue to use his eye patch. Kuwaro agreed vehemently with both their tastes, and Izuku was satisfied to know there was now one more person that also thought using an eye patch when he could still see with the eye was an acceptable choice in the name of looking cool. Hitoshi couldn't stop rolling his eyes throughout the entire conversation. It was the day before they were set to leave when everyone was confirming what heroes they were going to that Tokoyami heard Izuku was going to the same hero as him. While Uraraka gushed about how cool it was they were both accepted by the number 3 hero, Izuku saw the look in his eye shift in thought. He seemed a bit satisfied, so he was probably looking forward to the opportunity to have a one-on-one with Izuku. Izuku was not. However, it was also that same conversation that Todoroki casually mentioned he'd be going with Endeavor. Everyone else seemed excited for him to various degrees for the opportunity while also not being surprised in the least. Izuku, on the other hand, was overcome with second-hand anxiety at the idea of Todoroki being alone with his father for that long. It got to the point where he discreetly invited Todoroki over to see where Hitoshi and him were staying so he could bring it up alone, despite the fact that he'd been doing everything in his power that entire time to not be alone with any of his friends that had learned the truth about him to avoid talking. Some things were just too important to let his aversion to facing his problems get in the way of, and this was one of them. Todoroki glanced around the living room of the dorm in vague surprise when they arrived after school, and said to Izuku and Hitoshi, "Yue's taking care of you both? When did that happen?" Hitoshi snorted slightly at his somewhat plain reaction, chiming in, "Recently. We lived together for a while before that though at the same foster home." "Oh, I didn't know that." Didn't even know either of you were being fostered. Izuku didn't seem like he was gonna mention it to you guys, so I kept it quiet too. Don't know what you did to get him to bring you over, but good job. Usually this kind of stuff is like pulling teeth to him. Hitoshi half shrugged at the casual admission as he set his sights on Izuku. He suppressed a pout at that, but clarified, I wanted to talk about something that wasn't, you know. But since it's already like this, I'm not gonna turn him away either, so you don't need to explain anything to me. Hitoshi turned away to head back towards the elevator, his hand raised in an unwaving goodbye to Todoroki. I'll leave you to it. The sound of the elevator doors closing signaled the beginning of awkward silence. Todoroki looked at Izuku expectantly, waiting for him to start the conversation, and Izuku failed to force up the nerve to do so for so long that Todoroki eventually had to prompt him. What did you want to talk about? Izuku glanced away at the couch, then glanced back at Todoroki, then did a second round of avoiding eye contact before his mouth finally started working. Are you really okay with choosing Endeavor? Yeah. Izuku waited, but Todoroki didn't offer any additional explanation. He actually looked somewhat confused why Izuku thought it was an issue in the first place. That was what really motivated him to defend what this time were completely valid reasons for being suspicious about the number 2 hero? Really? But how? You're not scared of what might happen. His sidekicks would be there, but he could still get away with stuff. What if he tries pushing you in training again, or you do something he doesn't like, or… Midoriya, Todoroki cut him off. His gaze had turned from one of confusion to understanding, perhaps even mutely empathetic. I've lived with that man for years after that happened to my mom. I hated it, but I know how to work around it. After I decided to stop using my fire, he tried and failed to pressure me into training again. His attempts at this before he realized trying to get me to fight back wouldn't work, along with the previous training itself, is the most violent he's been with me. Usually what I need to put up with is his nagging when he's at the house and not at work, or when he is at work his continuous absence to the point most would consider it parental negligence, which is what I prefer actually. Basically, I know him well enough to know that going to his agency isn't a risk. The quirk training he put me through when I was young was very against regulation for more reasons than just because of my age. He can't do the same even in his own agency. He's a BSRD, but he's also a professional when he knows it matters. Not only that, but I can actually keep up with it now, so it wouldn't just be a one-sided beatdown. Before I was just too young to be put through that kind of training to handle it, and it frustrated him. He's stupid like that even when he's smart about his job. Izuku couldn't help but stare a bit at the long and detailed response. That's good, I guess. But why would you want to anyway? You don't like being with him and him having control over you in general, right? That got Todoroki to look away as his mind probably became busy. He looked out the wide windows the living room featured to see the bright day outside. I visited my mom during the break after the festival. Izuku couldn't keep a flicker of the shock that statement burst inside him from widening his eyes. Todoroki wasn't looking at him to see it though. He continued with only slight hesitation now. I just felt like I wouldn't be able to decide anything until I saw her again. When I first came in she cried, and then we talked for a little. She apologized and said she never blamed me for not coming to see her before. Said she was just happy I had come at all, and that I didn't have to come again if I didn't want to. There was a noticeable pause, then Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes glanced back up to Izuku. I wasn't really sure what to think of it. I asked if she was okay with me not visiting because of how I look like him, because she got better being separate from me, but she said that wasn't true. That she wanted to see me, but not if it would hurt me. She wanted me to do what was best for myself. And when I asked her if using my fire would make me too much like him, she said I would never be like him, and that her mind associating me with him had nothing to do with me and everything to do with him. Todoroki stopped after that. After a moment to see that he wasn't going on, Izuku responded, That sounds like you got to hear everything you wanted to. So because of that you want to try using that half of your quirk? Todoroki scowled pensively instead of confirming. I don't know. I was happy with her answers, but I wasn't relieved like I thought I'd be. I told her I forgave her, but I'm not sure if I actually do, and I don't know why. Everything she said was right, she apologized properly, but I still felt uneasy. I understand that feeling. I think that's normal. He had no idea if that was normal, but it wouldn't do any good to make Todoroki doubt himself like Izuku doubts himself. How did all that end up with you deciding with Endeavor though? Even though I still need more time to know where I stand with her, seeing Mom be able to look at me normally helped me believe that my fire wasn't something I had to hate. And if I'm not rejecting it, I have to learn how to use it properly. So Endeavor it is. He's the best person to learn both my quirk and the industry from. Todoroki's expression lightened by the end of his explanation. It looked like talking out his logic helped confirm it was the right way to go. Izuku still wasn't sure about that. He didn't feel he could say anything. Todoroki was right that he was the one that knew his father best, and this was his choice, but his paranoia couldn't subside. If it had been him, he would never be emotionally okay with letting someone that was proven to hurt him have control over him when he had any other option. Todoroki was obviously very different from him. If Izuku had to describe it, he'd say the boy was distant from his own emotions, or the way his emotions reacted to things was different than most. Most people would not choose to essentially sign on to a father-son work week when they hated their father, and Todoroki's rejection of Endeavor was undeniable, so it wasn't even that he was secretly alright with him. He was just somehow capable of hating him while at the same time being able to make the objective call that he would learn the most temporarily training under him. When people made decisions, they liked to say they chose based on logic, but usually emotion was still a major player. Todoroki, on the other hand, 100% chose just based on logic, even concerning this thing that he should be highly emotional about. Considering he'd gone a good portion of time with his goal being purely emotion-based, Izuku wasn't really sure how he could do that. It made him worry that even if by the end of the week Todoroki was physically completely fine, on the inside he wouldn't be. However, Izuku didn't mention any of that. Well, if you're sure. But maybe you could let me have your phone number just in case. Sure. Todoroki gave an agreeing shrug, and they both brought out their phones to trade numbers. He didn't comment on the green four-leaf clover-filled phone case that Izuku used in an attempt to ensure his quirk didn't accidentally break his own phone. Kuro asked for my number too, but from the way he asked it sounded like he wanted me as backup or something. Izuku let himself snort a short chuckle. Since you'd be the closest of us to Hosu, I could see that, yeah. Kuro-san seems like a very cautious person. You two share that trait. Todoroki eyed Izuku's phone in a telling way as he said that. When Todoroki began shifting in the way that people usually do when they're waiting for an excuse to leave, Izuku let his face scrunch in utter confusion. You're ready to go already? Todoroki's body froze up a bit, though his expression didn't drop. If you want to hang out more, we can. I just figured that was all you wanted to talk about. You're not going to ask about me? He didn't specify what about, it was obvious. Izuku had thought for sure that he would. Did you want me to? Izuku was even more surprised by that. Todoroki gave him a long look. I didn't tell you everything I just did because I expect the same from you. I'm just okay with talking to you about it. This whole time you never looked like you wanted to talk to us about it, so I wasn't going to ask. Hearing that brought a sense of relief Izuku didn't even know he was waiting for. At this point he'd gotten so used to people wanting him to be honest and open about himself. Hitoshi, All Might and the teachers, they were trying to help him solve the mess that was his insides, and that required what Izuku considered to be purging. But even after seeing Hound Dog's appointments wouldn't be so bad, he hated the thought of it. He hated speaking these things aloud, because that made them real and concrete and not just imaginary things in his head. Todoroki saying he wasn't planning on asking any questions was such a novel, relieving experience. It actually made him feel better about the thought of telling him something. Reverse psychology apparently was very effective on him. Ask me a question or two and I'll answer if I'm okay with it. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly before they narrowed in an intrigued stare. His first question made it clear where his priorities lied. Do you think you're going to try hurting yourself again? And no, I don't. He stumbled over his words, but they weren't a lie. Do you think you're okay now? Not really. But, he had to glance away when he admitted, they had me start counseling so. I might eventually get there? Maybe. Todoroki nodded in understanding without a follow-up, and Izuku realized that he took Izuku's, a question or two, to be a literal limit. He also abruptly realized that Todoroki himself was in a position where he might also benefit from counseling. Oh dear. What was he supposed to do about this? Before, he'd had no intention on telling anyone what Todoroki had told him in confidence, because he himself wouldn't want that. But what he'd told Hitoshi to comfort him about letting the teachers know was true. It was the right thing to do to inform someone that could change your friend's situation that they needed help. Izuku had needed help with himself, and Todoroki needed help with his father. He supposed the real question was whether Todoroki actually needed help or not. If he was choosing to train under Endeavor, it didn't seem like he actively wanted to get out of his custody, but he would, wouldn't he? Maybe he was just resigned because his father was the number 2 hero and the chance of getting enough legal support to successfully remove custody was minimal at best. Were there other options for dealing with Endeavor that didn't require that? A less drastic legal move might be more doable. At the very least, Todoroki should be able to have counseling about it. What do you think about the teachers finding out about me and trying to address it? He asked about himself because that would be easier to keep vague about. Todoroki's eyes swept over him once at that. I don't know. How do you feel about it? Do you think it's helping? He really wished Todoroki hadn't turned it back around like that. Technically, the answer should be yes, it was helping, but he couldn't actually tell if it was helping yet or not. He's only just moved on from the stage of being at a state of complete anxiety about all of it. He doesn't know if this is something he'd truly think is the best for Todoroki, or if it was something he would endorse. Is he supposed to lie and say yes in hopes that it will encourage Todoroki to do the same? Is he supposed to answer honestly and leave it up to him? What if the counseling doesn't help Izuku and just makes him worse, and him advertising the opposite to Todoroki also leads to Todoroki's situation being worse? What if the absolute worst-case scenario happens where they fail to remove Todoroki from custody, but with Endeavor aware of the attempt and the fact Todoroki ratted him out, he becomes angry and he ends up killing Todoroki in a fit of uncontrolled rage? Come to think of it, he has no idea if Endeavor is at the point where he'd be capable of killing his children, and isn't that just a wonderful thing to think about during the course of Todoroki's extended PRD with him? Midoriya, you've been staring into space for like 5 minutes now. He jolted out of his spiraling thoughts to look back at Todoroki. Can I get back to you on that? Everything's still sorta new. Todoroki nodded without comment. He left shortly after that, Izuku being too afraid of All Might eventually showing up to invite him to stay longer. And Izuku was left with one more heavy thing to weight down his thoughts. But right before he went out the front door, Todoroki glanced back at him, following behind to say something. You told me before that you thought I was strong for doing things the way that I do. That you wouldn't have been able to endure it if it was you. Izuku internally froze up at that, but answered, "Yeah, what about it? I don't really think I'm as strong as you say I am. Or, I don't know if we have the same view on what strength is. I don't think that me going to Endeavor's agency or being able to live with him is strong. I'm just doing it because I have to. I wish I could live a life devoid of him, but to get what I want I can't, because he's too useful to ignore. I'm just prioritizing." Todoroki was looking him straight in the eye when he said, "Just because I can endure something doesn't make me strong. And just because you can't endure something doesn't make you weak. Or at least, that's how I think of it." Izuku didn't know what to say to that. Todoroki left right after he finished talking, so he didn't have to. Then it was time for everyone to embark to their training locations. Hitoshi's would be right at the school and the nearby city area of Mizudafu with Eraserhead, so they said their goodbyes at the dorm. Everyone else was shipped off with Eraserhead that morning to the train station. They split up to go on whatever branches they needed to, with Izuku splitting off with Tokoyami to head towards the bullet train bound for Fukuoka in Kyushu. Most of the others' choices probably didn't require too much of a commute, but Hawks' agency wasn't stationed on the main island. If Izuku had to guess, he'd say that Hawks most likely purposely chose a very different area from both the number 1 and 2 hero, either to stand out more or provide better nationwide hero coverage. Izuku had been doing even more in-depth research on the hero ever since it was confirmed that he accepted Izuku's extra liability waiver. He thought it was telling that despite how causally Hawks acted whenever he was on TV, he had immediately started his debut by forming his own independent agency rather than start off as a sidekick. That would have been considered a move of overconfidence if not for the fact that he'd been immensely successful. Promising heroes often tried starting out independent, but not by forming a full agency that included heroes other than themselves. During the time it was announced he'd entered the top 10 at 18, experts had actually discussed how the swift rise in rank had only been possible due to his decision to immediately form an agency. Being a sidekick or solo would have only slowed down his career growth. It was a great call on Hawks's part, but the young man had only brushed it off in the interview he'd given right after the rankings. That interview was one that Izuku hadn't seen before, and it had been almost a learning experience for him to watch. The interviewer had started off completely convinced that Hawks had to be a genius prodigy at heroics to accomplish his feat, but throughout the course of the conversation, Hawks had gotten the man to become completely casual with him. He laughed off compliments, downplaying his intelligence but not his competency, and he talked about basic things like how much he loved chicken and that the interviewer had to visit his favorite place while he was still in Kyushu. The air he gave off was more like a friendly bypasser than a major hero, either of the grand kind like All Might or the intimidating kind like Endeavor, and that wasn't the usual approach a hero with Hawks's ambition would take. Of which he said there was none, that he was only doing it because his quirk made him good but he would have preferred a slightly lower number below the 10s so he'd have less work. But to a person that was used to telling lies like Izuku, actions spoke louder than words. It didn't matter if Hawks had a perfect hero quirk, he didn't accidentally choose the best location to settle and then accidentally breach the top 10 and then the top 3 in the latest ranking. It was a calculated effort that required hard work to back it up. But for some reason he didn't want anyone else knowing that. For the time being though, Izuku had to push away his questions until they actually reached Hawks's agency, because Fukuoka was a full 6-hour trip by bullet train. A 6-hour trip in which Izuku and Tokoyami were completely alone in their section of the train, and had nothing to do but talk to each other to pass the time. Izuku thought it was impressive that so far, they'd managed to go a full half-hour just staring at each other in immensely awkward silence. He was pretty sure this was a new record for him and could only hope Tokoyami kept it up. To both their surprise though, it was neither of them who broke the silence first. Peeking out from the shadow underneath Tokoyami's seat, Dark Shadow sighed. Really, Fumikich? What happened to your confident pep talks from this morning? I'm gonna talk to him for real today no matter what. That's what you said. I thought you were a crow, not a chicken. Tokoyami immediately bristled and hissed down at his shadow. I'm working on it and you're not helping. Staring at him like an idiot for 30 minutes straight is working on it? Okay, I get it. Just go away now. Dark Shadow turned away his beak with the lights of his eyes narrowing slightly, like Tokoyami's order had actually offended him. The Shadow scoffed back. Of course. What's even the point of staying out here when my cowardly master is already doing a stand-up job of embarrassing himself all on his own? The floor's all yours. Just remember who broke the ice for you. Tokoyami visibly grit his teeth as Dark Shadow slunk back into the dark. And despite the fact that Tokoyami clearly wouldn't want to talk about his quirk at the moment, Izuku's mouth immediately sounded off the question that had formed in his head from the incident. How separated is your guy's consciousness? Tokoyami looked taken aback as he blinked back up at Izuku. He sat up straighter in an attempt to recover some of his image, but Izuku didn't really care about the intriguing argument as much as Tokoyami probably thought he did. It doesn't seem like you need to verbally tell him exactly what to do, so you must have some internal connection. I hadn't realized his sentiency extended to the point where he could act and think independently and argue with you though. But if you knew what each other was thinking, he wouldn't have needed to come out to talk to you. After a second to think about the question, Tokoyami answered tensely, we can directly communicate mentally, but often choose not to. He knows my intent as I know his, and that is usually sufficient. In this case, though, he wished for you to hear him more than he wished to speak to me. To pressure Tokoyami into talking. Oh, he cares about you a lot, huh? Tokoyami grimaced at that, drawling, I personally wouldn't interpret his actions as such. He certainly fights for me in the day, But once his inner nature is brought out with the night, it's clear he has his own agenda. In the strength of the darkness, he becomes rather monstrous, lashing out like a beast for no particular reason. At that point, I am but a vessel to him. Considering that, it's more probable that he simply puts up with my whims to maintain a basic level of agreement for our symbiotic relationship. We're rather stuck with each other regardless of our wishes. Izuku went a moment without replying. Usually, he wouldn't speak up about something his conversation partner would find disagreeable, but since Tokoyami was obviously planning on bringing up things he didn't want to mention, it was only fair. Why do you think that the personality he has in the dark shows his true intentions? Because that is also the nature of man, Tokoyami explained without doubt, pointing a finger into his own chest. Basal desires can be brutal and selfish, and it is our minds that have to keep them in check lest we hurt others. But just because we are holding back does not mean those desires do not exist. A person with only pure intentions is one I would consider to be a truly moral and upstanding person. I don't think such a person exists. Tokoyami leaned back in mute shock at that, his red eyes widening as he continued staring at Izuku. It was only at that point that Izuku realized he'd started off the conversation without a smile like he usually would. He wondered if that would be considered progress, or if he just couldn't help how the talk had displeased him. Izuku continued without much inflection in his voice. Where do those basal desires come from? Selfishness is derived from the instinct to gather more resources for yourself so that you may survive. Collectively working together to live came from the fact that cooperation led to increased survival for everyone. It doesn't matter if it was the more moral option. If it hadn't worked, it would have been discarded. People are born into the world wanting more. Why does that have to be a bad thing? And why does that matter more than the things that they do for other people's benefit? I wouldn't say that a person's intentions to help another shouldn't be considered, and not every desire a person has is tainted. Those are important considerations. But if you were to balance how favorable it is to team up with someone, would you be content to choose a person that you knew would help you on occasion just as often as they hinder you? That isn't a reliable teammate. Tokoyami began somewhat unsure, but the more he spoke, the more confident he became. But in any case, it doesn't sound like you're only speaking of Dark Shadow now. I just don't think it makes sense to judge him by a standard that ordinary human beings can't meet. I don't know what experiences you've had with him, though. Izuku glanced down at Tokoyami's now unmoving shadow, its form still distinct due to light of the morning sun shining from the window beside them. Admittedly, if Jinx had manifested as a sentient being, I still wouldn't like it. The main thing that caught me off guard is that I hadn't thought your view of the world would be so dark. We speak of being part of the darkness, but the way you are is very much bright when I look at you without thinking of your quirk or our shared revelry. You have a kindness that you share freely. It makes more sense to me now, as you spoke in defense of another. I don't think I'm very bright at all, and I don't really know if I'm kind. Izuku felt that this must have been similar to how Todoroki felt when he had called the other strong, this sense that someone was looking at you and saw something very different than what you saw in your reflection in the mirror. Whether Tokoyami's interpretation was right or Izuku's was right was anyone's guess. Tokoyami, He trailed off for a second, not even sure what he'd wanted to say to begin with. He decided that he might as well continue with the conversation logic he'd already started with. I said that people are born into the world wanting things, and I think that's true. You had asked me what I wanted during the festival. I used to want a lot as a kid. I wanted friends that liked me even with my quirk. I wanted to be a hero. I wanted to be with my mom forever. I feel like, when I grew older, the more that I realized I couldn't get what I want, the more I stopped wanting entirely. Even if I put up pretenses, I think I'd already given up on a lot of things even before she died. And then after that, there was just nothing left. Tokoyami made a harsh breathy sound, like he sucked up air into his chest too fast, but Izuku didn't look at him. If he looked at him, he might stop talking, and they still had hours to go, so he might as well get everything out now. You think people not wanting things is a good thing in general, and a lot of other people think that way too. It means you aren't selfish. But for a while now, Hitoshi-kun has been trying to get me to want things. He wants me to be selfish and want things for myself, And I didn't really understand why that was important when I can just want things for him and that could be what I strove for instead. Because I still don't really know, but when I think about it like that, me trying to decide what I want for myself makes me feel like I'm actually alive. It's hard, but it definitely gives me the feeling that I'm still here, for better or worse. Right now, what I'm trying to figure out is if I really want to be a hero. He hadn't thought of it like that until he'd said it aloud. When he chose to live for Hitoshi, he'd felt alive to a certain extent. Being with Hitoshi felt good, and he could see him feeling like that and continuing by his side for however long Hitoshi let him, but trying to imagine his future without Hitoshi there had been impossible. He'd known what it would have been like, actually. He knew that if he'd ever been unfortunate enough that Hitoshi died, it would have been his mom all over again. He had one person, then no one, and therefore nothing left behind but pain. He would have killed himself for sure. In that sense, being forced to decide on what he wanted to do for himself only, without Hitoshi being factored in, or at least mostly without, forced him to try and envision that kind of thing. Whether he became a hero or didn't, he would have a path for himself, and Hitoshi would have his own. He could only hope they stayed beside each other along the way. But if Hitoshi happened to die along the way, he'd still kill himself for sure. The dread that stray thought gave Izuku was so daunting, he couldn't even force it out of his mind or into his box. It was just there, taking root where he didn't want it. He'd gone all this time thinking he was relatively fine. Not because he was fine, but because at the very least he didn't feel like he would try to kill himself a second time. There was no reason for him to, he told everyone who asked. Why would he when he had Hitoshi? He would never leave Hitoshi. But if Hitoshi was gone, if Hitoshi left him, then it'd be a completely different story. He'd thought Hitoshi and the teachers had been somewhat overreacting to his suicidal thoughts. But considering how easy it would be for him to become fully suicidal again, he supposed he was the one not taking it seriously enough. He should have guessed that. Izuku realized he'd gone a long moment without talking and without Tokoyami responding. The feeling in his face told him he'd just been staring blankly rather than showing his internal crisis for all the world to see, thankfully, but when he glanced up Tokoyami still watched him with a wary eye. His shoulders slumped and his face was fallen in a downtrodden way he'd never seen from his friend before. Instead of directly commenting on what Izuku had said, Tokoyami sighed. I believe Kuro joined us at a rather poor time. I feel like took out some of my inner revelations on him. People have spoken of how much quirks seem to suit their users, debated on whether it was the nature of the quirk or the nurture of growing up with it that caused the correlation, but I don't think detail matters too much. The correlation is undoubtedly there. Tokoyami's gaze slid back down to his shadow. Kuro was right when he first spoke to me. He with his quirk black melded with the darkness people saw when they looked at him, and even when I spoke of embracing my own dark power to you, I did not truly see it as myself. Dark shadow is separate from me, thus I can claim distance from him, but really he is part of me. We are one in the same. I just didn't like the thought of that. Kuro has accepted his darkness, and I have not. That is what bothered me when we first met. He was very much like me, but better, and it was not a good time to see a better version of myself. Just as Izuku was wondering what this had to do with everything, Tokoyami explained his point as he looked back up at Izuku. I think, you saw that in me. You saw that I did not accept the darkness, and thus, you hid your own from me. I was very confused after learning about your troubles. It was like you were a totally different person than I thought you were. And along with that, I was confused about how Todoroki seemed to know more about you than I did. You hadn't been friends for even a day and he knew you weren't all right. He said that you spoke to him of that, even if you didn't reveal the true depths of it. Tokoyami glanced down into his lap this time with a scowl of grief, ashamed for some reason. Before that point I had felt like I was your next closest friend after Shinso. We shared the same interests. You talked to me about your eye even when you told no one else. I'd never had as close of a friend as you before, and then it just turned out. I knew nothing important about you at all. Even now during this conversation, the way you answer my questions is so different from how I think you would have answered them previously. You probably didn't think you needed to confine in anyone other than Shinso, but I also think you wouldn't have chosen me if you had, because you would have been wary of my reaction. You wouldn't have wanted to bother me with it. If I had been more like Kuro, maybe you would have. I'm talking to you now, aren't I? Because you've reached the point where you have to. That was certainly true. Tokoyami shook his head slightly, snapping himself out of his thoughts to realign them. But I'm speaking too much on myself now. This should be about you. I guess I don't know what to say other than I'm glad that Shinso saved you that day, and I'm glad he was there for you. I'm glad that it sounds like you're getting to a better place, and though I want you to know you can rely on me in turn, you don't have to. Things can go on the way they had been before, and I will accept that without question. There's no need to avoid me any longer. Izuku already knew he'd been spending less time with Uraraka, Todoroki, and Tokoyami compared to usual, but to hear Tokoyami mention it out loud filled him with guilt. He hadn't said it in an accusing way, he didn't even seem mad about it, but from everything else he said it sounded like Tokoyami had been doubting the strength of their friendship. The fact that Izuku hadn't wanted to talk to him after he'd already known about it all had to have hurt. Also, Tokoyami added on to the end, he trailed off as he seemed to find the words he wanted to say. Izuku was alarmed to see his averted eyes turn glassy even if they didn't shed tears. I know I already answered this before, but now that I know what you were actually asking, I just want to say that if you weren't here, I would miss you greatly. Tokoyami-kun, if I wasn't here, would you be sad? Izuku breathed in deeply as he remembered what he'd asked Tokoyami during the festival. His face was lax, looking wide-eyed at Tokoyami's simmering emotions. He looked like he was imagining that world where Izuku wasn't here, wasn't in UA or in his life or just alive in general he didn't know, and it looked like even just thinking of it brought him grief. He hadn't truly considered before what the other people in his life would think of him dying other than Hitoshi. He'd asked Tokoyami, but Tokoyami didn't really know what the real question was. And even though what Tokoyami had answered before had made him glad, it hadn't really shifted his perspective on anything. The most relevant person that he would be leaving behind was Hitoshi, and that was who he thought of on default. This was the first time that Izuku truly saw that it wasn't just Hitoshi that would grieve for him. It was something he should have seen earlier. He had so many more friends than he'd had before, but he just hadn't thought about how deep that went. He would have guessed that they'd be sad, yeah, but he hadn't really felt that. But it was undeniable now. He could feel it, when he looked at Tokoyami, when he heard the suppressed tremors of his voice. And Izuku didn't even know how to respond to it. All he was aware of was the raising warmth filling his body that felt like the day Hitoshi had told him something similar. It was the joy of knowing he wasn't alone. However, he had to say something, so he tried to put words to the feeling. Tokoyami-kun, I'm really happy to hear that. But you don't need to worry about how much of a friend I see you as. You're a great friend to me. Tokoyami's gaze firmed up even though it was still watery, and Izuku didn't force himself to smile at the face of it. It might not seem like much, but being able to talk with you about everything is. The things I like aren't very normal, you know. It's creepy that someone with a quirk that curses people also actually likes reading about demons and satanic imagery and Wicca and stuff. I knew that, so I never really mentioned it to anyone before Hitoshi. And you were the second person I thought, maybe I could really talk to this guy. For lack of a better phrase, I took as much of a leap of faith with you as I had with Hitoshi. Hitoshi was my first step off that roof, but he was the safest one. I could have just stayed on that step forever if I wanted to. I was scared to trust in anyone that wasn't him. Emotion that wasn't just happiness, but also something like wistfulness, melancholy, and an overwhelming sense of everything was overflowing in the space inside that usually felt so barren and empty. It was the warmth that reached the tips of his fingers, overcoming the jittering sensation of his still-present Jinx. For once, Izuku felt the edges of his lips curl into a tiny smile all on their own. You were the person that made me want to take the next step. The thought that I could be friends with you made me want to take the risk to try. It said that fortune favors the bold, you can't progress if you don't take the risk to try. Tokoyami looked surprised by what he was saying, but Izuku continued, I don't think either you or Kuro are better than each other. You guys seem similar, but you're actually pretty different, just like the two of us are different. There's nothing wrong with having different ways of thinking. It'd be boring if everyone was just the same. That's right, Fumikage. Don't be boring. Izuku and Tokoyami both swiftly turned their heads down toward where Dark Shadow was peeking out of Tokoyami's shadow. It had a satisfied smirk on its dark beak, even though Tokoyami scowled at the sight of it floating closer towards Izuku. If you guys are done, I want to hang out with your new friend. You never let me talk to the rest of them, but I can tell this guy won't mind. Dark Sha. Can I pet you? Izuku asked before Tokoyami could finish his objection. His gaze shifted over to Izuku to stare at him in vague confusion. Totally. I give you full permission to pamper me to your heart's content. The way Dark Shadow curled up in Izuku's lap with his ends still connected to Tokoyami, head resting on its arms on top of Izuku's arm rest and still smirking, made it clear this was for its benefit and not Izuku. Izuku immediately gave into his curiosity and ran his palm over its head and back to feel a cold, physical sensation. With how satisfied the shadow seemed, Izuku guessed that if it had been a cat instead of a bird it would be purring. Tokoyami stared at the two of them like he was watching an episode of The Twilight Zone and didn't know how he felt about it yet. That switched to him watching an episode that he definitely didn't like when Izuku exclaimed, "Tokoyami, Dark Shadow is adorable. You should let it out more, at least around me." That's right, Fumikage, you should let Midori have fun with me. I'm adorable. Tokoyami just deadpanned at both of them as he said with a very unimpressed tone, "We were in the middle of a very serious conversation, Dark Shadow, and now you've totally derailed it." With Izuku still petting its head, Dark Shadow drawled back, "Because your mind turned into that of a chicken who lost its head and you were just gonna gap like a fish for a while instead of responding. I saved you a ton of embarrassment without even a thanks, but you're welcome." Tokoyami got that annoyed look on his face that Izuku knew meant he would be blushing if it was visible. Izuku just let his gaze rest on the shadow demon in his lap with a small smile still on his face to help save Tokoyami from some of his bashfulness. Toshinori had a deep frown on his face as he made his way into Nedzu's office. With the hero students gone, this was the perfect time to ask the principal some questions. Eraserhead had even said he'd take over the whole week of supervising the dorm to increase his productivity with training and testing Shinso. Along with Class 1A and 1B, the other years were also doing their own training week. Young Togata had been shipped off to his old teacher's place, and Toshinori could only hope the boy's learning curve with One for All increased to match Gran Torino's training. He himself was still rather cowed by the small old man, but Togata had left with a smile on his face, ready to meet any expectations set for him. Toshinori had been glad to see the positivity. Not only because he was sure Togata would need the motivation, but also because the boy had been rather pensive these last few days. And who wouldn't be, considering what he overheard? He didn't know Midoriya, but most people would have enough empathy that they'd be bothered by the boy's troubles regardless. This brought Toshinori back to why he'd come to Nedzu's office. As the bear-mouse-dog creature smiled up at him from his desk, Toshinori had to wonder if Eraserhead had already confronted the principal about what Toshinori wanted to know, or if the other teacher hadn't had the chance yet. Surely he suspected something similar to Toshinori. Nedzu could also clearly guess what Toshinori was here for as well. "You seem like you have something to ask me." "Yes," Toshinori confirmed, before he got right to the point. The decision to make only Eraserhead and I the caretakers of Shinso and Midoriya was because of the possibility of a spy being in UA, correct? Present Mike brought it up in the meeting after the USJ, but we couldn't even decide if it was a student or one of the staff. We couldn't decide anything because we had no information, and pointing fingers randomly helps no one. But yes, having a limited number of the staff in charge of them will help keep them safe in the case that a traitor is among us. So you believe Aizawa to be completely innocent? Toshinori didn't bother to bring up his own innocence as well. If Nedzu couldn't trust the holder of One for All, the pillar that defeated All for One, to not be a spy, then basically no one was safe. Nedzu continued to smile as he affirmed, "That is correct, yes. Or at least, the probability that it's him is very low, considering how the League had also attacked him." "What about Hound Dog? He's the one counseling Midoriya right now, isn't he?" Nedzu hummed a bit before stating, "Hound Dog is most likely safe, but not as confirmed as Eraserhead." "Most likely? Midoriya's already having sessions with him." If he is the traitor, then who knows what he'll tell the boy? And are any of the other counseling staff any more of a viable option? The boy needs therapy, and we couldn't give his case to any of the other staff or to an outsider who we also can't be completely sure about. We might as well trust in the bonds we have and give his case to Hound Dog. Toshinori had to concede that he couldn't think of any better option. Netsu must have seen the frustration on his face because he continued, I understand the position we're in with 2 students now being entirely in UA's care. With only the 2 of them here, if the wrong person happened to be the one watching them, it would be bad indeed. I told Midoriya we might get other teachers watching them also, but frankly it's only going to be you and Aizawa until we're sure no traitor is present anymore. I won't even watch them myself, for your peace of mind. If you're the traitor, then we're already doomed. Toshinori snorted at Netsu's casual mention of the possibility of him being a spy. He wasn't exaggerating in the least with that statement, and he knew Netsu could tell because the other squeaked a short, high-pitched laugh. So is that all we can do, then? Just keep everyone else from being involved with them? Are you sure we don't have any leads we can look into? The only thing I'm fairly sure of is that the day where the front gate was destroyed presented an opportunity for anyone currently within the school to look into the future lesson plans. That could have been accomplished by either a student or a teacher. However, Netsu stressed the word while leaning forward, getting to the main point he wanted to convey. If the traitor was a teacher, they would probably have other opportunities to look at Aizawa's schedule. On top of that, if the traitor was Aizawa himself, the whole thing would be entirely unnecessary. Thus, Aizawa-kun is the safest bet. He couldn't argue with that logic, but he was still worried. And the most worrying thing was that it would likely stay that way for some time. As long as they couldn't figure out who leaked the information to the League, the students wouldn't be completely safe. All he could do was do his best to protect everyone. The beginning of Hitoshi's time without Izuku around was a bit unnerving. He'd gotten so used to the boy practically hanging off his arm at any possible opportunity that having it downgraded to only texts left something like a void in his life. It wasn't that he didn't have a lot to do. After the first day where Eraserhead got an overview of his abilities, the hero had said that if he learnt what he was lacking in fast enough, he could bring Hitoshi out for a nighttime patrol at least on the last day of the week before the training week ended. Hitoshi had been excused from his other classes much like how the hero kids were so that Eraserhead could spend the whole week training him, and that was an honor he couldn't even begin to describe. The tentative friends he'd made in his class, Tomoyo and Kinemoto, were thrilled for him when he told them the news. The rest of the class had also been boisterously supportive of him, stating he was about to become the rising star of the general education department. An example of how those with quirks that weren't considered good enough by the metric of hero school tests could still persevere and show their worth and attain the dream job almost everyone in this society had as a child. But that first and most brutal day had left him coming back to the dorm with Eraserhead, only to remember that Izuku wasn't there for him to gush about it as his mind had assumed. Instead, he'd responded to Izuku's texts asking about how he's doing with a short summary, and Izuku sent him a full line of emojis conveying how happy he was for him. It put a slight smile on his face, but it wasn't the same as being able to see the excitement glowing in Izuku's eyes like he knew there'd be if he had been here in person. Izuku also seemed busy with his own training. The number 3 hero was a hell of a hero to be shadowing. The fact that both him and Tokoyami got to do so was great for them but also somewhat weird. He got the feeling that Izuku thought it was weird too, though, and he'd still gone ahead with Hawks. But at least Hitoshi could feel some peace of mind knowing Tokoyami was with him. It's not that he thought the hero was untrustworthy, per se. He just couldn't think of a logical reason why he'd recruit someone like Izuku, and that was enough to make Hitoshi wary. He was glad that Hawks still went ahead with taking on Izuku even after receiving whatever notice UA had sent about the state of his mental health. If he'd declined Izuku for that, Hitoshi knew how hard it would have been on him, but that also gave him the impression that Hawks's offer wasn't just a curiosity thing. He was committed enough to it to take on extra liability, which is something that heroes of his type didn't often do. But there wasn't much Hitoshi could do about that other than thinking in circles. He tried to focus on the better parts of Izuku's texts, like how he finally talked to Tokoyami. Hopefully once the week passed he'd work up the nerve to let Uraraka have her time, Then that will be one less thing Izuku has to worry about. He had wondered how his talk with Todoroki went, but Izuku had just said they came to an understanding quickly, whatever that meant. The new Kuro guy was a pretty interesting fit for Izuku too. He was weirder than even Tokoyami and maybe also Izuku himself, and Hitoshi wondered how close he and Izuku would end up becoming. Izuku had said he'd talk to Kuro about Hawks too, which wasn't something he would typically do. Usually he reserved his doubts, whether they're of himself or other people, for talking with Hitoshi about them. It made Hitoshi hope that Izuku was getting more used to being open with other people. But what will you do if he ends up liking those other people better? Hitoshi scowled at his own mind. There wasn't a reason to feel jealous. He was friends with Izuku's classmates too and had even been talking to Kinomoto and Tomoyo more. He decided to blame the thought on the part of him that liked Izuku as more than a friend, which wanted Izuku to view him the same way. Quietly to himself, though, he had to admit he's come to rely heavily on Izuku's presence in his life. The idea that that would end someday was really just unthinkable for him, and he was scared of what that meant. But regardless, everything else had been going fine since the end of the sports festival. He could only hope the rest of the week played out this smoothly. What a coincidence that we happened to choose the same hero agency, huh? Fate plays such interesting games. The look Iida Tenya gave Shirhai during their train ride to Manuel's agency made it clear he doubted how much of a coincidence this was, but wasn't rude enough to make a full-on accusation. For all he knew, it was a coincidence, and Shirhai planned to keep it that way for a while. Shirhai also got the impression that even though he'd been eating lunch with the same friend group as Iida for the past few days, Iida himself didn't appreciate Shirhai's company that much. Probably because he was a Satanist, and Iida was clearly the type of guy that always had at least one stick up his but that was attached to the word of law given to him by whatever overbeing he respected. Yue was one of them, and Shirhai would think the actual law would be on that list too, if it wasn't for the fact that his brother was currently in the hospital and might never walk again. When the law fails you, take the law in your own hands. It's not that Shirhai disagreed with that sentiment, but usually people that did that f-ed up, taking the law in their own hands, pretty badly, which is why the law was there at the first place. Go figure. It is quite interesting, yes. Shirhai grinned at Iida, and he could tell it bothered the other even if he didn't say anything. That was the normal response. Even looking in the mirror he could tell smiling with his kind of face was naturally creepy, that's just how he looks. The amount of people that weren't bothered by it at least somewhat could be counted on one hand, probably. And now that number has gone up by one, because Midoriya Izuku hadn't even bat an eyelash at Shirhai's face. Maybe two, if he counted Todoroki Shudo's overwhelming lack of reaction to everything in general. Shirhai ending up in Class 1A was an interesting game of fate indeed. He made a very noticeable reach into his bag and started playing with the pitch-black rabbit's foot charm Midoriya had given him between his fingers as though he was just doing something to pass the time in his boredom. It was only after a full minute that he glanced up at Iida with a curious tilt of the head. "Did you bring yours?" He was pretty sure Iida hadn't, as he hadn't seen him show it off to Midoriya right before leaving like Uraraka and Azui had. As he thought, Iida frowned pensively in response and answered, "No. I left it with my brother. I don't tend to ascribe to superstition but I felt like it couldn't hurt." "I see. That's a good idea. I'm sure Midoriya would think that's a good use for it," Shirhai reassured. Then he casually handed out his own charm towards Iida. "You can carry mine throughout this time, then." He gave one to me most likely just as a formality. "I know Midoriya gave them to everyone, but it's you he's most worried about. We should respect those feelings." Iida looked taken back, and moved to politely decline, "I couldn't. I do not believe Midoriya to be the type to think of gifting things to people as mere formalities regardless of how well he knows them, and that is the gift he gave you. You can give it back to me at the end. I know you'll take care of it. I just think if Midoriya knew you weren't using his gift, he'd be worried even if you're using it for someone just as important. And besides, I have my Baphomet pendant to give me protection." Shirhai pulled at the cord that was hiding under his uniform shirt. At the end of it was a metallic circle with a goat's head set over an inverted pentagram, a symbol of Baphomet, who was often used as a symbol of Satan in Satanism. Iida sent the pendant a confused glance, but as his gaze fell back to the rabbit's foot with a sigh, he gave in to Shirai's subtle emotional manipulation. I suppose if you're okay with it, I will make sure I carry it on my person as to not let Midoriya's feelings go to waste. Great. Make sure you wear it visibly on the outside of your costume. That's how charms have the most effect. When Shirai grinned at Iida as he passed over the charm, he tried to make it not creepy this time, and didn't know if he was successful. He had no idea if Iida's hero costume had black on it or not, so it was better to prepare for these things in advance. He didn't name himself the scheming hero for nothing. Fumikage had figured that his workplace training with Midoriya and the number 3 hero would be an interesting experience, and so far, that proved to be the case. The ride over to Kyushu had left him a bit teary-eyed, much to his chagrin, but luckily it was a long enough trip that by the time they arrived at the station in Fukuoka, there was no evidence of it. Midoriya had spent most of the journey with Dark Shadow sprawled on his lap and looked much too pleased with it in Fumikage's opinion. It's not that he doesn't like that Midoriya likes his quirk, it makes him feel accepted in a way he wasn't used to, but Dark Shadow's smugness practically emanated from their bond the entire time. It knew the situation was annoying to Fumikage and was quite happy to rub it in his face. He never thought he'd have to tell anyone to not pet his sentient shadow demon, but here he was, thinking about doing just that to counteract Midoriya's unusual tendencies. They first met one of Hawks's sidekicks upon arriving at the station, and then were escorted to the agency. It was a pristine-looking multi-floored building with the most notable things about it being the sign proclaiming it as Hawks Hero Agency and its significant amount of security features. After they walked into the lobby, Hawks was promptly seen landing right outside the windows of the building, and came in with a lackadaisical grin, eyes half-lidded. His blonde hair was still wind-swept as it always seemed to be, and his bright red wings were even more eye-catching in real life. Midoriya politely smiled back at the hero while Fumikage nodded in respect. It was a rather dull entrance compared to the flashiness he had expected, but not a negative one. Instead of a standard introduction and greeting, he started right off the bat with, "Hey there. Well, I know both of you, and you certainly know me, so no need to waste time on stuff we already know. I'm on break for my patrol right now, so I'll take you around so you can see the place and go over the schedule for the week." With that said, he proverbially swept them up and began their tour. The descriptions of him being a fast-paced man weren't exaggerations in the slightest. Neither Fumikage nor Midoriya got much of a moment to get a word in between his rundown of the building, cafeteria, dorms, training areas, my office and a roof exit up top. This place has everything a hero on the job needs. And what was expected of them during their stay: you'll get to patrol with me, but don't expect me to slow down for you. I need to stay at my same level of efficiency, hope you understand, until they reached the hallway outside the main break room. The pause that let Fumikage catch his breath wasn't intentional on either his or Midoriya's part, but was very much a Midoriya-specific event. They had stopped just outside the door with Fumikage and Hawks on one side of it and Midoriya on the other, Hawks in the middle of reaching for the handle without halting his endless babbling. Now I know you may be wondering, why have a break rook when you already have a cafeteria to eat? Well, as it is, it's important to have comfortable areas that aren't designated for working to let heroes unwind. It's important for morale and energy. They don't have to be much. Right before Hawks caught the handle, the door slammed open from the other side. Midoriya, it turned out, happened to be standing on the side of the door with the hinge. And thus it swung right into Midoriya's face. "Hawks, I heard you and remembered I needed to report. Oh, hold on. Did I hit something?" The sidekick with a bird-shaped mask cut off his words after pulling back the door slightly and moving around it to see Midoriya standing there, smile still on his face but blood now leaking from his reddened nose. There was a single second where Fumikage stood staring at his friend's slack-jawed, the sidekick stood also slack-jawed in horror at his own actions, and Hawk stood staring with his face still stuck in casual neutrality, having not fully processed the circumstances that cut off his monologuing. The second of processing passed, and the sidekick immediately moved to bow and apologize. Oh my god. I'm so sorry." Midoriya blinked slowly in a way that didn't convey much. His hand pulled out a handkerchief to hold against his nose while he deflected. It's totally fine. Just a mistake, and mostly my fault anyway. How was that your fault? Well, he seemed to recalculate his attempts at comfort. It's been a while since anything bad happened to me, so it was about time. And also it's been a long time since I've gotten hit by someone opening a door, so really, it was bound to happen. It just happened to be with you, don't worry about it. As the white handkerchief became more and more stained and red by the blood, the sidekick most definitely did not look like he would stop worrying about it, and was left looking at Midoriya in confusion. Fumicage's mind was interrupted in its attempts to figure out how that logic worked out by a clap of Hawks' hands. He shifted his gaze to see that the hero was smiling kindly at Midoriya, placing a hand on Midoriya's shoulder to start guiding him down the hallway again. Alrighty, looks like we'll be visiting the infirmary sooner than expected, no big deal. Let's just check and make sure your nose doesn't need resetting or anything. Really sorry about that, though. I said it's okay. And also I can tell it's not broken, even though Midoriya was saying this, he didn't fight Hawks' attempts at leading him. Fumicage followed behind the two with a parting nod at the still guilty-looking sidekick. Kid, with the amount of liability forms I signed for you, I'd rather check that out just to be sure. No offense. Hawks stated this casually, but by the way Midoriya immediately went quiet, it wasn't received that way. It made Fumicage think he was missing something. As it turned out, Midoriya was right with his assessment that his nose wasn't broken, which was telling of his experience with breaking it. Due to the lengthy train ride, they had arrived around midday. But they were still able to get right into it and join Hawks for the second half of his patrol after lunch. He'd explained that his schedule wasn't usually a 9 to 5 kind of thing, as he put it, and that he often did late-night patrols and lengthy hours, but he'd adjusted it for their visit as to not murder them, again, as he put it. Fumicage and Midoriya changed into their hero costumes in the locker room and reconvened before heading out. Midoriya came out after him, and the first thing Fumicage noticed was that his hero costume now incorporated an eye patch. It was square-shaped with the only color standing stark against the black being a white X that was centered in the middle, right over where the eye would be. It was also emphasized by the way that Midoriya had pinned back the hair on that side of his face with 2 black hairpins to keep it out of the way, while the curly bangs on the other side were free to hang down. It was so cool that Fumicage could only stare in amazement at Midoriya's impeccable taste for a second. Then he noticed a more subtle change. In place of his usual pentagram charms, his choker featured a silver ankh while his belt had the Eye of Horus. He saw Fumicage glance at them and rub the back of his head while bashfully explaining, "They're the lucky charms I have to switch out. I changed them since I thought it'd fit better." The Eye of Horus did have a particular resemblance to Hawks' eye marks. All Hawks' eyes needed was the curved line at the bottom and it'd be identical. Fumicage nodded in agreement. Very fitting. And can I say, your choice of eye patch is exquisite. Midoriya beamed at him with a subtle glow and softer smile than usual. Looking at his expression gave Fumicage the impression that this might be what a real smile of his looked like, and that therefore most of what he'd seen from him wasn't that. It was about then that Hawks dropped in on them. "Hey guys, you all ready?" He paused with some owlish blinks, pupils flashing between the two of them. He then grinned in amusement and commented, "Whoa. I didn't know you guys were a matching set. Guess I made a good choice sending an offer to both of you." Huh. Fumicage wouldn't really consider them to be matching. His costume was fairly plain while Midoriya's was suitable eclectic. But they did both convey the theme of darkness. Midoriya gave a bashful smile, like he thought of the comparison as a compliment. Fumicage's good mood didn't last long after that, though. Hawks hadn't been kidding when he said he wouldn't slow down for them. He took off right into the air, leaving both the students and his sidekicks to run after him. Fumicage allowed Dark Shadow to unveil itself and pick him up, but with a glance back at Midoriya, who struggled to keep up with the sidekicks that were obvious used to playing catch-up with the fastest hero around, Dark Shadow instinctively ducked back for Fumicage to grab Midoriya from around the torso, and they took off properly. It was easy to rise up into the air and keep away from the many skyscrapers that surrounded them, though Fumicage hadn't had Dark Shadow fly this high previously. The streets were busy with people and traffic, looking the same as the busy hero-filled city area of Mizudafu. As Dark Shadow took them higher, Fumikage really got the feeling of what a hero patrolling would feel like. Observing crowds and buildings carefully in search of trouble. Though, in his case he was more preoccupied with chasing after Hawks than with observing his surroundings. After about a minute where Midoriya had to situate himself so that he was clinging to Fumikage like a koala, he immediately recognized this might have been a mistake. Fumikage still had to keep a strong hold on his friend, though thankfully it wasn't unbearable now that Midoriya was supporting some of his own weight. But neither of them would be any use having to wrap around each other like this, and Dark Shadow's claws were full from holding on to him. The sun was bright in the midday, making the demon's stamina weaker, and they couldn't even catch up with their flight until Hawks had to pause for a villain takedown. Midoriya noted that too. Tsukuyami-kun, you don't have to carry me. I'll be fine on my own. At the mention of having to leave Midoriya behind, Fumikage frowned and re-evaluated the inconvenience of the situation. It's okay, I'll figure it out as we go further. You won't be able to keep up on your own. As the hero turned away from the unrecognizable villain, he flat out laughed at the sight of them approaching. He even pointed at them like a child making fun of another. Oh my. Tsukuyami, buddy, you have no idea how much I've wanted to tell you since I saw you on TV to please just let your quirk hold you with its arms and not the hands. It's flexible and strong enough for that, right? The ineffectiveness of your form was so glaring it was almost hard to watch. That was at least half the reason why I sent you an offer. Holy hell, this is even worse than that though. Midoriya shifted his grip in self-consciousness. Fumikage outright scowled at that, but Dark Shadow followed his mental suggestion and switched to wrapping its arms about him, leaving its claws crisscrossed by available. One problem solved. Despite implying he found even more wrong with Fumikage's form than just that, though, Hawks just smirked and shot ahead into the sky again. Fumikage huffed before mentally directly Dark Shadow to follow, and again, they lagged so far behind they could hardly see the hero clearly. Midoriya also tried his second pitch. Really, I'll be okay. I mean, I won't keep up, but I'll stay with his sidekicks. You'd probably be fast enough if you left me behind. Perhaps, but perhaps not. At the very least this is good training for when I have to carry civilians and rescue. It's in my best interest to learn how to go fast carrying another now, Fumikage. Deflected. They were able to approach Hawks again when he took out another villain. It was clearly low level just like the last one, but it burned Fumikage that he wasn't able to offer any assistance for the second time. Hawks looked their way with an expecting grin this time. If you're one of those shadow types that do worse in the light, you should use what advantages your costume can offer you, Tsukuyami, the hero said almost teasingly without expanding more than that. Apparently believing he'd left Fumikage with enough of a hint to figure out his vague suggestion by himself, he flapped off the pole he'd been standing on and rocketed ahead again. Fumikage sighed out loud this time at the now frustrating sight of the number 3 hero's back. Was this how he planned to teach Fumikage, by feeding it one at a time? He wouldn't shut up about the technicalities of the building setup of hero agencies. Why won't he be outright about the more important information? Dark Shadow was the one to verbalize their frustration. What does that even mean? Oh, Dark Shadow, do you feel weak right now because of the sunlight? Would you go faster if it was darker? Seeing that Midoriya had asked him directly instead of asking Fumikage, Fumikage felt his quirk calm down and become somewhat pleased while it answered, yeah, I'd definitely be faster. Then Tokoyami should let you use his cloak, Midoriya offered, turning his gaze to Fumikage to add, I added a hood to my cloak since I thought it'd be good for nighttime cover, make it harder to spot me. If you cover Dark Shadow in the daylight, it'd keep him shaded. Fumikage processed the idea for a second, and Dark Shadow let them touch down on a rooftop so he could remove what he'd internally dubbed as his cover of darkness. See? It was a good idea to bring you with me. It seems I'm less capable of interpreting the thoughts of that man. Midoriya waved his hand in front of him declining while stuttered, it's nothing special. I just thought of the idea faster than you. I'm sure you would have figured it out yourself soon. And now that you know, you don't need to bring me. The idea of leaving Midoriya abandoned alone on a roof came just as quickly as it was dismissed with a sick feeling in his stomach. He wasn't even looking at the edges, but Fumikage didn't care. Now shielded slightly from the sun's might, Dark Shadow scooped them both up without a word. Now in the air again, he realized that he hadn't intended for Dark Shadow to hold both him and Midoriya. In his mind, the other cried in annoyance, "I can think for myself, you know. That annoying bird guy was just gonna vaguely suggest we do this next time anyway, I know it." Fumikage was still clutched closest to Dark Shadow's stretched-out chest, with Midoriya's back to his own chest and Fumikage having to lean his neck to the side to see around the other's head. He reflexively held onto Midoriya's shoulders while Midoriya lightly held Dark Shadow's arms. It somewhat annoyed him that Midoriya felt secure enough of Dark Shadow's grip that he didn't cling onto Fumikage again, even though they both knew that Dark Shadow's hold was much stronger than Fumikage's. The delay had caused them to miss Hawks' next stop, but even after that they failed to catch up. Dark Shadow was going faster, but it seemed like the extra weight really was weighing him down. Fumikage could recognize during the festival when he had been carried that Dark Shadow was capable of moving faster when it wasn't carrying him, and the same logic applied with a second person. But Fumikage didn't care. He'd take Midoriya with him anyway, and Dark Shadow was clearly in agreement as it didn't complain. The only one who apparently didn't understand this agreement was Midoriya himself. "Tokoyami, seriously, I'm only holding you back. You don't need to take me with you. You don't have to feel bad about letting me go on my own. That's just how our quirks are different. I'm not meant for something like this. I don't want to get in your way, so just let me. I won't leave you." Fumikage finally snapped with a glare. He could just barely see Midoriya glance behind him, his one green eye peeking out from the side as he twisted his head. "Stop saying stuff like that. I'll carry you through this entire city if I have to. I won't leave you behind, ever." Midoriya failed to respond, his eye just going wide seemingly in shock. Fumikage got the feeling that he wasn't just talking about this moment, or even physically carrying Midoriya at all. When they caught up to Hawks just a few minutes later, this time, the hero gave them an inquisitive once-over. "So, you guys up for chicken for dinner? I know a yakitori place that does great takeout." They reconvened after Hawks told one of his sidekicks over their comms to put in a food order and Hawks finished up with the patrol. Fumikage spent the rest of that time improving his skill with his still unnamed move, Dark Shadow growing more used to carrying two people as time went on and getting better at maneuvering in 3D space. It still wasn't enough to keep up with the fast-flying hero, but Fumikage tried to keep his expression blank of his internal frustration as to not give Midoriya any further reason to protest. Dinner was a friendly affair, Midoriya asking the sidekicks countless questions on how they followed through with processing the villains Hawks takes down while also making sure to catch up by his next capture, but Fumikage still felt a weight in his gut. He wondered if it was only him that felt like that, and if Midoriya really hadn't been affected by their disagreement today like Fumikage was, or if he was putting on a smile regardless. He didn't know which case he'd prefer, and that made the weight become heavier. It was only after he left to change out of his costume and came back out that a change was made to the status quo. Hawks was leaning against the wall by the door and turned to look at him with a neutral face as though he'd been waiting for him. "Tokoyami, walk with me, will you?" With his eyes narrowed, Fumikage followed the hero up to the roof, because that hardly sounded like a suggestion he could refuse. There was a landing pad up top that Hawks most likely used frequently, but instead of taking off, the other rested his arms against the cement border that kept people safely on the roof. Fumikage stood next to him to also lean forward, and looked out to see the lights of the city illuminating the dark of the night. In his shadow he could feel. Dark Shadow had become restless, but the roof was lit up enough that he stayed where he was. It put Fumikage on edge regardless though. Hawks kept his half-lidded gaze focused on the city below rather than Fumikage when he began. "So I'm about to ask you something that will make no sense if you don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm pretty sure you do. Have to check first though." Fumikage responded with a raise of the eyebrow that the other wouldn't be able to see, but Hawks still continued. "I'm assuming that what's going on with Midoriya has you pretty upset, and maybe you don't know what to do. You know what I'm talking about?" There could only really be one thing Hawks would be referring to. Fumikage leaned back in surprise, interrogating, "How are you talking about? How did you even know about that?" It's universal policy to not let a person with a history of suicide go out into the field without someone being informed, Hawks stated point blank. Fumikage flinched from the bluntness of it. Okay, but how did you know that I knew? It just sorta seemed like that based on the way you were talking to him. It really would have been better for you if you left him, but you wouldn't even hear him out. I'm guessing you only recently learned and it's still fresh. Were you listening to us? He could have sworn they were quite far behind Hawks. I can't exactly leave the kid unattended, and he wasn't with my sidekicks, so Hawks shrugged in place of finishing the rest of the sentence. He didn't explain more than that. Fumikage scowled, returning to what Hawks had mentioned previously. Are you about to tell me I should have left him, too? That he would have been fine and I should have done what was best for me? Hawks lazily held up his hands in fake surrender. I wasn't gonna say anything like that. It's up to you how you want to deal with your partners in the field, and you're responsible for both the pros and the cons that come from it. I just wanted to give you some general advice. Fumikage stayed silent. Predictably, Hawks continued to speak regardless. You can carry him around my city all you want, but when it comes to other things, you won't be able to force him to go where he doesn't want to go. I know UA likes to be all plus ultra, but for a kid like him it's more than just having to push through. If he can't make that extra reach that you or your other classmates can do, you're not going to be able to do anything about it, and your attempts to push him through it could just make him feel worse when he really can't do it. You should get used to that idea now, so you don't react poorly down the line with potential bigger issues. Fumikage instantly recognized the weight that had been present through the evening as being his guilt. It had formed when Midoriya just quietly let Fumikage carry him, like he'd pushed for, and had continued to grow the more Midoriya hadn't mentioned anything about it after the fact. Stupid Fumikage, you should have just told him you were worried. You humans make things so complicated for no reason sometimes. The voice in his head was more of a growl than in the day, but it was still recognizable. Dark Shadow had yet to reach the point where he'd lose most of his cognitive ability to form words. Do you think he didn't like it? I didn't wish to force anything on him. I just want him to be able to learn from this experience as well. Fumikage had started off hesitant, but the frustration he'd felt throughout the day began to fuel his voice. He said that he's trying to decide if he wants to be a hero, but how is he supposed to decide anything here if all he can do is watch you from afar? I want to help him out because you chose poorly and took on a student that can't keep up on their own. At that, Hawks finally glanced at him, only to give an unimpressed look. Being able to keep up with me isn't something most people can do. So far you haven't shown me you can keep up. Are you saying you're a poor choice too? I don't know, maybe? Fumikage still had an accusing tone, but his words had shown his hand. Even more than Hawks, he doubted himself. He didn't know if he could keep up even without carrying Midoriya, and he didn't know if he knew how to help Midoriya. He felt like he didn't know much of anything. It was that made Hawks's piercing hawk-like eyes turn softer. Well, I'll answer for you. You're not a poor choice, and neither is your friend. From what I saw in the festival, you both have ways you'd be able to keep up. I can't choose a way that would require foregoing Midoriya. I don't want to. Then don't, Hawks stated like it was a simple thing, like if Fumikage just decided it, it would happen. Just remember that he has his own strengths. Not everyone is a bird like us, who are meant to fly, but that doesn't mean he can't do things his own way. He's got his own pace he moves by. The advice was humbling in a way he wouldn't expect from a hero like Hawks, someone that was all about being flashy and prideful and fast. Most would look at a hero like him and think he looked down on those that weren't as fast as him, or as good as him, or couldn't do the feats he had. But it seemed like he very much saw the tortoise could get around just as much as the hare, even if their pace wasn't the same. Fumikage said as much aloud, because it was wise to admit when one was at fault. You have more humility than I thought you would. I am grateful for your guidance. I'll think on what you've told me today. Hawks's mouth finally gained a slight tilt of now familiar amusement. Most people don't think of someone talking down to them as having humility, but whatever floats your boat. Don't stress out too much about it, and you'll be fine. You weren't talking down to me, I'd be able to tell that much. Or at least Fumikage hoped he'd be able to recognize that slight. I'm glad you can tell. Some people see a hotshot young hero and automatically think everything I say is just me running my mouth. You do have the tendency for that too though, I believe, Fumikage retorted. He caught what a rude thing to say that was right after it came out of his mouth, but Hawks just laughed loudly and slammed a hand on his back. He was relieved it had been taken in good humor. Fumikage hadn't really known what to expect going into this agency, but it seemed like Hawks had been a good choice after all. He hadn't handed Fumikage many answers, but he had been direct when it mattered, and he was thoughtful in a way Fumikage wouldn't have assumed from his attitude. Now that he knew Midoriya had to inform whatever hero he chose of his history, Fumikage was glad that the one he'd chosen was a hero that knew better than Fumikage himself did about these things. It helped him know that even when they were outside of UA, Midoriya was being watched over. And additionally to that, Hawks's back provided a motivating goal. If Fumikage wanted to prove himself as a hero, he needed to fulfill his potential and catch up to the number 3 hero. Both literally and figuratively. Perhaps he would never be able to reach such a rank on the billboard, but if he could feel as accomplished a hero as Hawks appears to be, he supposed that would be enough to satisfy himself. It was then that Hawks patted him on the shoulder in a parting gesture. Well, this was a good talk. Is that what people say? I think it is. Anyway, I've still got one more trainee to get to, so I'll just excuse myself. Feel free to enjoy your free time or get ready to hit the hay. When Hawks went through the doorway out the roof, Izuku was already there leaning against the wall waiting for him. He'd seen Tokoyami leaving with the hero, and figured it'd be his turn next. Usually he'd avoid this kind of encounter, but it was a good opportunity to ask questions of his own. Unfortunately, like always, he'd chosen the wrong side of the door to be next to. The door went swinging open towards his face, and he squeezed his eyes shut in preparation of pain. However, it never came, and he blinked his eyes open to see Hawks was looking at him from around the door with his fluffed eyebrows raised high. I'm starting to think you do this on purpose, kid. If I didn't notice you in time, we would have had to go to the infirmary again. I'm sort of surprised you noticed me in time at all, Izuku admitted. Hawks's mouth twisted as he snorted, like Izuku had just insulted him. Maybe to him it was. Hawks ended up leading Izuku to his office. When it had been shown to them earlier, Izuku had thought it looked professional enough, but now that he was sitting on the couch in it, he noticed it was fairly haphazard. Its clutter was subtle enough to be missed at first glance. The couch itself sagged heavily from use, and the personal coffee machine it featured still smelled of a brew even though it was well into the evening now. When Hawks lumped down next to him, he had a cup in his hand that Izuku had just seen him apply cream and sugar to with a heavy hand. Are you staying up after this? Yeah. It's just like that sometimes, paperwork to do, maybe a short fly around just to scare off some late-night robbers. You want some? Hawks gestured his mug towards the coffee setup, and Izuku declined with a smile and a shake of the head. I don't think that'd be a good idea. Right. So, Hawks paused to take a sip, but his gaze didn't wander from Izuku's. You know what I wanted to talk about? You certainly looked like you were waiting on me. Either that, or you were eavesdropping. I couldn't hear you guys from where I was, Izuku defended honestly. He was being given the chance to start it off, but he decided to lead into what he was actually here for more gradually rather than state it outright. I'm guessing you want to talk about how Tokoyami was bringing me around. I told him that he could leave me, it wasn't my intention to get in his way. Hawks drank some more of his coffee, giving Izuku the impression he was thinking through how to approach what he wanted to say. He knew full well that with what Hawks knew of him, he didn't want to be careless. He had just mentioned being attentive about the extra liability earlier. Hawks smacked his lips casually after his drink, before saying, It's true that if Tokoyami was practicing on his own, I'm pretty sure he'd be able to keep up with me more easily. But the thing is, even if he is bringing you around, that doesn't mean you have to be holding him back. You can do more than that. Izuku blinked for only a second, not letting his smile drop in his momentary confusion. I'm not really sure what you mean by that. I quite literally was weighting him down. I'm practical enough to see that. You aren't being practical, you're being pessimistic, Hawks immediately countered, and Izuku was surprised by it. He hadn't even lied yet. Either I read your quirk wrong and it doesn't work the way I think it does, or you just aren't thinking of how you can be a benefit. Him bringing you with him doesn't have to get in his way, you can help him do more than he could alone by being available. Leaning forward slightly, Hawks's expression was unreadable even with his eyes still set on Izuku. You're a smart one. You figured out what I was trying to tell Tokoyami before Tokoyami did himself today, and I don't like spelling things out for people when I know they can figure it out on their own. I wouldn't be telling you this if I thought you'd shift your frame of thinking on your own. Izuku was silent for a while, not really sure what to say or what Hawks was expecting him to answer with. He had let his face fall into more blank expression, though, since smiling would have been seen as unnatural in this context. He did take a mental note that Hawks had apparently been eavesdropping on them, though, in spite of his previous not quite an accusation. After seeing Izuku wasn't going to speak, Hawks leaned back. His eyelids fluttered into a more deadpan half-lidded look and he sighed. When you used your quirk in the race on people ahead of you, the effect reached pretty far. It looked like you didn't need to use it only on things close to you. What dictates the physical limit of where your quirk works? Izuku let his eyes widen slightly in surprise at the unexpected segue. Oh, I can target anything I can see. Hawks blinked a bit with his own dimmed surprise at that. Oh, that's even better than I thought it'd be. How far of a distance have you tried to use it? Well, when I was experimenting, I could target anything that I could at least make out the solid outline of. So it can't work on stuff so far I can barely see it, but it doesn't have to be so near it's completely clear. My exact range would be different now though, because of my prosthetic. Izuku tapped his finger against his chin as he rambled in thought. His eyes drifted down into his lap. Your prosthetic has extra features? Hawks questioned. He had already known about it because it was another Heath concern he'd had to sign a liability form for, but Izuku hadn't known the form. Didn't go over the prosthetics details. He supposed the main point was that Hawks had to be aware he was missing an eye and had a thing replacing it that could potentially have its own Heath complications in the case of a head injury. Such as what had happened in the last round of the tournament. Knowing it was pointless not to show the man, Izuku unhooked one side of his white medical eye patch to let Hawks see his very cool robotic black eye with its dim glowing red pupil. I chose function over form. It has night vision and telescopic view, separately that is. I can focus on what's ahead of me by a good couple of kilometers when it's light out, or I can see more clearly in the dark. Hawks whistled lowly as he tilted his head into a different position, like he was trying to get a better look. That's smart. Real smart for a sight-based quirk. I'm sure if your head was in a different place you would have already thought of what I'm thinking. Izuku let his brows furrow in further confusion, and vaguely wondered how the expression looked with his non-human eye in sight. Hawks didn't seem put off by it, though, he just smirked with a shrug. One of his fingers came up just beneath his eye to point at it. Come on. The best place someone whose quirk relies on vision could be is somewhere with a bird's eye view. Why do you and Tokoyami need to be where the action is at the moment when you can already see it coming and do something about it where you are? Tokoyami can't be there in time or isn't fast enough to beat my reaction time. That's fine, because you can delay the villain to buy him the time he needs to cross that distance between you guys and me to get there. It's pretty straightforward teamwork in my eyes. Oh. Izuku sat up straighter as he thought it through, imagined scenarios running through his mind. I can do that, yeah. There you go. That's the right attitude. Izuku saw Hawks's smirk grow wider right before he downed some more of his coffee. It seemed like he was ready to let the conversion lull and send Izuku on his way. However, Izuku himself wasn't done yet. But I still don't understand. Why am I here? Hawks lowered the coffee cup with his humored expression still in place as he hummed, I'm not a good fit for working with you, Izuku finally stated plainly, like it was obvious. And it was. Hawks's smirk dropped with his eye roll. Good lord, I just explained. You didn't know my quirk was sight-based, you just knew it was ranged, Izuku cut him off. You also didn't know how far I could see. And even if you knew all those things, it still wouldn't make sense because you'd either have to bank on Tokoyami carrying me with him like he is or bring me around yourself. The extended range doesn't matter if I'm back with your sidekicks and too far to even see where you are when you dive in to deal with a problem. Not to mention choosing a trainee that is most effective when utilized in a team doesn't make sense for your brand. You always take care of everything on your own unless other heroes are already at the scene. That's why you don't care that your sidekicks can't keep up. You have them take care of the other aspects of hero work and support instead of letting them help you with the fighting. I looked into it, and you haven't even taken any interns in before this, let alone UA students for their workplace training. Tokoyami at least can get to where you are on his own and can fight on his own too. I'm not like that. With only a slight moment of hesitation, Hawks slowly placed his cup on the side table next to him. He looked away from Izuku, and his smirk didn't return. It sounds like you've thought a lot about this. What are you trying to say exactly? I'm saying that there's a reason you asked for me that doesn't have anything to do with training, probably. An edge of Hawks's mouth ticked up, but there wasn't much humor in it. Don't end your accusations like that, saying, probably. You need to say it firm and confident if you really want to make them sweat. He threw an arm over the back of the couch and readjusted in his seat, flaring out his wings behind him to let them hang over the arm rest instead. The way they spread out above them, wide and casting a shadow in the bright office, made Izuku wonder if Hawks did that to seem more intimidating. He didn't have height or girth going for him like Endeavor and All Might did. I wasn't gonna go into this on the first day, but why do you think I asked for you, then? Any ideas? Izuku thought over the question. Instead of answering it, he responded blankly, did you just shift the conversation into making this into a teaching moment to cover up that your reason is self-serving? Sheet. Should he have said that out loud? Probably not. Hawks didn't even miss a beat, speaking without his expression shifting in the slightest. You really know how to string a guy out, huh? Sorry. I didn't mean to offend or anything. Relax. You've got a good sense for paying attention to other people's behavior. It looks like you're the type that's best handled directly, so I'll just get to it. I wanted to hear about the USJ attack from the perspective of someone on the ground there. Izuku felt his body stiffen up, hoping it wasn't a visible tell. He eyed Hawks, who only eyed him back. He was still leaning casually on his arm on the backrest, like he hadn't shifted the topic to something much more serious. That certainly explained why Hawks would want Izuku over anyone else. He had been the only one to face the main force head-on. You should be able to see what I said to the police along with the other reports given by my classmates, right? Unless you don't have access. And if he doesn't have access, Izuku certainly wasn't gonna say anything. I have access, and I've looked through it discreetly, Hawks confirmed. It's not quite the same as a one-on-one talk though. You only get to hear the answers to things the police directly asked. Along with this, I suspect the subsequent analysis that was done on the incident was inaccurate to some degree. That caught Izuku's attention. He shifted from being wary about Hawks trying to pry information, wanting info of his own. What do you mean? Are you familiar with the system used to classify the danger levels of villains? An estimate is given to every new villain that appears and can be adjusted in the future upon new information. Of course he knows, that's hero watching. Yeah, what about it? You reported that the creature you faced at the USJ, the Nomu, seemed to have been given quirks that would counter All Might's capabilities, and that this was corroborated by the villain leader at the scene saying so himself. You probably don't know everything that's taken into consideration for an official villain rank, but what would you estimate the Nomu's rank to be based on your experience with it? As his mind flashed back to that day, remembering the extreme regenerative ability and strength of the Nomu, as well as its monstrous appearance, Izuku immediately responded, a rank at the very least. I didn't get to see its full potential in terms of fighting power, but I can't imagine a hero without considerable power behind their quirk would be able to take it down on their own. And if it was as effective against brute force as the leader claimed, then it'd be even more complicated. A quirk like Midnight's would be the most efficient probably, and I'll just stop talking now. Izuku trailed off with a sheepish look as he realized he'd gone off on a tangent. He reset his eye patch just to give himself an excuse to avert his gaze from Hawks's. When he looked back at Hawks, he saw that the other now had a half grin on his face, like Izuku's awkwardness had amused him. That's what I thought it should be based on the description of its quirks that you gave. However, I saw in the follow-up analysis that the Police and Hero Commission gave it a B rank instead. The breath rushed into his lungs in alarm, and his mind turned over in confusion. He stuttered, What was I missing then? I would have thought, was there something they knew that? Hawks halted his flapping mouth just by raising up his hand to motion Izuku to stop. Midoriya, you've got it backwards. I'm confident that your assessment of the Nomu is more accurate than theirs. You're the one that actually fought and saw the thing after all. But their estimate was lower because even though it was stated to have been meant to be on par with All Might, they didn't see sufficient evidence that it was. The hero himself never fought it, and it was taken down by a first-year student without any prior practical experience. They saw that as a sign that whatever theoretical quirks put into the Nomu weren't of the highest level. I believe the most danger they saw from it was the chance that the League could go on to make Nomus with better quirks and fighting ability. Izuku just stared at the man, stunned for a second. Then he muttered incredulously, I broke its bones in 5 different places. I broke its spine. And it fixed all of them in less than a minute. It almost killed our teacher, an actual pro hero. What does it matter that I'm just a student? I literally had to strike it with lightning to fry its central nervous system. Not an electricity quirk, actual lightning. Plasma. When Hawks patted him on the shoulder with a sympathetic nod, Izuku wondered if he was being serious or if he was joking. I feel your pain, kid. Eraserhead was partially chalked up to being a bad match quirk-wise, and it was suspected that the lightning might have been more than what was necessary. More than what was necessary? Izuku repeated even more incredulously. He didn't even bother to hide his outrage. He has a legitimate complex with using his quirk to its full potential when it is necessary, and they thought he was being overkill. They just speculated that your lack of experience led you to using brute force over technique. I used lightning because the brute force didn't work though. Switching to a charge-based attack was the technique. Do they think I call lightning from the sky on a daily basis? Hawks's grin twitched wider, like he knew he was just fueling Izuku's internal flames further with every word. They did note that you used it in the exam, so they probably interpreted that as what would become a go-to move for you. I've literally only done it twice. Izuku suppressed the pressing need to let his face fall into his hands. It looked like Hawks understood the sentiment regardless, though. Hawks switched back to addressing how the conversation had begun. You see why I wanted to ask you directly about this stuff now? You're the person that had the most interaction with the main players there, but the commission and police are interpreting what you reported to them under the context of your opinion not being fully reliable like a pro's would be. Izuku's posture slumped as he sighed and conceded to his point. Yes. Was there more you wanted to know about? I mainly wanted to know about the Nomu, but other than that, do you have any insight on the leader of the villains, Shigaraki Tamura? Hawks's gaze hadn't strayed back to Izuku's eye patch, but he followed up with, You don't have to talk about any part you don't want, by the way. And a word of advice for you, kid. Stubborn villains who know what they want like me won't stop for distractions or just one broken leg. You should have gone for both. I wouldn't make the same mistake of not being proactive when you'd already proved that was a bad idea. Izuku took a while to decide what he wanted to say, not because thinking back to Shigaraki was traumatic for him or anything, but because he hadn't really digested what he thought of the villain himself. Just the actions that he did and tried to do during the attack. I'm not really sure what I can add that I didn't tell the police when they asked me about it, but if you were to ask what stood out to me, he didn't really seem like the type to be the leader of an organization. Like the way he reacted to things and the way he talked seemed immature or sort of conceited. But not conceited in a, I'm the head of this big bad league kind of way. More like everything was a personal offense to him. I don't know if that makes sense. Izuku paused, then had to clarify. He was certainly dangerous and murderous. You could tell just by looking at him. I just think it's sorta surprising that someone with his personality was the leader. He didn't care much about what the other villains he brought did other than the warping one, and didn't care what happened to them either. It seemed like he didn't have much of a plan outside of what the Nomu was supposed to do, though he caught on pretty quickly how he should move forward when I killed it. Izuku doesn't remember if he'd stated aloud before that he'd actually killed the Nomu. Hawks had referred to it more vaguely before as taking it out, and Izuku himself had processed it that way even though breaking its Body in the moment had felt horrifying right up until Shigaraki had given him an extremely distracting and painful injury. It hadn't looked like a person, it looked like a horror movie monster. But was it a person? It had quirks, but the way Shigaraki had talked about it really made it sound like a Frankenstein's monster. How had the villains even made it, anyway? Deciding that that was a crisis he could worry about later, Izuku shoved that idea in his mental box. Rubbing the back of his neck, Izuku ended with, "I'm sorry I don't have more to offer. I'm sure you already know how dangerous his quirk is, so there isn't much else. They came through the villain that had the warp gate quirk, and I don't know how they disabled the security system or anything." "Oh, don't worry. Just what you've said is good to know, trust me." Hawks winked at him with a slight smirk. It helped lighten the mood enough that Izuku felt it was a good time to have his lips curl into a shy smile again. "That's good. I'm glad I could help." He smiled wider to show his appreciation, before trailing into something he really wanted to know in a purposefully casual way. "I do wonder though, why are you looking into the USJ? You're already busy with the stuff going on over here. I would have thought you'd just leave things to All Might and the UA heroes." Hawks eyed him for a second in a way that made Izuku think he wasn't as subtle as he thought, but the hero moved right into answering, not letting Izuku mentally question it. "Well, just call me paranoid. I just want to be prepared in case I'm needed." Hawks gave the wide, cocky grin that he was known for. "It doesn't matter if they have it handled now, it's my job to be ready to take it on myself and look into it. I tend to stick my nose into everything because of that." The answer was more lackadaisical than the words it made Izuku recall, but the similarity was there nonetheless. All Might has stated in interviews asking him what qualities he thought made a good hero that meddling when you don't need to is what was at the core of heroics. To reach out when it wasn't asked, to be there when another wasn't counting on you. He'd said it was something that needed to be done with discretion of when offering help is or isn't appropriate in everyday life. But if a person needed saving, he wasn't going to wait for them to cry help before initiating his rescue. Like stopping a person that actually wanted to die from going through with it, or looking into the background of a troubled student you're worried about. It seemed like Hawks himself didn't see his attitude with the same sort of gravitas or as something to be proud of, either that or he was pretending it at least. However, Izuku was no longer worried about whether he made the right decision answering Hawks's questions. "I have to say, you're not quite as hopeless a case that I'd feared you'd be." The scowl that was already marring Katsuki's face deepened at the hero that looked down on him. Best Jeanist was a tall fucker who was made to seem even taller due to the long stretch of jean costume that went all the way up from his ankles to his mouth. His equally long arms were crossed over his chest, and his peering eyes just peeked out from beneath his blonde bangs. Overall, there was nothing about him that made Katsuki want to lower his hackles. Making his discontent clear, Katsuki bit back. "What's that supposed to mean? You're the one that asked for me." "I did, but not because of your power, because you were obviously in need of correcting," Best Jeanist stated calmly, like what he was saying wasn't an insult to Katsuki's pride. "The way you won your last fight? Frankly speaking, it was atrocious. I wasn't surprised when UA notified me you were just coming off of a suspension when I sent in my request. Nedzu had been considering not letting you participate in the workplace training to continue it, but luckily for you, I'm an alumnus of the school and was able to assuage his worries." Katsuki's shoulders stiffened even further when he was reminded of that. "That just makes it even more confusing. You really want to be the one to correct me so bad. I just believed giving you a perspective on what a proper hero doing their job looks like would help you understand what you lack, and if not, there was no helping you anyway. In that case, based on your sullenness, it seems UA's reprimanding got you to begin reflecting on how your attitude conflicts with the attitude of a proper hero. That's a good sign." "Huh. I'm not sullen. And what the F is a proper hero supposed to be anyway? Not everyone's all smiley like All Might. If I had to pretend to be like that, it'd just make me a liar." "Just like him? I'm not suggesting you lie at all. Though, I suppose some would claim that attempts to reassure a worried public when one is worried themselves is hypocrisy. For those kinds of things, I personally just channel the hope I have for the future into my words. Perhaps something like that could work for you." As Genist brushed aside his hair to keep it in its unnaturally pristine condition, he seemed to be mulling over the matter seriously before he pointed at Katsuki when he came to a conclusion. Regardless, an aggressive attitude towards others is something that I cannot permit. I would prefer to teach you how to be friendly, but even if that isn't possible, keeping yourself contained is a necessity. A hero that lashes out at those he's meant to protect isn't a hero. Even Endeavor, as sullen and unfriendly with his fans as he is, wouldn't attack a civilian or fellow hero. Though his disregard for them is something I wouldn't speak well of either. Katsuki had to keep himself from screaming at the fucker for that, because he clearly didn't know what had been going on with the number 2 hero's family. But no one else was supposed to know about it either. Katsuki himself wasn't supposed to know. So all he could do was just sneer and growl under his breath. With only reflexive defensiveness in his tone, Katsuki muttered, "It wasn't like that. We were in a fight." Best Genist continued to stare at him in an unnerving way. "And yet you still recognize that wasn't the proper way to fight with someone who will, in the future, stand on the same side as you. I can hear it in the hesitation of your words." "Yeah, well, whatever. I'm not here for that. I'm here to work in the field for the first time." Still in such a rush. "I'd already known you only chose me because of my high ranking, but still," Genist sighed. He turned his back on Katsuki in thought, and Katsuki couldn't help but glare at the new expanse of blue jean. "Walk before you run. I will show you how a hero does their work properly." Katsuki was beginning to think that Four Eyes should have been the one to get recruited by the number 4 hero, if the stick in the man's but was a hint. He does wonder where the hell Deku ended up, though, and if it's with a hero that's a better fit than the one Katsuki's with. On the second day of their workplace training, Izuku was now looking forward to going patrolling more than he had the previous day. Whereas before he'd just been concerned with how he would keep up, and then with how he was slowing Tokoyami down, Hawks's advice had given him an actual goal to work towards. A set bar that would tell him how much he could help, versus how much of a hindrance him and his quirk could be. And then Hawks had bolstered the energy even further for both him and Tokoyami. After a small breakfast and changing, the hero had met them in the lobby of the agency to give them an approving nod and a slightly mischievous smirk. "Alrighty," Hawks hit one of his gloved fists into the palm of the other like he'd just come up with an idea, but Izuku was sure that whatever he said next had been thought out beforehand. "I think you guys could actually catch up with me today, so why don't we make a game of it for fun? Extra motivation for being speedy. If I judge a villain situation to be simple enough that you guys could handle it, I'll wait 5 seconds before moving to capture. If karma can stall the perpetrator long enough that Tsukuyami can attack, I'll let you guys deal with it. Not a bad deal, right?" And wow, Hawks's eyes slid over to Izuku to direct his blank grin at him. "You sure choose an interesting name to speak in context, huh?" Izuku blinked at that, only just realizing Hawks had been referring to him since it was the first time he's been referred to with his hero name. It was Tokoyami who gave a small but satisfied smirk, crossing his arms over his chest to say, "It is indeed appropriately ironic. And of course we take up your challenge. The distance between us inexperienced heroes in training and you, the number 3 hero, will be crossed today even if it's only for an ephemeral moment. It is certain." Even though he was speaking for the both of them, Tokoyami's gaze slid over to Izuku as though to confirm his agreement. That prompted Izuku to sound off with as much excitement as he could put into his voice. "Yeah. We'll help you take down villains today for sure." He hopes he can actually do his part of that. 5 seconds is really not a long window of opportunity. Hawks's grin didn't falter, but one of his eyebrows did tick upwards just for a single blinking second when his eyes finished sweeping from Tokoyami to Izuku. The gesture by itself couldn't be interpreted, but Izuku got the sense it was like a signal from Hawks saying that he knew Izuku was a straight-up liar. Which, how was he so good at that? What Izuku said wasn't that different from when he agreed with Hawks last night. The only difference is that he's faking extra confidence. Hawks may have the benefit of more background knowledge than his UA teachers had, but he'd only known Izuku for less than a day. Surely it should take Hawks longer to figure out almost his entire personality was fake? And so it was with this specific goal in mind that Tokoyami took them into the air with. Their formation was like it was for last day's iteration, with Dark Shadow sorta hugging them as it lifted them in an anti-gravity sensation. Tokoyami kept an extra hold on Izuku, and Izuku prepared himself by unlatching his eye patch on one side. The I word in his head as it focused on a close-up of Hawks and his spread red wings a good distance ahead of them. This view isn't very good at having a broad view of the cityscape when I'm in motion, but if you can stay close enough that we're always in view of him, I should be able to spot what catches his attention. Izuku mentally directed the eye to stop its intense focusing, marveling at how the technology was so advanced it could read his mind's electrical signals the same way a biological eye would. So cool! Izuku turned his head in surprise to see Tokoyami was looking at him from the side with his prosthetic, clearly having been watching it. The feathers on his head ruffled as he became flustered at being caught in his slip, and he quickly diverted his gaze to the long distance between them and the ground as he cleared his throat. That is to say, yes. Dark Shadow can do that, I believe. I'm a super strong and fast quirk, the best there is. I'll be right on his tail feathers. Dark Shadow themselves spoke up at that, declaring loudly, and you're such a dork, Fumikage. Silence. As Izuku scanned the area surrounding Hawks up ahead with his normal eyesight, the edge of his mouth ticked up naturally in amusement at the bickering. Dark Shadow acted more like a sibling than a quirk, at least from Izuku's perspective. The first time Hawks stopped to deal with an incident, shockingly it took Izuku longer than exactly 5 seconds to pinpoint where the action was happening. A lot of villain activity is blatantly obvious, but not all of it. By the time he realized the reason Hawks had stopped for a covert pickpocketer, one feather had already collected the long-fingered assailant while another returned a bright pink wallet to a young surprised-looking woman. It seemed like she hadn't even noticed it was taken yet. Since they had been right behind Hawks, Tokoyami and him got the opportunity to watch him interact with the woman and a group of people that had formed after seeing Hawks had done something. It was only when Hawks's sidekicks showed up that the thief was safely handed off to them and Hawks took off again with a friendly parting to everyone. Again, the 2 UA students followed right after. Sorry to Tsukuyami-kun. I'll try to figure out what's going on faster. A not inconsiderable amount of guilt weighed on Izuku now. He knew Tokoyami was really looking forward to getting to do real hero work, but his best chance was entirely dependent on Izuku's success. Those were odds Izuku himself wouldn't bet on. Tokoyami responded kindly, no need for an apology. You are in the process of learning a new skill just as I was yesterday. It's your turn to flower into prosperity. Are you running out of new vocabulary? At this point, Izuku could imagine Tokoyami's flustered expression in his voice even without turning around to see it in real time. That's, I know, flowering, doesn't fit with the aesthetic of darkness, but I had to think of a word for growth on the spot. My mind just went to plants, okay? Why can't you just use the word grow itself? Izuku didn't ask this question, because he already knew the answer to it. Of course it's cooler to use an uncommon word instead. Like just earlier, ephemeral. That's much cooler than if Tokoyami had said, a short moment. Izuku agreed with the sentiment, even if he himself didn't do that kind of thing on purpose, at least when it came to speaking in normal conversation, not counting catchphrases and things like that. That's why he tried to help Tokoyami out. Oh, you could use the word, swell, next time. I think that'd be neat, swell into prosperity. Tokoyami sounded even more embarrassed now, to the point that his tone was pained. Please refrain from murdering me even further than you already have. He says that, but he didn't even try to stop speaking that way. The next time Hawk stopped, Izuku took too long. This was proving to be as difficult as he'd thought despite Hawks's earlier insistence his conditions were a good deal. Izuku focused his eye on what was going on. A fight had broken out between 2 people using their quirks, neither in hero suits. No way to tell if they were villains or just reckless civilians, but he couldn't think of what to do before he saw the now familiar red feathers tear the 2 away and restrain them. While pausing for Hawks's sidekicks to come around, Izuku tried to figure out how he was supposed to be physically capable of Hawks's task. I'm sorry, but I know I can get things done in a snap, but it takes time to know what to do first. I can see what's going on in time, but I don't know how I'll be able to come up with a plan of action too. Hawks just looked over towards him with a relaxed grin. It contrasted heavily with Izuku's own internal sense of tension. Oh, that? Just don't think too hard about it then. There are definitely times when you'll have to approach the situation with a carefully detailed plan, but something like that doesn't qualify for what I'd let you take care of anyway. You don't see me taking that long to think of how to use my feathers before acting because I'm going by instinct. Just try to stop what's going on the most natural way that comes to you, that's usually the most efficient. Instinct, Izuku stuttered, before hesitantly admitting. I don't know if I can do that too. I mean, my quirk comes with more chances for accidents or unintended results than yours. I have to think about what effect I want carefully or it might do something not good. But you can use it instinctively, is that what I'm hearing? It's good to be cautious with powerful quirks, but you won't always get to take as much time as you want to figure out a full plan. You should practice using it that way. Hawks glanced away to watch his sidekick's approach while he added, I had to practice a lot with mine to consistently react this fast with it too. If you don't work on that skill, you won't gain it. Tokoyami examined him with a frown, then looked at Hawks to say, is it not reasonable to allow for more time? Hawks just gave a half shrug. His wings spread in preparation to fly away. I picked 5 seconds because that's a good interval of time for split-second, life-saving decisions. If Karma can learn how to act fast like that now, it'll only help him, but if it's not possible, that's just how it is. Try it for today and we can change it up tomorrow if needed. When they all took to the air again, Izuku felt a sense of dissatisfaction as Hawks went ahead of them once again, his back and wings facing them. Hawks's proposed scenario of needing to act on split-second life or death situations made him think of sudden incidents, like a car crash. Like what had happened to Mom. He'd thought about it before, how things would have been different if a hero like All Might or Hawks had happened to be at the scene. But it was true that if that hero had to take as long as Izuku was taking to decide what to do, their presence wouldn't have mattered at all. The reason why I'm stuck in this house instead of being with my parents is because a supposed pro-hero effed up. He wasn't good enough at his job and he wasn't the one who paid the price for it. Well, he does have a point. Might as well keep trying like he said, for now. Thankfully, the next incident was much more noticeable. Rather than looking for when Hawks stopped and then looking for what he stopped for, Izuku scanned the ground up ahead of them directly, and when he thought he saw a strange blur along with hearing distant alarms, he focused his robotic eye. He only just realized what he was looking at was a robbery with 2 villains running from the scene when he had to act. There was no time to think on it, he just needed something simple. His right hand snapped. Trip. Just the moment before, everything had been going so fast. Too fast. He wasn't used to acting immediately without thought. That was a specialty of Bakugu's fighting tactics. But the moment after he snapped and was solely paying attention to the effects of his quirk, it was like his mind had slowed everything down. Not because what happened was something awful, like a train crash in slow motion, but because it was just too absurd to be understood in real time. He only noticed it when it came into play, but the 2 villains happened to be running past an alleyway filled with trash. When he snapped, a cat was on top of a dumpster, a black cat, of course, and when it jumped off it landed on the trash can next to it, knocking it over. That trash happened to include a banana peel, which had spilled out of a broken bag from the can and into the relatively less grimy sidewalk. The bright yellow of the peel flashed in the vision of his far-seeing eye just long enough for him to think, no, there's no way, but yes way. The villain leading in front stepped all of his weight onto the peel and promptly slipped on it. The partner behind them failed to stop in time and crashed into the other, and they both landed loudly onto the ground, bags of jewelry spilling all over the immediate area. The first villain face planted right into the concrete while the other had been cushioned by the other. It was then that Tokoyami had gotten close enough that dark shadow dropped them just above the street to charge at the 2 still disoriented villains. One claw pinned each of them down. They began to struggle, and Izuku worried about whether one of them had a quirk that could free them from the sunlit weakened shadow demon. However, that was Hawks's K to swoop down and support Dark Shadow's hold by using some feathers to help pin them to the ground further, and the 2 promptly stopped struggling once they looked up to see that the number 3 hero had arrived. Red Feathers also went around collecting every piece of gold and jewelry, returning them into the bags to most likely be handed back to whatever store they had been stolen from. Izuku put a beaming expression on his face as he looked to Hawks expecting something. Positive reinforcement was to be expected after a success like this. But instead, Hawks just kept staring at the two villains. Then glanced at the still noticeably yellow banana peel. Then, his mouth twisted up as it tried to contain a snort. Hawks burst out in full-body laughter. He even had to lean on the wall next to him for support. It took a full minute before the laughing died down enough that words could get out. Oh my god. That was literally one of the most hilarious villain takedowns I've ever seen. Comparable to Wash's fights, and that man is a literal washing machine. This with a banana peel. Were you filming a Saturday morning cartoon and didn't tell me? Haha. Izuku was deeply conflicted. On one hand, he fully agreed with Hawks' sentiment, and on the other, the sentiment was sort of insulting. He decided just to stutter out an explanation. The cat and the peel were already there, so that was probably the most energy-efficient way for Jinx to trip them. It was unfortunate for them. Oh Satan, he's just making it worse now. He tried desperately to tell his mind that he didn't find the fact that he'd made two villains faceplant by having them slip on a banana peel funny, but that was an utter lie. It was taking all of his restraint to keep himself from laughing along with Hawks. A banana peel, what were the odds? Without hesitation, just like Izuku knew he would, Hawks schooled his expression into something serious just long enough look at him and say, I guess you could say, it was instant karma. Hawks lost the battle with his face upon name-dropping Izuku's hero name and his mouth stretched back into a grin for another round of laughs. For some reason, it was only now that Tokoyami sounded offended on his behalf as he said, Hey now, it's Mito Karma's right to state his own catchphrases like such. It's rather rude of you to steal that from him for his first official act as a hero in training. Alright, right? It's not really official till you're acting with your licenses, but I get the idea. Hawks's laugh subsided into chuckling. He stood up straight and gestured his hand towards Izuku invitingly. The floor is yours now. You still got a little time. Like this was an organic way to drop a catchphrase or hero pun or anything. But Tokoyami looked at him expectantly too, with a shine in his eyes that told Izuku he was containing genuine excitement for the moment. Izuku couldn't say no to that. Well, you know, he smoothed his eye patch back into place and dramatically pushed back his bangs on the side that wasn't pinned back. He slid his fingers through and let the curls fall back down as he said, Karma is only a superstition until I've arrived at your doorstep. At least he got one good thing out of meeting Endeavor. Tokoyami let out a long oh sound that was echoed by Hawks, who continued on to say, That was actually pretty good, kid. I wasn't expecting that. It's a keeper. Which meant he'd had no real expectation of quality and just fully assumed Izuku was just going to go for an obvious low-hanging pun. As though Tokoyami would be impressed by that. They had a lunch break after that, then the rest of the day went similarly. Izuku didn't always manage to act in time, sometimes falling into his habit of mentally rambling and sometimes failing to notice in time, but he did get in a few more instances of glory for both him and Tokoyami. Nothing topped the banana peel in terms of exciting ways Jinx stalled the problem, but he didn't really want anything worse than that anyway. Of the encounters they had, none of them were dire enough that Hawks felt the need to keep them from acting like he'd said, so that was a testament to the level of difficulty they were facing from these random villains and criminals. There was one time when the problem was at the absolute opposite of that spectrum though, a cat stuck in a tree. Another eternal cliché. But out of everything, that was the situation that had bothered him the most. Because he found that nothing came to mind with what he could do. That's only to be expected though, bad luck can't actually help anyone if it's not being used to hinder something else. That's all it was good for. So Izuku just ended up staring at Tokoyami as he sent Dark Shadow up to grab the cat, only for the shadow to hesitate when the animal frightened and hissed a rejection, swiping with claws that wouldn't do anything against the quirk. But nevertheless, Dark Shadow gained a downcast expression and retreated in apprehension. That was when a feather slipped under the cat to lower it safely to the ground. It scuttered away while Hawks patted both of them on the backs. Come on now. You know you could have handled that fine. Tokoyami glanced away from Dark Shadow, who was retreating back into his shadow now, to respond. The beast did not seem to want our assistance. It was, "Are you afraid? The only thing I think I could have done is break the branch and let it fall. Maybe catch it on the way down? But, it seemed smarter to let Tokoyami bring it down more safely," he added on. The hand that paused on Izuku's back felt heavy, but Hawks's expression was still lighthearted as he replied, "Well, sometimes you'll have to save people that don't want to be saved by you. If there's someone else around it's fine, but if you're all they got then it falls on you regardless. Sometimes, you can't really save people like that, so it's better to do so when you can." His tone became heavy too by the end, but just a second after Hawks turned the mood on its head by saying, "And also Dark Shadow could have carried either of you up there to get the cat instead. It probably would have reacted better to a human being." Tokoyami actually groaned in annoyance at that, whether it was at himself or at Hawks, Izuku wasn't sure. And Izuku had to concede that sometimes, the best solutions were the simplest ones. "But anyway, you guys did great today. Keeping up with me is nothing to scoff at, you know. We'll stop for dinner now, and as a reward. Let's see, why don't you ask one request from me?" Hawks spun around in place for a bit as he ticked off options on his fingers, looking up at the dusk-filled sky in thought instead of at the two of them. "Anything within reason. Want to see any sights while you're here? Or you could choose tonight's dinner or tomorrow's lunch. Maybe some souvenirs from the region? Don't hold back, I'm a top-ranked hero after all." He stuck out a thumbs up and focused back on them to emphasize the point. Tokoyami frowned pensively as he looked down and hummed to himself, "There isn't anything particular I desire off the top of my head. What about you, Midoriya? What does your heart desire in this moment?" "We're still in the field right now, technically. I know it's hard to break habits, but you should refer to him by his hero name still. Right? My apologies." Izuku tried to think of something else. He really did, but his mind automatically tracked to one thing and wouldn't let go of it. But it was something he couldn't ask for, right? He kept in touch with Todoroki yesterday as he said he would, texting him at the end of the day to make sure he was okay. He'd thought it'd be enough to just get confirmation each day that nothing particularly bad happened. However, he hadn't anticipated the kind of texter Todoroki was, though he should have, really. He texted like he spoke, short and to the point. Not saying anything unnecessary or big on giving details. But in a face-to-face conversation he could at least read Todoroki's expression or lack of one to see that he was being genuine. But with only text to go off of, what does fine even mean in this context? It could mean anything. I'm fine because nothing happened, I'm fine because I'm used to abuse. Which is it? Couldn't Todoroki give him more to work with than exactly one single word? Trying to follow up discreetly yielded no results. "I'm just fine, not much more than that. I learned some things, so I guess that was good." This answer did give the impression that nothing bad happened, but what if Todoroki just didn't want to say anything? Actually, what if Endeavor was monitoring his phone use? He hadn't thought of that at all. Anything could be happening at the Endeavor agency right now, and Izuku had no way to check. He had no way to check, that is, until Hawks gave his offer. And now he couldn't get that idea out of his head. He was being paranoid, he knew he was. Todoroki had said everything would be fine and had texted he was fine, so everything was probably fine. He should believe his friend. But he didn't really believe him, probably because Izuku couldn't remember the last time he'd said he was fine and actually meant it. But that was a problem with him and not Todoroki. "Oh ho ho. That look on your face tells me you know what you want, but just don't want to say it." Izuku had to freeze his muscles in place to keep himself from reflexively jumping back from Hawks, who was now peering at him from the side with a tilted head. A glint in his eye and a smirk like he was an actual hawk watching a mouse in a field. This was gonna look weird, but there was no way to get around it. He'd been wrong about his facial expression before. But when Izuku shortly pat his hand against his face to check, trying to make it look like he was just scratching his cheek, his expression was lax and blank just like he thought it was. Izuku let his face fall into utter confusion. "I have no look on my face? What are you talking about?" "Yeah. It's that purposely blank look that people use when they're thinking about something but don't want to admit they are. You're really good at it, but when you're with someone that's skilled in reading people, you should go the opposite route and fake emotion more. That's less of a tell," Hawks said this all casually, like he was explaining the basics of an algebra problem. He twirled a finger in the air aimlessly as he rambled, though, that only works if you're good enough to fake it, so someone like Tokoyami shouldn't even try or they'd be caught right away. Maybe he should work on that more? Also, I've been meaning to ask you, is UA giving you guys classwork on working underground or something? You seem like you've already learned a good amount, but that's advanced stuff for first years, isn't it? I have heard of UA's high standards though. Or maybe this would be covered under PR management. That's probably it actually. That makes more sense with the way you use it, and it's always good to start that stuff early. It took Izuku a second to process what Hawks was saying, and then to figure out the implications. Hawks was obviously very skilled at reading people, as he'd said, and was able to notice that Izuku was faking a lot of his reactions. However, he'd interpreted this not as Izuku being a pathological liar, which he was, but as a sign that Izuku had learned actual material on those skills, and that said material was part of UA's curriculum. Not a big deal, just putting his schoolwork into practice. Being so considerate as to give advice on it, even. That's probably what he'd been referring to yesterday too, when he had given Izuku advice on how to press people for answers during the process of Izuku pressing Hawks for answers. Is that kind of thing even covered in hero school? It must be if that was the first thing he'd assumed, right? Tokoyami reacted with as much apprehension as Izuku thought he would. I am not sure what you are referring to. We have had no such classes thus far. His narrow gaze slid over to Izuku in a glaring tell. He seemed discontent to say the least. I was very confused after learning about your troubles. It was like you were a totally different person than I thought you were. I'd never had as close of a friend as you before, and then it just turned out. I knew nothing important about you at all. It's not like Tokoyami had been wrong to think like that. It'd be hard to truly know a person that lived with the mask they wore instead of just putting it on occasionally. It was like the difference between knowing a hero and knowing the person that hero was when they went home for the day. Izuku did his best to subtly change the subject without changing it so much it was an obvious deflection. Did you have classes like that at the school you went to, Hawk-san? Maybe we'll get them later on like you said. Hawks's gaze went to Tokoyami when he'd spoken, then back to Izuku. His eyebrows lifted in dampened surprise, not really shocked, but like he'd heard something slightly unexpected that wasn't noteworthy. I didn't go to the kind of school you guys did, so I can't say if that's normal or not. Looks like I misread the situation. Anyway, just forget about that then. What's your request? No matter how coolly you play it off, the situation is irrecoverably unforgettable. He didn't speak that thought aloud. Though, his mind did wander a bit in analyzing Hawk's expression. If it had been Izuku in his place, he'd see this as a pretty major social slip-up and would be internally trying to recover from it. Hawks's response was similar, but not in the most important ways. He didn't treat the conversation or information he learned with any importance, but didn't cover his surprise at their response. It was a wholly natural reaction that also didn't shine a light on the misstep he took. Izuku would have tried to do something like that, but would end up faking not being caught off guard as well, which in retrospect would have been noticeably unnatural. That's exactly what Hawks was talking about before. Why is it that now that he's trying to be more honest, he's suddenly learning how to be a better liar? During his hero workplace training nonetheless. Well, I want to check in on how my friend is doing with his abusive father? There's no way he could answer something even hinting that. I had just been thinking, it's a shame we can only choose one hero per year for workplace training. Hawks gave another tilt of the head. What do you mean by that? My teaching isn't lacking, is it? Of course not. Izuku frantically waved his hands back and forth in disagreement, trying to convey his genuine alarm at Hawks's assumption. It's great. Actually, you're a much more suited match for me to learn from than I thought when I accepted. Because learning how to lie better is still learning, it's just, we're learning a lot from your perspective as someone who had a speedy debut as a hero and how you're continuing to grow from that. I just thought it'd also be nice to see how it is later in a hero's career, you know, like, Izuku let the example come up naturally, rather than making it seem like the purpose of his long-winded explanation, like how Endeavor runs his agency, given he's been in his position and in this field for more than 20 years now. That way we can learn about both starting a career as a hero and also how to maintain it. Hawks stared at Izuku for a moment with a completely stoic expression, not moving a centimeter. He got the impression that the man was giving him a demonstration of how unnerving Izuku's non-reactions were, or was purposely trying to make Izuku feel unnerved. So do you mean that like you want to visit any experienced hero's agency, or you want to visit Endeavor's? Hawk's lips hitched up in a one-sided smirk as he gave his unnecessary explanation, "'Cause visiting anyone other than Endeavor would be easier, you know." He was caught red-handed. How is Hawks so good at this? Even his own mother couldn't tell when he lied to her face about how he enjoyed his life. That last thought took a turn for the very depressing, so Izuku had to shove it away just to react to Hawks's question. There was no getting around it now. All he could do was not explain why he wanted to go to Endeavor's specifically. "That I want to visit Endeavor's? It's okay if you can't make it happen though. I know it's probably hard and he's not the type to like collaboration." "Hey now, I didn't say it was impossible. It'll just need some work. Let's barge in on the old guy tomorrow. He can only tell us to get off his lawn so many times before his PR folks will tell him to stop." Hawks's wings flapped in agitation as he gave another wide grin. Izuku wasn't sure if he should be reassured by that plan, considering it sounded like Hawks was just going to have them trespass and hope they aren't kicked out. They went back to Hawks's agency building right after, ready to eat and get a good night's rest. He had to wonder about Hawks's previous advice though. It sounded like advice that was specific for them, that is, some people won't want to be saved by you because of the quirks they had. A person could react in fright to Dark Shadow coming to rescue them just as much as the cat had, after all. But he also felt like that might be advice that Hawks might have followed himself, because there are also people that don't want to be saved by any hero. People like Izuku, who hadn't wanted to be saved when he went up to the rooftop that one day. But he had been, and it ended up being something he had wanted after all. Was it like that for all of those people too? Or were there some people that truly, even deep down, did not want to be saved? Izuku thought about that as he fell into a restless sleep. There was plenty of things to keep him feeling uneasy into the night. And the next morning it only got worse. Because once he and Tokoyami had gotten ready for the day, filing into the locker room to change into their hero suits, Izuku stopped in front of the full-length mirror to double-check how his new eye patch looked with his costume. He only got to look over himself for maybe a second before it shattered. The cracks spread all over his suit and wide-eyed shock to make a distorted image of the hero Karma. The word hero has lost its meaning in this corrupt society filled with fakes. Criminals who aimlessly throw around their weight. "You're all targets of my purge. You sure talk a lot. Conviction, huh? I don't have anything that grand. But if I had to say what drives me, I'd be All Might." Tamura grabbed hold of the serrated blade before it could cut into the hand covering his face. Even if his palm bled from it, like everything else, it crumbed in his grasp. It brought a grin to his face. "That piece of trash and the society that worships him, I want to turn them all into dust." It was a stalemate, one that annoyed Tamura to no end. Kurogiri was momentarily downed, and that hotshot hero killer had even pushed Tamura to the ground, threatening his life like he was someone who would fear for it. And then he had the nerve to act like they were parting on okay terms? Asking for a drop-off back to Hosu and saying that while he didn't like Tamura's goal, he still had a warped conviction to change the status. What bullshit. And then he kept going on with his meaningless words, that he's reforming the town, that a hero should only be those with feats worthy enough to consider them one, that the rest of them are just playing the part for money. Seriously? He didn't understand how someone that was so against the current hero society could also miss the mark by so much. Heroes are what they are, that was the point. And that's what made society's admiration of them so annoying. All Might was the peak of it. Everyone believed he could save everyone. The man himself might believe that too, secure in their false truth of the world. But the real truth was that heroes can't save everyone. That doesn't make them fake, that's just the way it is. The very idea of a hero is a false promise to begin with. And it was an idea the so-called hero killer Stain bought into so completely he made it his life's mission to call the crowd. Tamura hated that word. Reform, destroy, was a much better one. That fucker, we're gonna steal the limelight right off him. He's just as annoying as everyone else. Tamura spat in the direction Stain had jumped off the tall roof they were transported to. They had arrived when the day was approaching night, a great time to put some monsters in the dark. Bring out the Nomu. As if I'd let him get away with stabbing me like that. Kurojiri didn't say anything, but still opened up his gate. It brought a grin back to Tamura's face. On the third day of their workplace training, another peaceful day of patrol had ended in disaster. Fires were spreading over the city of Hosu, likely having been started in the confusion caused by familiar-looking monsters spreading terror. However, things didn't look unsalvageable. Heroes, both ones with their own agencies from the surrounding area and the sidekicks that followed them, were taking them down. They helped emergency services with rescuing the people caught in the crossfire as well as with putting out the flames. It wasn't a pretty sight, but the news that top heroes were doing the bulk of the work against the force of Nomu enforced hope in the people at the scene. Everyone was working hard, but they were managing it. If this had happened only a week ago, Tenya would be working alongside those heroes. He would have been filled with pride to finally have the chance work alongside those that were helping people in need. To work alongside heroes like his brother, to work with his brother. Ingenium. But that kind of future will never happen now. How many times had Tenya dreamt of the day he would work under Tensei at their family's agency? Maybe one day taking on the role of its leader, but only after learning everything he could from his brother. When he was just a child, he had dreamt of being a hero by his brother's side, and as he grew older, he dreamt of succeeding after him, but only after Tensei was ready to retire. Perhaps he'd have even pushed Tensei to retire early, if he had a family or was feeling the pains of the injuries he'd collected over his years of service. It was meant to be a rite of passage, not because the agency needed a new ingenium. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Forget being the head hero of the agency, Tensei couldn't even walk anymore. His most prized skill, his quirk and speed, his ability to be a hero, all gone in a single moment. Taken by a single man that had the audacity to act like he wasn't a villain. A man that believed he had the right to kill and ruin the lives of heroes he considered unworthy. As though Tensei would ever be unworthy of his title. The hero killer's opinion was clearly worth less than garbage itself. Tenya had been thinking a lot the past week. He thought about why he was at UA, about why he wanted to be a hero, and he questioned if being a hero was what he had truly wanted at all. Maybe the thing he had really wanted was to be a hero that his brother and family would be proud of, to advance past the child he knew Tensei still saw when he smiled at him fondly and grow into their family legacy beside him. He had thought the important part of that was him being a hero, not being with his brother. Maybe he had been wrong about that. It wouldn't be something to be ashamed of. After all, Uraraka was righteous in her desire to become a hero for the sake of her family. Why would it not be the same for him as well? But he knew, this was something to be ashamed of. He knew that Tensei wouldn't smile fondly at him now. If he had been present to see Tenya turn his back on the people and heroes, he could be providing aid for the moment Manuel rushed away to put out the fires. His parents, his teachers at UA, his friends who had all worried for him so much, Uraraka, Shinso, Azui, and even Midoriya, who had shown his concern with a gift that Tenya had given away, he knew they would have all asked him, "Why are you not acting? This is your moment, this is the kind of situation you had trained for. Why are you not helping?" And to that, the only response he would have to give is, "I'm not needed, there are other heroes here that will take care of this. The thing I need to do is somewhere else in this city." With everyone's attention drawn away by matters more important than a student in training, Tenya sped away from the fires into one of the many alleyways of Hosu. The night was dark, but the street and city lights illuminated everything but the depths of the side alleys he passed. He kept his ears peeled more than his eyes, knowing that if he was nearby wherever the hero killer struck, he'd hear the commotion before seeing it. It was a stretch even with his research into the regions of the serial killer's previous attacks, which were but cowardly ambushes within dim alleys like the one his brother had fallen prey to, but it was the only thing he could do. All he could hope was that luck was in his favor. It was after he was a good ways away from the main action that he was startled out of his search. "You know, I came along because this might happen, but I'd really hoped you weren't that stupid." Tenya skidded to a stop, glancing everywhere around to find where Kuwaro's voice had come from. There were too many dark areas to even begin to guess which one he was in, if he was in one at all. Down here. Come on, think it through. Tenya swerved his gaze down to his hip. The black rabbit foot hung from his belt there, but now it featured a horrifying human-looking eye. The black iris dotted on white looked up at Tenya like it was on a person, and not an unnatural addition to a previously eyeless souvenir. He gasped out, "You gave me this so you could do this. I thought that was a genuine act of concern on your part. How could you?" Kuwaro scoffed back without a mouth to speak, but still with an eye to show his eye roll at least. "You're gonna tear into me for making a plan to stop you from breaking the law? Really? Where's your class vice president?" Tenya's complaining halted as his mouth screwed up. Shame swept over him even as his anger continued on unhindered inside. He could recognize that Kuwaro was correct, that he was in the right, but that didn't mean he wasn't frustrated with it. He clicked the rabbit foot off his belt to bring Kuwaro up to eye level. "I thought I left you back there. When did you have time to attach to this? I just did it the instant you looked away from me and everything else. I knew you would run and started off close enough that I could go into it, and you didn't care enough about me to glance back." The eye centered on the foot narrowed at its glare sharpened. "Do you really think that's the thing to worry about right now? What the hell do you think you're doing? Get your butt out of here." Tenya's frown deepened as he considered that. He'd already been caught and was running blind. Maybe this was the time to quit while he was ahead. However, that was when a scream echoed from down the road. Both Tenya's eyes and Kuwaro's tracked the direction it had come from. It sounded like it had come from a man, and he couldn't be more than a block away. And that was when the despair and grief all came to the forefront again. There was no room for shame, there was no room to think about what others would think of him. All he could think of was, "I'm sorry, Tenya. Your brother. I understand that you disapprove of this, and I'll understand if you report me to manual or other authorities, but that man, his lips curled further into a grimace as he practically growled, "I cannot stand by as long as the murderer that maimed my brother is free. He must be brought down, and I will do so in the name of Ingenium. I will end him." He threw the rabbit's foot onto the ground the same moment he jetted away. Kuwaro's voice could reach him just enough to hear, "Dear Satan below, help me." Hawks had sorta taken a leap of faith for his capability when it came to handling children, a challenge he'd never had to face for longer than the amount of time it took to rescue a civilian kid and give them a picture and autograph, but so far it seemed like everything was panning out. His main goal had been to lure in Midoriya to ask his questions and provide some guidance in exchange, with Tokoyami being both a promising potential recruit as well as a backup source of info in case the main player of the USJ incident declined. He hadn't expected the extra paperwork that came along with requesting Midoriya, but he had no problem signing himself up for extra liability in pursuit of what he wanted. He was confident he'd keep a close enough eye on the kid that it wouldn't be an issue, and being a hero was nothing if not a career meant for people that didn't mind extra potential liability. Though usually it's in the form of death or grievous injury in exchange for their paycheck. In his case though, the paycheck was irrelevant. He was just doing as he was taught. In the 2 days he had with them so far, things had gone great. The first patrol was a bit shaky, but he got them on the right track by following up with them, and he'd even gotten the information he'd wanted earlier than he'd expected. He thought he'd have to gain Midoriya's trust over the course of a couple of days before he'd bring it up and the kid would be more willing to give answers. As it turned out though, the kid was very intuitive when it came to other people having personal agendas. Most heroes in training wouldn't deeply question a top hero's interest in them outside of wanting to know what let the hero see their potential, but Midoriya had been so sure that Hawks had wanted him for an alternative purpose that he'd been willing to question him outright about it. And as that turned out, usually nothing about Midoriya was outright. Midoriya had a quality that Hawks internally referred to as having a strong sense of composure. It was the ability to have a good enough control over one's reactions and body language that they could portray any response they wished regardless of how they truly felt. If some people wore their hearts on their sleeves, this would be the opposite of that. Most people would call that deception, see it as a negative quality, but in reality everyone used this skill to varying degrees. Parents did it every Christmas when they promised their kids that Santa would come and leave them presents, hiding that their excitement was for the joy that would come from when their children woke up to open the presents they gave them, not a storybook character. Every woman that had to fake disappointment and come up with a reason for turning down an overly persistent man did it, fearing for the reaction that would occur should they express their distaste. Most minimum wage workers did it when they had to pretend like they didn't mind coming in on a day they were supposed to have off, lest their superiors see their attitude as a reason to fire them. It was a necessity. Everyone did it, and some people were better than others. Hawks himself had been heavily trained in this skill. His trainers had stated the importance of a hero maintaining their composure both in the face of enemies as well as the public and press. Though, he didn't put on an act constantly. He didn't have to fake the enjoyment that came from interacting with his fans and the people of Fukuoka, for example, and it was part of the character he'd given himself to come off as nonchalant with a lot of things he honestly felt that way about. Rankings? Hero statistics? Of course he waved interviewers off about that. He wasn't personally invested in it to begin with. He just did his work and made sure to do it well. He was glad he'd portrayed himself to be the type of hero that didn't mind blowing people off on occasion so that he didn't have waste time citing through boring agony and nodding with a smile the millions of times pointless stuff like that came up. Where his sense of composure came into play usually was with the way that he went about those things. Diverting the conversation in a way that wasn't offensive or obtrusive, laughing about how busy being the number 3 hero was to perfectly lead into the end of an impromptu fan meet and greet while he was out and about, blowing it off whenever an interview brought up how hard he must be working because the general public liked it more when it seemed like their heroes didn't put in any effort to keep things safe, case in point, All Might, that kind of thing. He only occasionally had to blatantly lie about his opinion or fake a reaction to maintain the type of image he wanted, and he believed that to be an acceptable ratio. If he had to put on an act every time he went outside, it went without saying that would be a hard life to live. It was because of this that when Hawks actually met the mysterious Midoriya Izuku and saw that that was exactly how the kid lived his life, he wasn't surprised about the kid's history of poor mental health. He wasn't certain that it contributed to whatever previous mental breakdown Midoriya had that led to an attempt at offing himself, but that seemed like a strong correlation to him. The kid was quite good at it too. No signs of being exhausted over it other than the paperwork Hawks had received. The way he took a door straight to the face without dropping his smile or showing any expression of pain despite his clearly bleeding and damaged nose was something even Hawks's highly stringent trainers would have given a passing grade. It had been their opinion that unless a hero was literally about to drop unconscious or drop dead, there was no excuse for showing they were in pain. How could the people ever feel safe knowing their heroes are fallible? The best heroes always know better than to let the public see that side of them. Just look at All Might. Hawks hadn't really understood that thought process as a child. The reason he looked up to the hero he did was precisely because he'd seen how he struggled, and thus wanted to root for him even more because of it. But if the popularity polls were any indication, he was in the minority with that opinion. Of course there were some things the kid could do to improve it a bit and make it look more natural, but for the most part, he was good enough that Hawks just assumed UA had started training on that and the kid was a natural at it. If he'd thought about it more, he'd have realized even if UA had that kind of class, they probably wouldn't let a student that was a suicide liability attend it and potentially learn how to better hide that they were planning another attempt. But as it was, he only realized that after he'd already gone through the awkwardness of bringing it up with the kids and thinking, right, that portion of his training was probably part of the set the majority would classify as non-ethical, and therefore wasn't something a school like UA would do. Oops. After that he'd gotten Midoriya's interesting request out of him and mentally prepared for an equally interesting next day. However, the type of interesting that greeted him in the morning was not the type Hawks had been anticipating. Hawks-san, it seems like the UA students are having trouble with something in the changing room. He looked at his sidekick expectantly without letting the vague surprise he felt show. For some reason his sidekicks had all gotten the idea to never bother him when he was having his morning coffee because he works so hard every other time of the day, so this must be serious. What kind of trouble could they be having in the changing room? That question earned him a sheepish look from his underlying. I don't know, but they're taking a long time in there. And when I went to check on him, They locked the door and Tokoyami told me to leave. I couldn't believe it. I don't know what's going on, but something is. I hope them turning me away isn't because they're still angry about the door thing. Hawks hummed in a monotone response, but he was already putting down his coffee to walk down to the area. He shouted back at his sidekick, "They were never angry at you in the first place. Just continue preparing for the patrol, okay?" He doubted whatever reason Tokoyami had for denying a pro-hero entrance had anything to do with the students causing mischief or anything like that. It was probably because of something to do with Midoriya, but whatever that was, Hawks would just have to go survey the damage for himself. When Hawks arrived, the feathers on his wings felt a soft vibration from sound that was too soft to be picked up by his ears. He tried the door to find it was still locked. He could easily break in or slip a feather through to unlock it himself, but it was better to try and work with Tokoyami first before resorting to that. "Tokoyami-kun, it's me. Can you let me in?" There was a moment of silence. Hesitation. Hawks mentally gave them 5 seconds before he'd proceed with letting himself in, but within 3 the sound of the latch unlocking rang out. Tokoyami's eye peeked out at him through the crack in the door, before it opened wider and the boy stepped aside to let him through. The whole while, Tokoyami's worried gaze flitted back and forth between Hawks and somewhere deeper into the locker room. Midoriya locked himself in the bathroom. He said he just needed a minute, but it's been a while and he still won't come out. When your sidekick came by earlier, he freaked out and said he didn't want anyone else know something was wrong. And I tried talking to him, but... Hawks shut the door and locked it behind him, quickly asking, "What happened? Did anything change that you noticed?" Tokoyami tilted his head towards the far wall, and Hawks's gaze swiftly found the broken remains of one of the mirrors in the room. The mirror broke when he was looking at it. At first I thought he was afraid that you'd be upset about that, but this seems like more than that. Hawks nodded once in agreement and made his way to the bathroom stalls. The door to the whole bathroom was closed and presumably locked as Tokoyami had reported. He knocked lightly on it, giving a full 3 seconds before saying, "Midoriya-kun? What's going on?" Even though he made it seem like he was waiting on the boy's word, a feather was already slipping in under the door. He directed it to flit into a corner somewhere, hoping it wouldn't be an obtrusive sight wherever Midoriya was in the room. Right now all he was using it for was reconnaissance. Vibrations hit his sensitive feathers, now strong enough that his mind could interpret what kinds of sounds or movement they were coming from. It was the sound of heavy breathing, panting maybe, and a soft dial of a phone. Like Midoriya was calling someone. An electronic voice went on the line, and there was a strained huff of frustration. A voicemail then. All that was left was the sound of breathing again. Hawks knocked again as a reminder. "Midoriya, I need to know if something's wrong. If you don't respond, I'll have to assume the worst." There was another huff, this one more wavering than the previous, but after a delay Midoriya spoke up enough that his ears could hear, "I broke it again. I saw that the mirror's broken. Yeah. I'm not mad about it at all. You know how much I make in a week? One mirror is nothing, you can break all the mirrors you want. Since it's for the agency, I can even make the replacement a tax write-off." Hawks made sure to keep his tone nice and level, the easygoing drawl he was known for. Nothing that would alarm the kid. "No, it keeps breaking. I don't want it to break, but it does." What? It was a good thing interpreting vague statements was a pastime of his. No wonder Tokoyami couldn't get anywhere talking it out. Quirk gets unruly sometimes? That's fine too. You already know that UA helps with training it, but for the aspects that training won't help there are plenty of options for management. It's all about finding the right strategy. That's not it. His feather felt a deep breath, but Midoriya kept it quiet enough that his ears couldn't hear it. Whenever it happened before, it was fine. It just happened sometimes, like days where the horoscope was bad. But it's not like that anymore. It's an actual curse now. Tokoyami jumped in before he could say anything. "Your quirk isn't a curse, Midoriya. Just like Dark Shadow. It is." Tokoyami flinched back from how loud that shout was, a total contrast to the soft muttering Midoriya had been speaking in previously. When Midoriya continued on, he wasn't quite as loud, but only because he wasn't absolutely screaming. "It's happened 3 times already now. Ever since my quirk broke a mirror the day Mom died, whenever it's happened something terrible happens that day. It's a bad omen. The second time was the day I tried to kill myself, and the third time was the day of the USJ. I know the second one was something I did to myself, but the USJ too. That can't be a coincidence. Jinx is just a quirk that curses everything around it, and I'm a curse too. I was trying to calm down, but I just can't get rid of the thought that if I come out something bad will happen. Just going and thinking things will be okay isn't enough. Technically, since Midoriya failed his suicide attempt, Hawks wouldn't really put it in the same category as those other things. But it was hardly the right time to point that out. Tokoyami was beginning to look distraught, and with his feather Hawks could hear that Midoriya was breathing faster, almost hyperventilating. The feather slipped out of its corner and unlocked the door. Hawks tried to enter swiftly without quite bursting in. Because of the same feather, he already knew Midoriya was positioned sitting on the floor against the wall, with his head now crouched over his knees and his hands over his ears, so he immediately approached the boy to kneel down, making sure not to touch him. Midoriya didn't look up at him. Midoriya. No response. Hawks's wings came around to bend above their heads, blocking out the harsh fluorescent light to make a shaded pocket between them. The change in environment was enough to cause Midoriya to jolt his head back and presumably jolt out of his thoughts. He looked at Hawks like he was shocked he'd entered the room. Hawks continued to speak calmly. I'm not going to tell you that nothing's gonna happen today, because I don't know, but I will tell you that you don't really know if your quirk is the agent that's causing anything, you're just assuming that. I know it might seem like it is because you see the broken mirror happen before whatever incident that comes about happens later, but the USJ was the type of thing that gets prepared for days in advance. Just because you saw it for yourself later doesn't mean the mirror breaking came first. And even if it chronologically happened the other way around, that still doesn't prove anything. It could be that it's an omen, like you said, and an omen doesn't cause the misfortune, it just occurs before it as a sign. It would make more sense if your quirk worked that way, at least in my opinion. Midoriya just looked at him with blank confusion, like he was still processing everything, so Hawks decided to keep going. You're not the one doing anything, things like that just happen, whether it's for no reason or because of other people. You staying locked in here and not leaving isn't gonna change anything. Actually, if something bad does happen, that'll mean you missed your chance to change things for yourself. A hero always thinks about those kinds of things. They're people that want their presence to have a positive effect on the world. You can do that too. Hawks let a soft smile come onto his face then, feeling like it was time to transition the comforting into a more uplifting mood. But man, you're seriously gonna be a great hero, you know that? You got an alarm system built into you and everything. I wish I had something like that to tell me if it's gonna be a rough day. And when I saw you on TV, my first thought was that you had a great quirk to work alongside with. When you're someone my level, the only thing that's uncertain when it comes to winning is luck. It's never a thing I can control for. But you can do just that. Bad luck for the bad guys is just good luck for us, right? It's all about perspective. So any hero that works with you will always have luck on their side. That's a cool quirk to have. Midoriya's single eye got wider the more Hawks said, and his head lifted further out of its crouched posture. By the time Hawks got to the end of his spiel, the boy's mouth parted slightly as his jaw dropped, the most genuine expression of disbelief he's seen of the kid yet. Then, that green eye turned shiny with welling tears. When one slipped down Midoriya's cheek, his fingers grazed it like he was checking to see if it was really there. A couple more added to the tracks, but his expression still wasn't one of distress. He looked bewildered more than anything else. Midoriya quickly moved to wipe at his eye, finally averting his stare. Sorry, I don't think anyone's ever told me I was good luck before. I didn't expect that. It's a bit of a shock. Hawks couldn't help the sympathetic pang he felt at that. Don't apologize for something like this, kid. He let his wings drop back down his back, and out of the corner of his eye saw Tokoyami creeped closer with great apprehension. The hand not rubbing his eye pulled at the black eye patch, revealing to Hawks's surprise that the cybernetic prosthetic was also crying. Midoriya started rubbing at it right as he finished clearing up the other one, muttering, I didn't know this one still worked. Recovery Girl's quirk is pretty amazing to be able to fix the tear glands like that. It really is. It was Tokoyami who answered. The bird boy was now close enough that he could crouch down too. He glanced down, unsure of himself, before he looked back at Midoriya with a furrowed brow to ask, "Midoriya, can I hug you? Or, do you want a hug? I don't usually do stuff like this, so I don't know how it goes." For F's sake, fumigage. Hawks stood up to back away slightly and make room for the sentient shadow that decided to join them of its own accord, if Tokoyami's scandalized face was anything to go by. Its claws grabbed Tokoyami's arms to manual wrap them around Midoriya's body. Midoriya just sat still and let Dark Shadow do its work. "You do it like this? How hard can it be? Do I really gotta do everything around here?" "Dark Shadow. Don't you Dark Shadow me. The only reason I have to come out nowadays is 'cause you don't know what you're doing." Even if that's the case, manhandling Midoriya and I without regard for the subtlety of the circumstances is unwanted assistance. Cease and desist at once. Tokoyami's body twisted over itself to yell at Dark Shadow, with his arms still forcibly wrapped around Midoriya. Midoriya, on the other hand, had just gone limp, letting himself be dragged in favor of watching the scene. "You can't fool me. If you really wanted me to stop, you'd stop me yourself. You're just being a tsundere. Who ever heard of a goth tsundere? You can't mix those archetypes." "Goth tsundere?" Hawks couldn't keep it in any longer. The start of another laughing fit burst out of his lungs as he proceeded to bust his gut. A second loud laugh joined in. Hawks cracked his eye open in the middle of his heaving to see it was coming from Midoriya. Still forcibly wrapped in Tokoyami's grip via Dark Shadow, the boy's eyes were squeezed shut as he laughed through a wide grin. Tokoyami's scandalized rage was forgotten as he swiftly reverted his gaze back towards Midoriya to blink at his friend in shock. "And Midoriya? Sorry, Tokoyami-kun. It's just, you guys are just way too funny." "Huh?" Midoriya forced out. Even as he said this, though, he was already getting it back under control, but the smile lingered on his face. Tokoyami continued staring at Midoriya, not noticing that Dark Shadow had now let go and went back into the shadow he was born from. He trailed aimlessly, "I don't believe I've ever seen you laugh like that before." "Really? Yeah, I guess I don't usually laugh that hard. It's probably been a while." Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck as he said that, his gaze averting to the side. The two awkwardly parted, but not before Tokoyami rubbed at Midoriya's back in another attempt at comfort. With that sorted out, Hawks told the two to continue getting ready and that they would head out in a moment. It looked like they were already finished changing, but he wanted to give them a bit of a breather. Thinking over what just happened, Hawks gave himself a mental pat on the back for getting Midoriya back on his feet. He'd considered the possibility of the boy having emotional issues during the week because of unforeseen circumstances, but he didn't think it'd happen because of something as minor as breaking a mirror. He'd had to adapt on the fly, his specialty, of course, but was able to still arrive at the core message he'd wanted to give. A message that could help Midoriya see things from a different perspective. But of course he said the right words. He'd scripted out what to say ahead of time. He'd planned it right after first receiving that notice from UA off the assumption the boy's issues were rooted in the quirk complex he seemed to showcase in the sports festival. It wasn't fully obvious, but it was the most likely explanation for the way he held back in the final round combined with his extreme concern over if he'd hurt his friend the round prior. If something happened, he'd planned to say most of what he'd said to Midoriya just now, though he adjusted to the circumstances. When he first saw Midoriya's state, he'd been afraid the boy was in too much of a funk for words to be effective, but he'd chosen the right ones apparently. Struck the chord he'd been aiming for. That was all that mattered in the end. He wondered if All Might, the hero his handlers had always used as an example of what to be, also had to carefully plan the words he said to people, or if it just came naturally to him like he was born to have this job. Speaking the right words was one of the things that hadn't come naturally to Hawks as a kid. He'd had to learn a lot on how to know what to say and who to say it to. What he was more concerned with now is what Midoriya was panicking over, though. It sounded like, based on recent events, when his quirk broke a mirror on its own in the beginning of the day, something awful happened later during that same day. It had only happened 3 times, but the severity of those events was enough to trigger Midoriya into an emotional breakdown this time. Assuming the pattern remained the same, Hawks wondered over what supposed misfortune was coming now. Was it here in Fukuoka and they would miss it by going to Hosu? Does the omen take into account their leaving and whatever happens occurs in Hosu? Would it involve the hero they would be seeing today, the eternal number 2 himself? Is there no way to change things and the future was set in stone? Meaning he was setting Midoriya up for failure. Or could they actually pull off the lip service he'd given and negate whatever misfortune was being foretold? In the entryway of his agency, Hawks made a show of a great yawn and stretch, lifting his arms over his head along with his fierce wings stretching out as far as they could go. At the exact same time, the feather he'd left with the kids felt them leaving the locker room to hurry his way. There was no way to know without flying headfirst into it, but in terms of trying to change their luck, Midoriya was exactly the right person for the job. Just as he'd. What exactly do you think you're doing here? Izuku felt Tokoyami shift a step back, likely having not expected the raging fire Endeavor's flame beard had become in response to Hawks's casual greeting and grin. Just minutes before, the third-ranked hero had told them to stroll in like they owned the place, literally, actually said that. And likely mostly for Tokoyami's benefit. Izuku would have just copied Hawks's strategy for their entrance without being told to, and they were welcomed by a somewhat frantic secretary. The number 2 himself was called in shortly after, and very clearly didn't appreciate having to show up. Hawks just laughed like Endeavor was playfully bantering, not acknowledging that the man was now more on fire than he usually was. Didn't I say it the first time? I wanted to show my little chicks around your place. Since we're both doing this intern thing for the first time, I figured we could help each other out. You can show mine something new and I can show yours something new. Win-win, right? The audacity, you overstep yourself, boy. I want nothing to do with your inability to teach your flock. Endeavor shifted from a fiery yell to a verbal sneer to match the one on his face, and in any case, you have nothing to offer Shudo that I can't teach him. Hawk's grin turned into an overblown pout. I don't be like that. I'm sure I have specialties that you don't, and the kids just wanted to see how you do things, you know? As someone so much more experienced than me. Izuku did a single side glance at Hawks's minor pause, and swiftly averted his eyes again when he saw Hawks was giving Endeavor a sweeping gaze that turned his innocuous statement into an innuendo. He had no idea if it was only to purposely rile up the man even further, but he didn't really want to know. Either way, that was the exact effect Hawks's words had. The fire on Endeavor's face almost exploded with the force of its revival. His scream boomed through the entranceway of the Endeavor agency, "Get out already!" I wasn't even finished with my pitch. Like I was saying, they wanted to check things out. Especially Midoriya. Hawks spoke his name with a significant and vague emphasis that gave Izuku an unsettling feeling. The man then turned to send him an additionally unsettling look as he asked casually, "Though, I'm not sure why the kid wanted to see your agency specifically. He forgot to mention it. What is it that you wanted to see from Endeavor, Midoriya?" There was an extremely awkward silence as Hawks waited, apparently expecting an answer. Izuku glanced away from Hawks to see Endeavor staring at him too, looking shocked by the sudden and unwanted turn in the conversation. He watched Midoriya's mouth like he was waiting also to see if he'd answer. Izuku immediately knew what Hawks was trying to do, but had no idea how Hawks knew to do what he was trying. He hadn't made a single mention about Todoroki, let alone that there was something about something that Endeavor wouldn't want Izuku to tell Hawks about. What does he know? Izuku had no idea now. There was a certain irony with Izuku being so paranoid yet choosing Hawks for his workplace training, a hero that while he believed to be a good person was also the most suspicious person he'd ever met. Not even Kuro was more suspicious, and he actively embraced it as a personality trait. But he'd already decided to go with whatever strategy Hawks had to secure them a visit, so he glanced back towards Hawks's expecting look and made sure to elongate his words and stall as he stuttered out, I just kind of wanted to see Todoroki-kun, Vivek on him, because that was as far as he got before Endeavor cut him off with a frustrated growl. Fine. If you care so much you'd travel this far just to waste my day, I have better things to do than argue about it. Do what you want, just stay out of my way. Endeavor turned his back to them before Izuku could see if he was shaken up by the blackmail? Extortion? Is it either of those things when he was the one doing illegal things? Probably. At least this time he doesn't really think it's his fault since Hawks was the one maneuvering Izuku to do the blackmailing for him. To make matters worse, Hawks then promptly rewarded him for the successful blackmailing with a pat on the shoulder and a quiet, "Nice job. He's still here to learn how to be a hero, right? Midoriya? Tokoyami? What are you guys doing here?" Midoriya's focus was drawn away from the questionable circumstances and towards a confused Todoroki, who was emerging out of the hallway Endeavor had stormed down just seconds prior. He must have already been on his way to have such spot-on timing. Hawks beamed at the incoming Todoroki in a way that was vaguely similar to the way he had smiled at the older one, in that he ignored the lack of shared enthusiasm. Though, Todoroki just looked at the man with more confusion instead of Endeavor's hostility. "Nice to meet the prodigal son. I'm sure you know who I am and you'd rather talk with your friends, so I'll just leave you guys to it. Maybe I can get that old man of yours to show me around." There was not a chance in hell that Endeavor would show him around, but there was no point in poking holes in Hawks's excuse when he was leaving for their benefit. Todoroki watched Hawks's back following Endeavor's path with narrowed eyes, likely not appreciating the mention of his father. It was Tokoyami, who was also looking confused, that was the first to turn to Izuku and question, "Why did you need to check up on Todoroki so badly, Midoriya? Did something happen?" His eyes swept over towards Todoroki with that last question. Todoroki hadn't even known he was the reason for their visit though, and thus turned his gaze back to Izuku to look for answers. And here he was trying to not lie to Tokoyami as much. There's no helping it this time though, right? It's not even about him. I just knew that Todoroki-kun chose Endeavor's agency because he wanted to try to use the fire part of his quirk more. You know how hard it is to accept a quirk you resent, so He glanced away as he trailed off without finishing the thought, letting Tokoyami fill in the gaps himself. Tokoyami gave Todoroki a surprised look, and just nodded sagely without comment. Technically he wasn't lying. He figured Todoroki would be having a hard time because of that and was empathetic, but that alone wouldn't have been a good enough reason to barge in like this. The single raised eyebrow Todoroki sent his way showed that he also knew that wasn't a good enough reason, but if he had figured out the actual reason, he didn't address it directly. "You didn't need to come. I'm doing fine like I told you." "Well, I know you said that, yeah, but I was still worried. It's hard for me to believe things without seeing for myself firsthand." Izuku stumbled over his words in nervousness, but his eyes were busy looking over Todoroki. From what he could see, Todoroki didn't look injured at all. He couldn't check everywhere, but that did support the idea that Todoroki was being honest and Izuku had been overreacting like usual. It made him feel embarrassed he was essentially imposing for nothing. Todoroki sighed in response, but the glint in his eye got softer. It was fortunate he wasn't annoyed by Izuku's paranoia. Ironic for someone that believes in superstitions. "You've never actually seen something like the Kukusake Ana, right?" "I guess that's true, yeah. But cryptid stuff isn't really the same, it's for fun." "Fun. Right." They talked for a bit after that, Tokoyami and him filling in Todoroki on what their training has been like and Todoroki responding in kind. This went on for a while, until they heard the sound of voices approaching from the hallway. "I said that my son and I are going patrolling, and that you will have no part in it. Go fly off somewhere else. And I said that before you said to do what you want, just stay out of my way. As long as we do that last part, what difference does it make for us to tag along? That's not staying out of my way. It is if we follow behind you and instead of being in front." "Ha." Izuku could hear the grin in Hawks's voice chirping out that last line before he saw it when the two entered the room. Predictably, it was contrasted by the annoyed grimace Endeavor firmly directed straight ahead of him, trying not to encourage Hawks by sending any attention his way. As it was, Izuku highly doubted that sort of strategy would work against the hero who was much more determined and craftier than he acted. Tokoyami just sighed at the argument, while Todoroki's brows scrunched together. He was the only one bold enough to speak up. "Does it really matter if they come along? They're already here." Endeavor turned to glare down at his son, who glared right back. You know I don't collaborate with heroes outside my agency unless absolutely necessary. They'll just be distractions from my work and your training. Training to work with other heroes is still training, Todoroki stated without inflection at first, but then he gained a slightly goading tone. Are you just afraid that Hawks will show you up? I would have thought you'd have more confidence than that. Izuku saw it coming before Todoroki even finished speaking. Endeavor's face blew up again, literally, and he screamed, "Absolutely not. I just don't want to have to work around him." So you're not even good enough that you can coordinate around others, and you're only good when you're on your own. I see. Todoroki didn't say that's probably why you can't beat All Might, but Endeavor probably heard that anyway. Endeavor grit his teeth through his words. That's not it either. It's a matter of preference and nothing more, but if you doubt me so much, fine. I'll prove it. If nothing else, this will be a demonstration of how you'll have to watch yourself when working with competing heroes in the field. Endeavor's fiery glare shifted to finally look at Hawks himself, with Hawks still grinning in return. Many situations will require working with everyone around you at the time, but without dire circumstances, more ambitious heroes will seek opportunities to snipe work from you to enhance their own standing. Hawks just scoffed at that, waving off Endeavor and the flames that were too close for comfort. I think you're projecting a bit there. Small timers do that all the time, but I'm a bit too advanced for that to be effective now, aren't I? I'm flattered that you think I have so much ambition that I'd actively try tearing you down just to raise my position like that though. That's way too much work in my book. Honestly, I'd like it better if my rank was a little lower, you know? A nice rank that's not as stressful like in the teens or something. Izuku didn't know if it was a good or bad move to say that kind of thing to a man that basically gave up his morality for the purpose of climbing the official ranking ladder. Endeavor didn't react much more than another sneer. If that's the case, then at least pretend to take pride in your ranking. It's an embarrassment to the industry that someone apparently as unmotivated as you beat out everyone below you so quickly. I guess you could think about it like that, but to me, well, Hawks gave a half shrug as his grin curled into a meaner smirk. It's not my fault if they can't keep up with me. Just 'cause I'm not trying to beat them doesn't mean I'll slow down for them. Endeavor continued his glare for an elongated second. Then, he shut his eyes with a sigh and made his way towards the door, calling out behind him without turning around, "That's true as well, I suppose." Did they just come to a consensus on something? And what and how? It was a strange situation, but Izuku was a believer in following the wisdom of sayings, and that included don't look a gift horse in the mouth. The semantics on how that was actually bad advice if one was referencing the Trojan horse could be mentally debated another time. Instead, he dismissed the happenstance to softly say to Todoroki, "Wow, you can work around him really well." Todoroki just shrugged at that, a much more casual thing than Hawks's borderline dramatic movement prior. It's like I said. The afternoon patrol wasn't much different from how it was when they were in Fukuoka. A similar cityscape with some additional non-villain-related tension. However, all that quickly changed once dusk set in. Endeavor pressed a hand to his ear over his comm. He cursed at whatever he heard, announcing, "There's an attack going on further into Hosu City. It's all hands on deck." "Looks like it's a good thing I tagged along after all," then, Hawks said like Izuku hadn't had a promotion of catastrophe earlier that day. He glanced over to look at Izuku and Tokoyami with a serious look Izuku hadn't seen from him before. "Just do it like how you were yesterday, but don't play offense this time. Focus on rescue efforts and don't take on more than you can chew. You don't even have licenses after all. Follow police orders. And try to stick to Todoroki too, will you?" Hawks launched into the air and flew ahead like usual. Tokoyami unfurled Dark Shadow and quickly made after him, grabbing both Izuku and Todoroki before lifting off. A flash of fire underneath them signaled that Endeavor was using his quirk to push ahead. The black arms holding on to Izuku seemed to almost vibrate, thrumming with more energy than he'd remembered. There was a soft growl that Tokoyami shushed with a hiss. "This is a bit difficult. The sun is almost fully down now. Please be wary of me tonight. He'll be easily agitated." "I don't think it's likely that we won't run into something agitating," Todoroki commented. He was looking down at the claws holding him too. "This is a practical use for your quirk though. Just keep it up." Easier said than done. After only about 5 minutes of flight, Hawks suddenly dived below in a blur. They were jerked down by Dark Shadow, and landed just in time to see one red feather pull a man away while another longer one pierced the head of a white creature. The breath rushed out of Izuku when he caught sight of the bleeding, exposed brain. The muscled figure was more lanky and smaller than the one he saw at the USJ, along with being a different color, but it was definitely something of a similar kind. A Nomu. And the sound of destruction going on just a block down the road along with more flashes of white suggested there was more than one this time. He knew something bad was going to happen today. "Endeavor, I'll flank you," Hawks said before Izuku noticed the other hero was there. He had already gone down the street following after the chaos. After seeing the glow of fire that wasn't from the hero, Hawks tacked on, "Help Endeavor's sidekicks with evacuation or help the firefighters. Use your best judgment of what else to take on." In a blur, Hawks was off again. Night was fully setting in, and Tokoyami was breathing heavily. He moved to stand right beneath a streetlight, crouched over his stomach. And Dark Shadow was just out, larger than usual and growling menacingly. "I did say it would be agitating." Tokoyami glared at Todoroki's comment, and then immediately winced as Dark Shadow let out a slightly louder growl. "The darkness is both my greatest ally and my greatest enemy. Perhaps I should leave you both to it until I regain my senses." Izuku objected vehemently. "You want us to split up and leave you alone? In the dark? While the city is under attack? Not a very good idea. Right. Endeavor's sidekicks should be coming through soon. We can stay with them and—" Todoroki cut off as his phone vibrated and chimed in his pocket. He checked it right away, likely looking out for updates from his father, and stiffened in shock at what he saw. "What is it?" Izuku peeked over his shoulder while Tokoyami came over out of the direct light to do the same. A messenger app was open, labeled at the top with Kuwaro's name, and there was a pinned location sent along with a text. "Iida's being stupid like we thought. Pray to Satan for me. The hero killer's out too? What kind of SOS is that? He didn't even ask you to come." Izuku shouted at the same time that Tokoyami yelled his complaint. Izuku continued to ramble on, his hands coming up to clutch his head. "What are the odds? It's actually my fault. It's the mirror. For the love of, it's not the mirror." Tokoyami snapped. Dark Shadow growled behind him in the background. "What mirror? Wait, Kuwaro needs help. Now. What if he or Iida die? I sent Endeavor the location, but I doubt he'll be able to go now. Who knows when he can tell the sidekicks to?" A deep rumbling growl screamed out, "Just go." Him and Todoroki both turned in sync to see Dark Shadow rushing down a side street in the direction of where the pinned location was. Tokoyami was dragged along behind him, not quite kicking, but definitely screaming. "Wait, Tokoyami can't control him in the dark? Like at all?" Todoroki asked with vague confusion. He looked like he barely understood how one of their friends was being taken away by his own quirk against his will. "Well, it's probably a thing with different stages. He said that Dark Shadow won't be able to talk or think deeply when he's far off the deep end, so he's not there yet, but probably soon. Especially considering where he's going. Probably. This is bad. Extremely bad." They didn't even look at each other as both of them began running after the shadow that was quickly fading into the dimness of the city streets ahead of them. It was late in the afternoon by the time Hitoshi was done with his exercises for the day. He had to contain a groan as he entered the dorm, mindful that Eraserhead had come back with him. The man hadn't been lying when he'd said he was putting Hitoshi through a serious week of work. The gap between him and the other hero department kids was too big to not take advantage of the teacher's precious free time. In the living room, he pulled out his phone casually, just checking it mindlessly, only to surprise himself by seeing he'd missed a call from Izuku in the morning. Eraserhead started Hitoshi's day with a lesson explaining the strategy of what practical studies they would be focusing on, which had ranged from improving Hitoshi's base combat to introducing him to Eraserhead's weapon of choice as of today. So Izuku must have made his call right after that began. There was no message saved to his voicemail, but Hitoshi doubted Izuku would leave one even if there was something he needed to talk to Hitoshi about. With that in mind, Hitoshi was about to call back, but a news alert pop-up distracted him at just the right moment. Chaos in Hosu attack. Number 2 hero Endeavor and number 3 hero Hawks at the scene. His stomach dropped when he read the name Hawks, as in, the very same hero Izuku was supposed to be doing his work study with, meaning that Izuku might very well be at Hosu as well. Behind him, there was some rustling before he heard the sound of the TV turning on. Hitoshi turned around to see that Eraserhead was glaring in focus at the screen as he quickly switched to a news channel that was also going over Hosu. The teacher waited all of 3 minutes before cursing under his breath at the reporter's lack of information, because Hawks, who had 2 of his students under his wing, was at the site of an incident of mass chaos, which was also set in a location with another hero agency that had another 2 of his students, Iida and Kuro. Endeavor was there, so include Todoroki in that. But that's a lot of his students involved. No wonder he was glaring so hard. Again under his breath, Eraserhead muttered, "I'm not surprised by this problem child's luck at all. Endeavor and Manual are one thing, but why is a hero that's supposed to be on a different island even there? Don't tell him I said that." He quickly glanced over his shoulder to shout that at Hitoshi, presumably remembering he was still in the room. Hitoshi didn't bother responding, both because Eraserhead wasn't waiting for one and there wasn't a chance he'd say something like that to Izuku. There was no doubt he'd misconstrue it as Eraserhead thinking the entire situation was his fault somehow. There was a strong chance that Izuku was way too busy to be responding to Hitoshi now, but he still wanted to try and see if the other was alright. So instead of calling, Hitoshi just sent a text asking why Izuku called and if he was at Hosu with Hawks. There was no response. And the more time passed without him getting a response, the more worry gnawed at his insides like a ravenous creature. The right decision would have been to let Kuro stop him. His new classmate had gone out of his way to look out for him, try to stop him from making a mistake, but as soon as Tenya realized the hero killer was near, he no longer cared. The scene that he ran into was one similar to what his brother's attack must have looked like. The alleyway was dark, and pinned to the wall was an immobilized pro-hero, staring at the man holding him up by the face with fear for his life in his eyes. The person pinning him was none other than the hero killer himself, or at least, that's what Tenya assumed from tattered blood-red scarf and the way the masked man prepared to strike the hero with the sword in hand. Tenya flashed forward with a fierce kick aimed at the killer's head that was deflected by the swipe of his blade. It nicked the helmet off his head from the force of it, causing him to stagger back. Despite the shudders running down his spine, Tenya raised his head again to reveal his intense glare. A kid in a costume? Get out of here, this is no place for children. The hero killer's tone was blasé as he eyed Tenya for his unexpected entrance. The blatant dismissal just made Tenya burn all the more inside. He growled back, "The hero killer's stain, correct? I've been pursuing you, though I didn't expect to run into you so soon. I am." His words involuntarily halted when the end of Killer's blade pointed straight at his face, right between his eyes. The man gained a considering, contemplative gaze. "You've got the look of a man out for revenge in your eyes. You best watch what you say or even your age won't save you." "Save me? So you don't even consider me a threat?" Tenya could already figure that out, but the confirmation made more of the ugliness he'd been feeling drip into his wavering voice. Even he hated the sound of it. But it wouldn't go away. The more he tried to push it down in his mind and live out his school life as he'd done previous, the more it felt like a lie of omission. Nothing was the same, it would never be the same, not for his brother or for himself. And it was just a day like any other for the murderer before him. In the days before this moment, grief had simmered into anger and then further into hatred the more it had been contained, until it had finally boiled over. Here and now, it crawled out of his gut through his throat using his words and through his eyes using his glare, leaving a painful internal burning in its wake. "I'm sorry, Tenya. Your brother." "Listen up, criminal." There was no waver in his voice now. He spoke with a force he'd never used for even the most ill-behaved classmates. It all paled in comparison with his new perspective of how personal evil in the world could strike. "I am the younger brother of a hero you attacked. He was an amazing, true hero, and I've come to stop you in his stead. My name, inherit my mantle. So remember this name for the short time you have left. I am Ingenium. And I am the hero that is going to end you. He ended his declaration with another kick given with a burst of speed. However, Stain proved to have great maneuverability despite not showing signs of a quirk of that type. He dodged with a great leap and countered in the next instance, a tactically spiked boot pushing him down into his shoulder. When he staggered, he couldn't even think before he was pushed completely to the ground, the flat of a boot on his head and a cruel sword piercing through the meat of his upper arm to pin him to the ground. It was that injury which forced a cry out of him. The hero killer's tone was still blasé even as he scoffed. Ingenium, huh? I used him to get the rumors going, but you're so weak. The both of you are weak because you're fakes. Shut up, he immediately shot back even when all he could do now was glare at the dirty ground beside his head. The damage you did to his spine crippled him. He'll never be a hero again. Even though he's saved so many people and was a leader to his team. There's no reason good enough for doing what you did. Even now, he could remember hearing his brother speak on what it meant to be a hero, the words playing in his mind despite having heard them so young. Heroes have to bear the weight of their title. I'm just glad if my work helps people. His voice began choking up as angry tears rose to his eyes. He couldn't see what look Stain was giving him, but he felt the pressure of the judging gaze upon him anyway. He's my hero. He's a great hero who inspired me. I'll kill you for what you did. Before you do that, the hero killer began speaking at the same time Tenya got his last word out, like he'd been waiting to hear what he'd had to say. Glancing up out of the corner of his eye, he saw Stain point at the hero now crumpled on the floor against the wall. Save him first. The feeling rushed out of him in an emptying sensation that had nothing to do with his arm bleeding out. A dull sense of shock that took him a moment of process, along with processing the words his brother's attacker had said. Forget about yourself and try saving others, don't wield power for your own sake. Getting trapped by your own hatred and acting out of pure selfishness, that makes you the furthest thing from a hero. He had already known that, remembered that ideal he still held deep inside. He'd known it because it's what Tensei would think, but he just couldn't leave things. That's why you have to die now. The blade was pulled out of his body, renewing the pain fresh with a groan, and in a distasteful motion, the hero killer liked at the red staining it with an unnaturally long tongue. His body inexplicably froze up with tension right after. Stain held out his sword pointed downward, likely aiming to pierce Tenya's chest. He paused for hardly a second to say some parting words. Consider yourself a humble sacrifice for... The sword was kicked out of the man's hand with a grunt, his eyes going wide in another second of hesitation. The shock on Stain's face was clear even from Tenya's position on the ground. And the reason for it was due to the black leg ending with a white shoe that was sticking out of the man's stomach area, which had been the one to kick his weapon out of his hand. It was not a common sight even with the existence of quirks that would allow for such an occurrence. A vague thought passed through Tenya's buzzing mind confirming that the hero killer's shirt was, indeed, black. Much like most of his outfit. It would have been easy for Kuro to move from the shadowed ground of the alley up to a black boot, then further up black pant legs to the shirt, assuming the other's quirk allowed for that. A pair of dark hands with contrasting stark white wristbands emerged at the same time the leg retreated back into the black. They swiftly moved up to pull at the ends of the hero killer's scarf, causing the man to let out a choked sound and reflexively pull at the cloth constricting his throat. Kuro's currently disembodied voice sounded, I've already contacted outside forces. Cease and desist and you may have time to escape yet. There was a steady confidence in Kuro's tone that Tenya didn't feel, and he had to wonder if the other boy actually felt it himself. The moment of opportunity granted to him by the surprise of his arrival left as quickly as it came when Stain regained his bearings in the middle of being strangled. His hand shot down to pull out a knife from a holster, one of the many weapons that Tenya could now see were held on his person. It first sliced through his scarf with a single motion, then moved without hesitation to pierce through the black hand across from Stain's hold of it in his right hand. There was a loud gasp of pain as it went right through a palm, fingering twitching, bright red blood leaking out the same color as everyone else's despite the unique tone of Kuro's skin. As soon as the knife was pulled back out, the hands retreated back from whence they came. Stain remained vigilant, watching down himself and at their surroundings with his knife still in hand, waiting for any movement. The movement he'd been waiting for came as a surprise to Tenya himself, when all at once his upper torso was lifted up from beneath him by a pair of shadowy hands that he'd think of as ghostly if not for how solid they were against his armor. They held him by the sides of his chest, letting his lower half and arms drag on the ground as they jumped into a slide out of the alleyway with a startling speed Tenya wouldn't have thought they'd possess. But even with that speed, they'd only just reached the beginning of the alley before they froze in a sudden stop and another gasp. Stain lowered the knife he'd liked as he approached once more. Stain confirmed with a wary tone, "Can't move? Good, I wasn't sure how well that'd work on your quirk. Very unexpected." He picked up his sword off the ground to point at Tenya, or maybe the hands that were still holding him, seemingly stuck in place just as he was. "Identify yourself if you don't want me to include you in this culling. I haven't heard of any heroes with this kind of quirk." Tsugauchi, name's Vantablack, the scheming hero. Not quite official yet since I don't have a license. I doubt there'd be anyone else with this quirk that'd try for the hero life. It's a very dark existence I live. "I'm surprised you care enough to check before killing me," Kuro responded after a moment of apprehension, taking even more time to drawl out his words than usual. If Tenya had to guess, he'd say the other was trying to buy time. Tenya was overcome with the sudden realization that Kuro might actually die in this alleyway with him, all because the other had been trying to save him from himself. The pain of his own death hadn't felt imminent, too caught up in the feeling of failing to avenge his brother, but now the issue was pressing into his throat and constricting his breath at the thought that someone else had been caught up in his selfishness. He spoke quickly, remembering what the hero killer had mentioned earlier about his age. "He's one of my classmates, he's done nothing wrong. Leave him be." He switched to addressing Kuro next, though he couldn't shift his head to show it. "Kuro-kun, this has nothing to do with you. Just leave me. Are you FNG with me?" The disembodied voice sounded downright incredulous, quickly switching to pure offense. "Nothing to do with me? I'm already here stuck in a hell between the outside and inside of darkness that's never happened to me before. I can't leave even if I wanted. Which I don't. Because despite how you and other people may think of me, I would never be so low as to leave someone behind." He'd never heard Kuro sound so angry before, not even just prior when he had been telling Tenya off for his stupidity. Even when the other had talked of how people have looked down on him for his quirk, assuming the worst of him, he spoke of it like it didn't affect him. Like he was above getting angry at the world and instead spent his energy taunting and cajoling it in return for what it gave him. It seemed that in this instant, Tenya's pleas to remove the other from the situation brought on by his mistakes was an insult great enough to bring out that anger. That's a good attitude to have. Even Stain himself approved Kuro's resolve. However, he still finished walking over to point his sword down at Tenya once again, this time right above his neck. Unfortunately, just having the right attitude is not enough to make one a hero. If you do not have the strength to back up your words, to protect the innocent, then in the end your words are nothing more than words. The weak are always called, even when they are in the right. That is the cruelty of life. "Are you really lecturing me right now?" Kuro retorted bitterly, evidently not bothering to take in a single word the killer was telling him. Tenya suddenly wished he had. That same instinctual disregard for authority that the other had, so that at least he could ignore the sense in the hero killer's words that was mixed in with the insanity. Stain continued as if the other hadn't spoken. "Don't worry, though. I will finish my job here and leave you, and perhaps one day you may gain the strength to." The man cut himself off as his eyes went wide once more and he leapt back in a dodge. Right where he'd previously been standing, an enormous, powerful claw swept through. While he instantly put up a guard, the swipe of his blade seemed do nothing to the large, shadowy beast that roared into the alley. It was upon him, ignoring the sword sent right through its claw to finishing its next swipe that encompassed the majority of the hero killer's body, slamming the man against the brick wall so hard it formed a small crater. A pained wail resounded through the area, one that didn't sound like the hero killer even though the hit had obviously been painful. Instead, Tokoyami was curled in on himself next to the scene, dark shadow wrapped around his body and limbs and extending himself for his assault. The claw stayed wrapped around its prey and slammed him into the wall again. And again. "Stop, please. Dark shadow. You'll kill him," Tokoyami cried out. His red eyes strained themselves as they focused on Tenya, still on the ground. "You must run if you can. Please. I can't stop him." Unfortunately, not a single person in this alley other than the man whose body your quirk is breaking can walk currently. "Kuro, please, you could have phrased that better." On cue to such an absurd degree that Tenya wouldn't have faulted Kurwaro for commenting, "Speak of the devil," the corner of the alleyway was rounded once again in the midst of dark shadow throwing the dangerous murderer around like a rag doll. First in a high burst of light, fire flaring forward harmless to the people on the ground but forcing the shadow back with a hiss. Dark shadow dropped Stain without care, before retreating back into Tokoyami's shadow. Tokoyami staggered forward at his release, breath heaving loudly and hands steadying himself on his knees. Well, that resolved itself quite nicely. "Kuro, please." Todoroki ran to stand next to Tokoyami, letting the other lean on him while asking with urgency, "Are you all right?" Midoriya came right around the bend right as he got to the other, looking over the entire scene with a single wide eye. "No one's dead? No one's dead. That's great." Midoriya's words came to a halt when he caught sight of the hero killer limp on the ground, eyeing the body with wary speculation. Tenya had wished for the man's death, but not at the cost of his friend's emotional well-being. Tokoyami was also watching Stain with his beak as pale a shade as it could turn. Todoroki saw this, and after helping the other stand up straight, took a step toward the hero killer when no one else would. That one step was all he could take before Todoroki flinched to the right suddenly, right before Tokoyami flinched as well and brought up a hand to his face. 1 second the hero killer was seemingly unconscious on the ground before them, the next, he was blurring behind the two and catching the knife that had been thrown between them. Following the previous pattern, he liked his blade again, and both instantly tensed in place with a choked startled. Despite the man's speed, he hadn't been left completely unaffected. There was a wheeze to his open-mouthed breathing, an arm clenched close to his inner torso as though to shield it. Tenya wondered if the murderer was just that strong that he could shrug it off, or if it was only his resolve that forced him through the pain. "I am not dealing with that again. Why are there so many of you here?" Stain took a single moment to breath shallowly, whatever injuries he gained shortening his breath. Then he faced Midoriya and dashed forward with his sword leading the charge. Is this really how it ends? Tenya bringing all of these cherished friends down with him as a consequence for his self-centered arrogance? He'd thought the worst that may happen was his own death, but this was so much worse. Here on the ground of this alleyway, Tenya was at the lowest point he'd ever been. Completely and involuntarily immobilized, he could only watch all this with deep-settled horror. Tokoyami and Todoroki didn't move from where they were standing. And as he shifted his gaze to focus on the blur of the hero killer moving to his last victim, a snap finished ringing out at the same time Stain let out another choked gasp. The blade aimed for Midoriya's side veered away missing its mark, redirected as one of Stain's legs buckled bringing him to a knee. He shifted to plunging the sword into the ground for support, quickly pulling himself back up even as he kept his weight off his right leg. Midoriya didn't take his eyes off the killer that was now glaring at him, even as there was a slight nervous stutter to the beginning of his words. Please stop. I don't want to have to break any more than that knee." It was only after he'd said that line that Izuku realized if it wasn't for his genuine tone, that would very much sound like the kind of threat a villain would say. He hadn't meant it like a threat, though. He honestly just doesn't want to have to break any more of the other's bones. It sickened him during the USJ, and it sickened him now. The only difference is that this time he's learned even if he dislikes it, he really should break more bones before losing another eye. If it wasn't for the fact that Stain had already somehow immobilized every other person there, leaving Izuku the only line of defense to keep the other from finishing whatever he'd come here to do, he probably wouldn't have escalated that quickly. As it was, he could feel the other was too dangerous to take that chance with. Just like Shigaraki and especially the Nomu had been. The mirror had broken that morning, he couldn't ignore that. The hero killer glared at him strangely. Izuku would think he'd be glaring about, his broken kneecap, but it seemed like he was contemplating something even further than that. Like the pain wasn't even relevant to him. You are of UA as well, I remember seeing news of you, Stain huffed through his words, eventually standing up fully straight even without straining his injured leg. His sense of balance must be extraordinary. You're all here to aid your friend in need? Seems like there's a lot of promising students, other than that boy. But, unfortunately, you're all lacking still. What does the will to save someone mean if you do not have the power to enforce it? If you do not have the restraint to control your power? If you aren't quick enough to move before the killing slide? It means nothing because no one will be saved. Even in their already tense states, the friends Izuku could see tensed up even further with the man's words. Tokoyami grit his teeth, and even Todoroki regained the shimmering glare in his eyes that he carried so often before it calmed down after the sports festival. That is why the truest hero is the one who attains all the necessary qualities to enforce their peace along with that will, a hero like All Might. And that is the only kind of hero that I will allow myself to be struck down by. Can you claim you have what it takes? With one hand still supporting itself on the handle of his sword, the other hand stretched out to the side in preparation, causing Izuku to tense even without being able to tell what the other planned to do with it yet. It is within my estimation based on what I know of you and what you've already done that you are physically capable of stopping me before I can use my quirk on you. The question is, how far are you willing to go for it? All throughout the hero killer's monologuing, Izuku had been on a razor-thin edge. The anxiety didn't come to his face, having fallen deep into his habit of shutting down his expression, but he felt as though with every word spoken he inched just a bit closer to death. Or no, that wasn't quite right. He had already felt what that was like. This was something he actually feared, like with one misplaced step he'd fall off the precipice just like he'd always both believed he would while simultaneously praying that he wouldn't. An expectation that could be brought to reality even when he never wished for it. His quirk was dangerous and would hurt people, that's what they always said, he can't? Because the will to save someone will also mean nothing if you hesitate to do what must be done. That is the creed that I made myself by why I am Stain. However, despite the icy feeling crawling through his gut, despite all the pressure, the choking pressure both from his mind and from the hated feeling of his quirk prickling under his skin, stubborn villains who know what they want like me won't stop for distractions or just one broken leg, you should have gone for both. He didn't hesitate. As soon as Stain's hand moved at his last proclamation of his name, Izuku snapped. Two of the fingers on hand he'd been watching break with a crack loud enough to echo off the walls, but within the hand Stain still held the knife he pulled out. He gripped it firmly with teeth gritted in pain, not even letting the shock of it cause his hold falter, like he'd mentally prepared for it. Izuku didn't know what he'd do with the knife or who he'd aim it at, so he'd already snapped, willing it to miss even before Stain threw it towards him in a blur so fast he wouldn't have been able to dodge in time. Aim sabotaged, it veered past Izuku's cheek without hitting him, and for the first time he was thankful no one else was around to help. It might have hit someone otherwise. Stain hadn't waited to see if it hit, though, already rushing forward with the sword he'd pulled back out of the ground in hand. Izuku threw himself to the side while snapping for the third time that day. This time the ankle on Stain's previously uninjured leg buckled, and the killer slammed his blade into the ground to stabilize again. Surely that should be enough, right? If Izuku goes any further this could get really bad. The hero killer can't even, and he's staying up somehow. And there's no more time to think. Either this man's quirk can allow for him to break his limbs, or his tenacity is so intense he can force them to work through the pain anyway. Against all odds he's still coming. Knife blurring in his hand, and Izuku has less than a second to decide what to do. He has to assume that if he gets hit and Stain licks his blade like he had for Tokoyami and Todoroki, it's game over. You don't see me taking that long to think of how to use my feathers before acting because I'm going by instinct. Just try to. Snap number 4, the number of death. And Izuku thought of nothing at all. The only thing resounding in his mind, his overwhelming desire for the murderer to stop. The moment the sound of it reached his ears, his heart lodged in his throat at the thought that this could be the moment his worst fears become reality and he truly kills someone. Instead, the hero killer launched forward with his broken ankle first, and happened to catch on a deep crack in the unkempt alley. The ankle couldn't stabilize itself and the man fell forward face first. His head and torso hit the ground with an agonizingly loud crunch. He didn't move from his spot on the ground, and he didn't get back up. Is he still alive? Izuku can't help but ask. Is he still alive? Of course he is. Probably. Kuro was the one to respond immediately, only to clarify himself in a very non-helpful way. He let out a bit of a groan as he emerged from the shadows next to where Iida was on the ground, shaking his arms like he was checking to make sure they still worked. But if he did die, it'd probably be deserved. I'm certain even hell itself would be kinder than the state he left me in. Thanks Satan it wasn't permanent. Kuro. Iida objected to Kuro's casual spite. He also shifted around until he found the strength to pick himself back up. But he clutched his bleeding arm heavily, betraying his pain. That's the height of hypocrisy coming from you, you know. Iida flushed slightly, sheepish even as he insisted, and I've learned that my wish for revenge was ill-advised. There's no need to speak of these things so carelessly. Yeah, I hear ya, Vice President San. Kuro kneeled next to Stain, cautiously feeling for the pulse on his neck. He declared after a horrible 20 seconds, he lives. Not sure why you thought a trip like that would kill him in the first place, though. Izuku let his paused breath out in a large exhale of relief. He leaned forward a bit, exhausted despite how he'd spent relatively little energy other than the sprint it took to get here. Todoroki was the one to jolt in place next, looking down at himself with vague surprise that he could move before going over to where a pro hero was immobilized on the ground against the wall. Had that guy always been there? Yes, Izuku remembered seeing him when he first checked to make sure no one was dead. Tokoyami frowned with his beak in a way Izuku personally interpreted as a pout, shifting his gaze between all his now mobile friends. Why am I still in a state of paralysis when Todoroki and I were incapacitated at the same time? It seems rather random for a quirk. Tell me about it, the pro hero groaned out, speaking for the first time. I'm the pro here and all I could do was sit and watch you guys do all the work. Do any of you guys have licenses by any chance? Nothing but deafening silence answered him. I guess that was too much to hope for. Not like I'm complaining, but someone will. We'll get to that when we get to that. Izuku almost jolted as he swerved to look up at the top of the building. Gently gliding down was Hawks, who had spoken just prior. He gave a closed-eye grin at everyone's shocked looks. I came as soon as the situation allowed me. Heard you were caught up in some trouble. Endeavor should be finished cleaning up soon too. He remembered that Todoroki had texted his father right before they ran off, but Izuku also remembered how Hawks had seemingly been able to listen in on Tokoyami and his conversation as they were flying around. He didn't know which method Hawks had used in this case. Soon the pro and Tokoyami were able to move again, and they resituated right outside the alleyway with the hero killer propped up on a wall apparently still unconscious. Hawks was wrapping some of his feathers around the hero killer's bonds for reassurance when a group of more pros appeared from further down the street with impeccable timing. In the lead was a short, elderly man that surely should have retired at this point with a young man running beside him. Izuku thought he looked vaguely familiar. Todoroki blinked at the sight of the boy, apparently surprised. Oh, that guy goes to our school. He does. Izuku must have seen him from previous sports festivals then, but still couldn't remember exactly. Who was around after your fight at the sports festival? When Bakugu and Shinso yelled at each other. Eraserhead mentioned his name was Togata Mirio. The random stranger that now knows more about Izuku than he was comfortable with that Shinso said all might seem to know. He hadn't gotten around to asking about him yet. In the proper image of an old man, the old pro started grouching as soon as he came within earshot. So you kids did get caught up in trouble with the hero killer. To think Endeavor didn't go after you himself and sent us later on instead, what was that man thinking? They all shuffled in place awkwardly except for Hawks, who laughed him off. Well, he did know I had headed this way. That brought up another question Izuku should have thought earlier. When did Hawks leave to help them? He only appeared at the very end, but if he'd left before those other pros had left Endeavor's location, he surely would have gotten here much quicker. Izuku had seen for himself how fast he moved in urgent circumstances. And yet, he only showed himself after the fight had concluded. Izuku turned towards Hawks to ask the man himself, but when he did so, the hero's attention was immediately caught on something behind him. Eyes flashing like an actual hawk in a way Izuku had yet to see from Hawks before. He was pushed to the side at the exact same moment Hawks moved to stand in his place with a long, sharp feather flew upwards into the wing of a creature. Izuku's jaw dropped at the sight of a Nomu with fleshy wings. It crashed into the pavement with a screech, the bird-like claws of its feet opening and closing around the air in spasms before it managed to get its legs underneath them. In another moment of shock, Izuku realized it hadn't been Hawks that had pushed him out of the way, but the upperclassman from UA. Togata Mirio had a steady hand on his shoulder from where he'd maneuvered Izuku as he spared a second to give Izuku a reassuring smile. Izuku was just busy wondering how the other had moved over here so fast he hadn't seen him. Hawks brandished a long feather in each hand even as he sent more through the Nomu's body, forcing it to collapse back onto the ground. He spoke firmly even while he didn't look at the rest of them. "We need to take as many of these alive for study as possible. Leave this to me and finish taking care of the—" A gasp cut him off as Hawks swiftly glanced back behind him in a glare. Izuku followed his gaze and had to contain a curse at the sight of the hero killer standing back up again, both the rope and feathers holding him having been sliced clean through. He woke back up already. "This is ridiculous. How durable is this guy?" "Gran Torino!" Togata shouted at the same time the old man jetted over, literally. The boy had already pushed Izuku back behind him again by the time his presumed mentor stood next to him in a united front. Hawks was looking back at the Nomu again, pinning it to the ground with his feathers to keep it immobilized and apparently leaving the other pros to deal with Stain as he'd be saying previously. Despite being so outnumbered now it should have been hopeless, Stain just continued to glare at them through his wheezing, the tension growing without a peak in sight. Everyone was stiff, muscles tensing further the longer the moment went on. The tension was driven even further by the state of the hero killer's face. His mask had fallen off to reveal his nose had been cut off, his face now the image of a vengeful, insane skull. It felt like an eternity when really it hadn't lasted longer than a minute, ending when Endeavor himself finally broke the camel's back coming around the bend. One of them should have come this way. Endeavor's glare swept over Hawks taking care of the problem he'd come for to focus on the rest of them, sharpening when he saw the hero killer still unapprehended. "What are you lot doing? Detain him already. You fake." Stain hissed out so harshly even Endeavor gave a slight twitch as his glare switched to a shocked expression. The tension skyrocketed. All these heroes were here, but everyone was frozen in place by the intensity pouring off the murderer. Stain took another step forward, as though he was prepared to fight every single one of them. "I must make things right. Someone must be stained in blood. To take back what it means to really be a hero." The hero killer's arms flew out in a beckoning gesture, almost urging them. "Come, try and get me, you fakes. The only one allowed to kill me, the true hero all might." The statement reverberated in a way that the killer's previous admittance of the same failed to. It struck so deep, like he was speaking a fact of the world into existence purely with his words. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku could see his friends and even the more experienced Togata tremble in place as they felt his conviction down in their core. Izuku would have been the same if his emotions hadn't been immediately clamped down in response to the stress of it. However, in the end, the hero killer's words had come back to bite him. Words were only words if you didn't have the power to back them up. Before he could take another step further, the whites of his eyes grew, and he blacked out even while continuing to stand in place. There was a second where everyone stared at him, waiting with bated breath. "So, you guys gonna get him, or should I?" Everyone seemed to pull themselves out of their shock to revert their attention back to Hawks. He was staring at them from his place to the now motionless Nomu, the creature either having lost the will to fight after its failed attempts to escape or having fallen unconscious due to blood loss. He looked at Endeavor specifically, expectant. Endeavor reflexively stood taller in response, visually regaining his composure through the glare that formed once again. He finished walking forward to join with the rest of them. I will secure him, everyone get moving now. They later found out the hero killer had broken a few ribs, likely due to Dark Shadow's rough handling, and that one of those ribs then splintered upon further agitation to pierce his lung, the injury that had finally forced him into unconsciousness, likely from when Izuku had jinxed him to fall on his face. On the way to the hospital, Hawks had hovered close to Endeavor for a short while, and Izuku watched the fiery hero's automatic annoyance die down when Hawks spoke lowly so only Endeavor could hear him. They seemed to come to an agreement on something that Izuku had no idea of until much later. When Iida and Kuro had been taken in to get treated while Tokoyami, Todoroki, and him were given a relatively clean bill of health, they met in a private room with the chief of Hosu's police, Tsuragami Kenji, and the hero mentors involved, Hawks and Endeavor. It seems some discussion is required, gentlemen. Manuel has already clarified that both his students had left his supervision at some point during the chaos, acting on their own without licenses. Even if their interventions saved the hero that was being targeted, those are actions that could require legal reparation. Izuku's anxiety broiled at that statement, but the police chief soon tried to appease the displeased look that Tokoyami gained. Considering the extenuating circumstances, such a thing only needs to happen if their involvement becomes public. As long as it stays quiet, there is no problem. The dog-like man cleared his throat with a woof, before moving on to say, "What we need to discuss with you, however, is the legality of your actions. Hawks and Endeavor have stated that they did give you orders which could have allowed for interpretation that you three were allowed to act upon this matter. What is your view on this?" They what? Neither Tokoyami nor Todoroki knew what to say, since obviously, no such orders were given. Izuku internally cursed that the pro-heroes threw them into this without so much as a warning that this was the route they were taking. Even if there wasn't any moment where they were all alone, surely even a hint would have been better than no prep at all. Izuku didn't know what it said about him that he immediately adapted to the shady circumstances and backed it up, making sure to speak up before Todoroki or Tokoyami could comment. Hawks said to use our judgment as to what we should take on. Which he did say. Not for a single moment did they think that the hero killer fell under that umbrella, but technically it counted. And you believed the hero killer should be included in that? Chief Tsuragami predictably questioned. When Kuro-kun texted what was going on. Izuku didn't want to continue his sentence, mindful of what Tokoyami might feel from him bringing up the elephant, or in this case shadow demon, in the room. Thankfully, Tokoyami chose to speak himself, even as he sent a guilty stare down at the floor. My quirk is hard to control in low light. As soon as we knew danger was afoot, it forced its way there. Todoroki and Midoriya were just following me. It really wasn't his fault, though, and it ended up turning out fine. Izuku tried to bring it back around. If Tokoyami took on too much blame now, that might lead to legal consequences. We knew Todoroki had already told Endeavor what was going on and that help would come, so originally I was thinking more about just stalling for time. But, I ended up needing to do more than that when everyone was immobilized. Todoroki nodded in solemn agreement. We had to go to deal with Tokoyami, so there was nothing else we could do once we were there but also deal with the hero killer. I was able to subdue Tokoyami's quirk easily. The hero killer caught us off guard because we thought he'd fallen unconscious after Dark Shadow's attack, but Midoriya's quirk was a good counter for him. I think I understand your side of the situation now. Tokoyami's lack of control was certainly a problem, but considering the situation, the best course of action is to continue entrusting your training to UA rather than major reparations. They would be the most suited for this anyway. Still though, I am not sure the validity of Hawks or Endeavor giving you permission to act against such a serious danger. Tsuragami side-eyed the two as he said that last part. Endeavor bristled in offense at it. In emergencies, pros are allowed to give such permission even to students without licenses. I know my son is strong and could handle himself, and Hawks evidently judged the same from his set. If anything, them taking out the hero killer is proof that our judgment was correct. Todoroki's eyes narrowed in annoyance despite Endeavor speaking in their favor. I didn't do anything, don't try to include me in that. Tokoyami inadvertently weakened him, and Midoriya brought him down, they deserve all the credit. Endeavor scowled at Todoroki's claim. Izuku thought Todoroki wasn't giving himself enough credit. If we're talking about credit, Iida did stop Stain from first killing the hero and Kuro stopped Stain from killing Iida and called for help. That was just as helpful as you notifying Endeavor and taking care of Tokoyami, Todoroki-kun. And giving me credit is much too generous when I couldn't even control Dark Shadow's actions. I am in your debt, truly. Tokoyami sighed in displeasure, arms crossing as he shook his head at Todoroki's statement. After a minute of contemplation, the dog man gave a woof-like sigh. Izuku vaguely wondered if Hound Dog could sound like that also. Those details do not matter as much as the overall question of if this was allowed within the law or not. And besides the quirk mishap, it sounds like on your end of things it was. The offer we are planning to give your other two classmates is that their involvement not be disclosed to the public in exchange for no legal consequences, but for you three that is irrelevant. We can tell the press what you wish. Though, not disclosing your circumstances is also advised. Tfuragami directed that part to Tokoyami, who nodded in almost sheepish agreement. What does that mean exactly? Izuku asked, not fully understanding what the police chief was suggesting. It means, kid, that you are going to be known as the hero that defeated an infamous hero killer. Izuku could hear the grin in Hawk's voice as his hand came down on Izuku's shoulder. He kept himself from tensing when he glanced at the hero and Hawks clarified, if you're okay with that being known, of course. The picture opposite, Endeavor scowled as he glared half-heartedly down at Todoroki. Todoroki immediately glared back in exchange and Endeavor grumbled, I had thought you would have contributed more to this win, Shudo. What did I tell you about watching out for other heroes sniping opportunities from you? Oh, that's why Endeavor went along with this, then. He thought it'd be a chance for Todoroki to increase his standing. Izuku could see Tokoyami give a shocked look that swiftly turned into a fuming glare at Endeavor's unneeded disapproval. Todoroki himself was halfway to enraged as he exclaimed, What are you talking about? This was a real emergency. Who cares who's doing what? We were all just trying to keep everyone safe, he scoffed before averting his gaze, glaring at the wall as he admitted, It's a wonder the hero killer didn't go for you first, considering he was right on the mark with you. Izuku heard Tsuragami gasp quietly, reminding him there was an audience to what should have been a private family dispute. Hawks swiftly tried to defuse the tension now that it had reached this point, stepping in between the father and son with an uncheerful grin. Now, let's not get too heated about this. Don't be such a tiger parent, Endeavor-san. Your kid did great today. Hawks expertly ignored the glare that earned him, turning his attention to Todoroki now. Why don't I bring you along with your friends here for a celebratory dinner while your dad takes care of the business side of things? We can wait to hear how the other two are first, but Tokoyami and Midoriya will have to leave with me back to Fukuoka tomorrow. Todoroki's expression lighted, but his brows were still creased with discontent as he agreed, That's very generous of you, thank you. He looked at Endeavor like he was waiting for his father to object, but Endeavor just looked between all of them before setting his glare back on Hawks, finally closing his eyes to huff, Do as you like. Just keep out of the way. Hawk's grin curled a bit more at that. Izuku couldn't tell what the slight shift in expression meant. Of course. It didn't take much longer to be able to see Iida and Kuro. Both of them were in the same room and needed to be treated for similar injuries. Kuro with a cut that went all the way through his hand and Iida with a more serious cut to his arm that included nerve damage. It is only appropriate I am left with such consequences, a reminder of the mistake I made. Iida dismissed their concern easily. Looking away from his hand that he'd been staring down at to look over at Kuro, who was on the other hospital bed. I am just thankful that Kuro-kun's injury will not have lasting damage as well. We are quite lucky in that sense. Severing through the hand as such could have easily led to nerve damage. Kuro just shrugged at that, waving with his heavily bandaged hand. It's fine. They said not to stress the tendons too much for a while, but they were able to heal it fine. You're the one that's gonna need surgery. It is not fine. I put you in so much danger just for my own self-satisfaction, that is not something that should be taken lightly. As much as he could from his position sitting up on the side of the bed, Iida bent in a full bow towards Kuro. You have my sincerest apologies and my thanks for interfering even when I told you not to. You saved my life without a doubt. Kuwaro's eyes blinked wide in surprise at the gesture. He looked like he wasn't used to receiving this kind of sentiment, just as Izuku wasn't. You don't need to go so far. It's like I told you, I wasn't leaving you behind either way. He regained his confidence with a sardonic grin, mentioning lightly, and even if you came at him for a different reason, you showing up did save that hero too. Seems like a net positive to me. That reminds me, though, Tokoyami started up the casual conversation after that, turning to give Kuwaro an incredulous look. What kind of S just says, pray to Satan for me? Was that supposed to be a joke? Give us more than that. They prepared to leave the hospital shortly after that. Izuku thought Hawks would want to leave immediately, but instead, the other man greeted them shortly as they emerged for the room before whisking Izuku off to talk to him in private. His anxiety skyrocketed at the action, and it wasn't helped when, after they were secured behind a door in some break room, Hawks gave him a curious once-over. Is something wrong? Izuku managed to stutter out. Tokoyami told me you were using this workplace experience week to help you decide if you want to be a hero. Do you have an answer yet? Izuku leaned back in shock at the sudden question. Hawks just continued regardless of his lack of response. You have to decide soon. I didn't mean to put you in this sort of situation, but the Hosu police need to know if they're making your contribution public or not. If you don't want to be a hero, I'll tell them to cover it up so the press doesn't focus on you more. But if you do, this is a really great chance to announce yourself. Hawks finally brought out his usual grin at that, gesturing towards him. It's all up to you. Tokoyami's and Todoroki's contribution can't be discussed much because it involves Dark Shadow's freakout, so all the spotlight will be on you. Are you up for it? Izuku struggled to find something to say. Is that even fair? Is it even okay that you sort of kinda lied to the police that you gave us permission? I didn't lie. The order I gave you was flexible enough to cover that. That was true, but also not exactly honest. And it's fairer than how they're lying to the whole public to cover up that what your friends did was illegal. That was also true. To be honest, I mostly did that so that you could take the credit you deserve instead of being forced to accept it like what would have happened. You're going to need all the good press you could get. There wasn't much else to say but his answer now, but Izuku tried to stall regardless. You were there for a lot of it, weren't you? Why didn't you do anything? I wasn't there from the beginning. I came right after Stain used his quirk on Todoroki and Tokoyami and judged that the best counter would be a surprise attack right after he immobilized you, since he wasn't aiming to kill. If he immobilized you, I should say. I was also betting that you could deal with him on your own, and I was right. But I wasn't sure if I could do it. I was afraid I'd hesitate like he'd said, or that I'd go too far. Luck isn't usually in my favor like that. But it was this time, because you were taking action. You put it in your favor just like I said you could. You can't do that for everything, but in this case, you were the one who saved the day. Izuku looked at the hero with wide eyes, even when one of them was hidden behind its eye patch. Hawks leaned in closer to say seriously, there is no question of if you can be a hero, you can. That's a fact. But do you want it, Midoriya? I think whatever decision you make is fine, but I also think that people who strive for places higher than the world had meant for them, they're pretty cool, don't you think? That doesn't have to be you, but it can be, if you want. Wouldn't that be such a wonderful thing? Once again, Izuku was on the precipice, not knowing if falling would bring him to heaven or hell. There was no way to know until he jumped. But he had to decide now without knowing, only able to hope for the best. Is this really a good idea? Is there really as much harm as he thought it'd be? There's just no way to tell when he can't see the bottom. Are you glad you became a hero, Hawks? Was that your dream too? It was Hawks's turn to look at him in surprise now. There was an awkward gap where he failed to answer even when he usually should be able to find, before a grin returned to his face. I wanted to shine brightly like the person I looked up to, and here I am now. Hawks gestured down to himself as an answer. That doesn't really help you though. What matters is what you want for yourself. Izuku gave a sheepish, small smile in return. I guess it doesn't, yeah. I just wanted to know. He couldn't stall anymore. couldn't hesitate. And for all that he'd been stressing over what his answer was, he'd known it from the very beginning. All his doubts, all his fear, they came from his mind. From his lack of faith in himself. But the voice that told him to think about what it'd be like if he could be a hero, the one that forced him to hope even when he was scared to, that came from his heart. You are moving forward, even if to you the change is so small it can't be seen. Small steps become large ones over time. And we will help you make even more steps, that is one thing I will promise you. He still fears what his luck has in store from him, what karma awaits him in his future, still hesitates, but now, he has a confidence he could never find before. Hawks was right, he had protected his friends. He had been the one to stop Stain, even if it was only after Dark Shadow had hindered the others' movement. He'd snapped in a moment of instinct, putting trust in his quirk that he didn't have, and instead of falling to ruin, everything turned out all right. The mirror had broken that morning, and the chaos he'd expected came, and everything turned out all right. He can be a hero. He can. It's sort of a shame I knocked the hero killer out at the end of the fight. I really missed a great moment to use a catchphrase. It's too awkward to do it if the bad guy can't hear it. Izuku couldn't help but mutter his nonsensical, unimportant thought. Hawks was taken aback for a split second, before he burst out in a short laugh. I guess so, yeah. I'm glad you have enough sense for that at least. I don't think Tokoyami would have restrained himself in your place. Huh. Izuku gave Hawks his answer. And the next morning, alongside the story of the hero killer Stain and his rise to infamy, the news also spoke of the UA student that was able to stop him from his next kill, the Hex hero, Karma. That be asserted. Why is he the one getting all the attention? We FANG broke into UA, a never-before-done achievement, but some guy with a blood FTSH comes along and all of a sudden we're yesterday's news. The internet is practically tearing itself apart over this. Tamura ignored Kurogiri sighing at his complaint, too busy with scrolling through the evil-spawning cesspool better known as the comment section of the news bit that had been done on the hero killer's origin as well as his recent takedown. Usually Tamura was the type to appreciate chaos, actively encourage it even, but seeing how many comments began with, "I know he was a serial killer but he kinda had a point," made him want to go out and murder the first random person he came across just as a form of stress relief. Stain was literally the same breed as them, a person that did what he wanted and killed who he wanted, and yet somehow he was received with ambivalence while Tamura's league was put on the back burner. That fucker. He fully deserved the humiliation of being taken out by a first-year high schooler, in Tamura's opinion. The same high schooler that he, by the way, had not only not been taken out by, but also left with one less eye than he'd gone into the fight with. Who did Stain think he was, acting all high and mighty when he'd come to their hideout? This was just more proof Tamura was superior to him by far. In comparison, the comments that gushed over a certain Hex hero's feat, a witchy name to go along with. The witchy costume, Tamura almost rolled his eyes at it, but at least it was more original than All Might or Endeavor, weren't nearly as annoying. They actually gave Tamura a bit of the same satisfaction he'd felt while watching the boy at UA's stupidly unpractical sports festival. At first, he'd been satisfied to see that he'd left the other with a lasting mark hidden away by the eye patch he now featured, and then he'd been satisfied with the other's performance all the way up to the boy failing pathetically out of unnecessary hesitation. Same as what had happened at the USJ. Was losing an eye not enough to leave a message? Tamura didn't particularly care if the kid gained anything or not from the experience, but the idea that the kid would just ignore the consequences Tamura had left him with was irritating. And now here he was, scrolling through the internet discourse the kid had left in the wake of his highly unanticipated defeat of a murderer that had been known for killing heroes. It seemed impossible for the people at large to come to a consensus about the incident. There were those that admired Stain's ideals. Those that insisted no reason was good enough to kill. Those that professed how hilariously ironic Karma's hero name was and reveled in the boy's victory, joking about it being karmatic retribution. Those who doubted the competency of the heroes on scene or UA itself, questioning why a boy without even a provisional license was given permission to take out a villain of Stain's caliber. There were even those that were equally wary of both the hero and the villain of the case, pointing out how the kid had had to break several of Stain's bones and ultimately leave him with a punctured lung in the process of the takedown, and questioning if he was in the right for it. It all just made Tamura's ever-present anger simmer all the more. It's not like he gave a shit what people had to say about villain quirks. He would be the first to admit his quirk probably demed him to villainy, and he had no problem accepting that part of himself. But something about faceless people spewing whatever they passed as logic just made him want to rush to that day when they finally lost the sense of protection and security All Might and other heroes gave them. Let's see how confident they felt about typing a useless monologue on how quirks were intertwined with the user's personality when their own quirk was likely useless at protecting them from those more powerful. It made it all the more annoying that he agreed, technically, that Midoriya Izuku's quirk was most suited to destroy, just like his own. But how the F is what he did to Stain an example of that? So what if he broke a few bones? Tamura had seen the kid strike his Nomu with lighting straight from the sky. He had called a tame storm to the UA Sports Festival arena that he could have easily made into a typhoon, potentially wiping out the homes and people caught up in the area. Some of these fuckers online acted as though he killed the hero killer, when in actuality, what he'd done wasn't even worth Tamura's attention outside of him getting rid of that Stain nuisance. 'Cause that's exactly what Tamura wanted to see. He wanted to see how far the kid would go. He wanted to see how much he could do, how much devastation he could leave in his wake if only he realized the call of temptation Tamura himself had felt. That's what they said his quirk was called, a quirk that made bad luck. What an interesting quirk to be born with. Can't even argue that it's not unlucky. You've become more interested in Midoriya Izuku, have you not? Kuro finally spoke up after he walked over to look over Tamura's shoulder. He sent an even stare that Tamura didn't acknowledge. All for One had mentioned your previous intrigue, and he's only done even more to garner the attention of both others and yourself. Are you planning something regarding him? I'm just watching to see how things go with him, you know? Kuro didn't know, responding with only silence. It was only when Jiren announced himself and the introduction of 2 new party members to add onto the field that Tamura could finally allow himself to relax the tension coiled inside him. The 2 were annoying, apparently big Stain fans, but he was learning to get over that kind of stuff. Stain had so much attention brought to him, it was only fair that Tamura took a cut of that pie. It was only later during Hawks' promised late-night celebration dinner that Izuku had the chance to check his phone. When he tensed up at the sight of a text Hitoshi had sent him hours ago, Todoroki looked over his shoulder to peek at the screen. His friend sent him a glance. You should probably just call him. He tends to get pretty worried over you. I would, but he might be sleeping now. Are you referring to Shinso, perhaps? Tokoyami paused mid-bite to interject. The freshly grilled chicken skewer in his hand lowered from its path to his beak as he gave Izuku an unimpressed look, like he thought Izuku was missing something obvious. If he was aware you were caught up in trouble, I doubt he is sleeping well if he's sleeping at all currently. A fretful heart does not make for proper rest. Hawks glanced back and forth between the lot of them as gorged himself on his skewer, listening in with the attentive eyes of a gossip. After a loud last gulp, he leaned forward from his position diagonal of Izuku with a curious glint. Shinso, that's that friend of yours from the festival, if I remember right. You guys close? Close is an understatement, Todoroki said plainly. The way he spoke as though it was a matter of fact and not just a smart remark was particularly demeaning. It made Izuku's face heat up at the attention Hawks sent his way in response. To make it even worse, Tokoyami nodded in solemn agreement. Entirely too serious as he added, indeed, they are a clear example of those bound by fate. This week-long adventure is the longest time I've seen Midoriya part from his side. Though I am unaware of how much time they spend in each other's company outside of the halls of UA. Todoroki gave him a knowing side glance at that even when Izuku himself didn't react. He was the only one that knew full well Izuku and Hitoshi spent all their time together outside of school too, considering they literally lived together. He also didn't mention it, though, likely remembering Hitoshi's comment on how Izuku hadn't wanted to talk about it with others. Not because of the living with Hitoshi part, but because explaining the situation would require admitting to being fostered, which was one step away from having to talk about what happened to his parents that left them out of the picture. He'd long gotten over not having a father, but his mom's absence still weighed too much for him to bear. But now, he was self-aware enough to know how close he was getting to Tokoyami, and that getting closer would inevitably require him to explain everything anyway so he could invite the other over after school like he had Todoroki. The full story involving his circumstances could wait, but for now he could at least let Tokoyami know about his living situation. So he let himself glance to the side with a sheepish and nervous smile as he replied, "We live in a dorm on campus together, actually. And we've lived together in the same foster home since about a year ago." Tokoyami's eyes blew up wide at that, not expecting the answer at all. It was a full couple of seconds before he was able to awkwardly avert his gaze as to not be rude, clearing his throat before saying, "Oh, is that so? I can guess as to how you two became so intertwined." He waited to see if Tokoyami would ask why he was in foster care, but instead, it was Hawks that leaned in closer from the side to nosily ask, "Why are you two living at UA now? Is there some security risk to you guys outside of school?" Izuku contained a wince. He hadn't even thought of how that would be an obvious conclusion to make from knowing UA had taken in two wayward students. "No. They just wanted to keep a better eye on me. Hitoshi-kun was part of the package, I guess you could say." He didn't need to explain why. Everyone at the table was aware of that portion of his life. Izuku decided to ignore the somber mood he'd accidentally introduced by taking his friend's advice and starting up a call to Hitoshi. He picked up after the second ring. "Izuku, I saw Hawks in the news about Hosu. I was worried when you didn't text back." Izuku let out a nervous chuckle at that. He had a feeling Hitoshi's relief was about to be short-lived. Well, I'm at Hosu too. We're all totally fine though. Except, Iida has nerve damage now? Kuro and Iida needed to be patched up, Iida especially. But no one died and that's what matters the most, right? Kuro and Iida, what? What happened? Did you guys fight a Nomu or something?" Technically no, one did show up at the end there, though. I don't know how much about it I can tell you. Except for the stuff that's gonna be in the news tomorrow. "And what's gonna be in the news?" Hitoshi gained a ting of exasperation to his tone. Evidently while he didn't know where this was going, he knew he wouldn't like it. Izuku found himself elongating his words and stuttering in an unconscious effort to delay the inevitable. "We, kinda got into a fight with the hero killer, and I, kinda sorta, was the one to finish him off. I wasn't hurt at all though. Not a single scratch, I promise. Just, I wanted to tell you in advance so you wouldn't freak out when you heard about it tomorrow. It sounds a lot worse than it." "You what?" The freak out was not avoided. Izuku had to leave the table for a bit just to make sure the others couldn't hear Hitoshi screaming from the other end of his phone. It got infinitely worse when, apparently, Hitoshi's yelling had attracted Aizawa-sensei's attention, who then demanded the phone to interrogate Izuku to the best of his ability while still being kilometers away. And when the call finally ended and he had to ignore Tokoyami's, Todoroki's, and even Hawks's knowing looks, it didn't end with the end of the day. Instead, bright and early the next morning, approximately 5 minutes after the coverage of his story began, his phone was bombarded from texts from Azui and Shuji. Not to mention All Might. When had he even gotten Izuku's number? Uraraka skipped texting and jumped straight to calling him. Izuku sighed at the caller ID staring up at him from his vibrating, notification-backlogged phone. This was not the kind of problem Izuku had been anticipating would come from his decision, but perhaps it was one he should have. Despite how frantic the remaining days of his workplace training went, it came to a quiet close. Nothing they did in the handful of patrols they had afterwards came even close to the kind of action they faced in Hosu. Soon, Izuku was boarding a train with Tokoyami back to the main island, the two of them trying to be as discreet as possible. Hawks had helped by seeing them off at his agency rather than following them to the station, and had even gifted Izuku a hoodie from his merchandise set. Izuku put it on to pull up the hood and cover most of his head and obscure his face. It was a different sort of style than Izuku had previously seen of the Heroes brand, being all black except for the bold splash of contrasting red on the back in the form of seemingly painted wings. He'd also gifted Tokoyami one despite the other not really needing to hide himself from public eye due to lack of publicity. Izuku could tell Tokoyami loved the look of it just as much as he did, even though his friend didn't voice it outside of an honest thanks, so he made sure to say enough for the both of them by letting himself gush about how cool it was. Hawks had just laughed it off, quipping that his commercial team would appreciate the positive reviews for their upcoming product launch. He hadn't even mentioned before that the hoodie was exclusive, not even released merchandise. Izuku's inner fanboy almost died on the spot. He probably would have fainted if it had been All Might merch instead. Either way, the casual hoodie was just the thing to blend into the crowd, especially when in Hawks' territory. Tokoyami and him made it back to Mizudafu without incident. Then they parted ways with Tokoyami headed for home and Izuku headed for UA. Hitoshi had been waiting for him at the station, Izuku having told him when they were arriving, and Tokoyami bowed his head slightly to give a grave apology for not keeping Midoriya out of trouble. Izuku sputtered at suggestion that had apparently been a job Tokoyami signed himself up for, a job he also apparently failed at spectacularly. Hitoshi just rolled his eyes. Don't beat yourself up about it. Keeping Izuku out of trouble is obviously not a one-person job. You couldn't have done much, I'm sure. Hitoshi-kun. But with Todoroki there was 2 of us, and then with Iida and Kuro that's 4? Tokoyami-kun, please just stop. Embarrassment still tinted his cheeks even by the time they arrived back at the dorm. It was made even worse when he saw All Might had come with Hitoshi to the station, waiting in the car to drive them back and fuss over Izuku like an elderly grandparent in person. And then it got even worse when he saw Eraserhead was also at the dorms in the living room, as though he'd shown up solely to shoot Izuku a glare warning against future serial killer antics. As though Izuku went out of his way to run into and break the bones of serial killers. And then, once he'd given a great sigh of relief at having finally made it to the relative safety of his room, he tensed up at the feeling of Hitoshi's arms wrapping around him from the back. Even while they were much more physical than Izuku was with other people, they usually aren't this physical. Hitoshi preemptively spoke into his ear, his quiet voice straining in a way that gave the impression he was embarrassed of his own actions. Sorry. I guess I missed you. A lot. I know it wasn't even that long, but it's the longest they'd been apart since Izuku had met him. Of course he knew that. He probably would have been more anxious about it too, if he'd been given the time to worry about it instead of the chaos he'd gotten himself mixed up in. The soft smile came naturally to Izuku's face. He wiggled around in Hitoshi's hold to return the hug, and ignored the way he could hear Hitoshi's breath catch in his throat. His words practically glowed with warm affection. Thanks, Hitoshi-kun. I missed you too. And I'm glad. I'm glad I have another person I can come back to and say I'm home. He tried to remember the last time he'd done that, come back after school and announce he's home, with his mother responding welcome back sweetie or something similar. He hadn't bothered when returning to the Harukas, unable to think of the house as his when it was clearly the Harukas alone. It was funny how he'd adapted to coming home, to a dorm that was clearly UA property and meant to house more students than only him. But with teachers that he looked up to like Aizawa-sensei and All Might here to escort him back and check that he came back in one piece. With Hitoshi here to help him feel like this building could be a home. Welcome back, Hitoshi responded softly, his hold tightening just a bit. He kept his face out of view with his chin lowering to rest on Izuku's shoulder, and Izuku couldn't help but wonder how long it had been since Hitoshi had had someone to welcome home. The thought struck a pang through his chest. They have school the next day. Izuku went to the main school building early, Hatsum having sent him an email 2 days prior that the equipment he requested was ready to be added to his hero costume. He thought she was a little too eager in her message about how he was perfect advertisement for her babies, with all the attention he drew in, but he was glad it was obvious what she was getting out of this arrangement. He knew, technically, all the support kids probably wanted to contribute their work to costumes to gain experience, but it felt somewhat unfair for him to reap the benefits from a fellow student's labor that he wasn't even sure was being monetarily compensated. How did the support department even work? Was working on gear like internship work for them, or was it equivalent to unpaid schoolwork? He had no idea. But at least now, he could take comfort from the fact that Hatsum was clearly expecting to gain exposure from him using her work, if nothing else. He'll have to do his best to prevent Jinx from accidentally breaking it. Karmatic Representative Kuan. Hatsum beamed at him as soon as he entered the support department work area. He was so caught off guard wondering how the hell she ended up with an amalgamation like that he forgot to smile back in courtesy, but she didn't seem to mind. Great timing. Let me tell you all about this baby before classes start. The pulley claw worked, in theory, similar to how she'd used them during the festival, but instead of taking the form of a clunky backpack, she refitted his costume's belt with a holster for a deceptively slim gun that extended in length when activated. She demonstrated how to aim the claw where needed and shoot the trigger for a powerful release, the claw closing around the first edge it came into contact with. If the object was heavier than him, it'd pull him towards it. If it wasn't, it'd be pulled towards him instead. It was a simple grappling hook, and yet not simple at all, with how lightweight she'd managed to make the gun even when the cord was long enough to reach the top of a multi-storied building and strong enough to hold his weight. There were even safety straps he could hook around his arm and one side of his belt to properly support him and make sure it wasn't only his grip keeping him from falling to his death. Hatsum also noted it would help free one of his hands to use for his quirk as well. The girl was well on her way to a promising career as an engineer that anticipated her customers' every need. Dimon. This really would have been perfect to have for his workplace training with Hawks. Ah well, that was why he thought to get it made in the first place. Even with the quick crash course on how to use his new gear, Izuku wasn't confident that he wouldn't end up accidentally, ironically, killing himself in the process of using it. Hatsum was confident that it was suitable for field use, but Izuku remembered that for all she seemed to be a brilliant and promising support student, she was still a first year. He promised himself that he'd take it slow getting a handle on it, starting with using it to pull objects towards him and work his way up to actually using it to get around. Classes had started off with the same frantic energy that had been following him during his previous week. He had heard his classmates already inside room 1A chatting about their training, most of them having beat him there due to his stop at Hatsum's workshop. The second he opened the door to reveal himself, though, everyone turned to glance at him in perfect synchronicity, and an inevitable mob formed around him instantaneously. Midoriya. Did you seriously take out the hero killer? You're crazy, man. First the USJ and now this? They'll put you on the fast track to being a pro at this rate. I thought my training was going pretty cool until I heard the news. I can't tell if it's lucky or unlucky you keep ending up with these fights. It's lucky, isn't it? Kaminari was the first to respond to one of the other's inquiries. He grinned excitedly at Izuku as he explained. If you want to be a hero, getting chances to prove yourself and coming out on top is always a good thing. No agency is going to turn you down by the time you graduate if you keep this up. Izuku couldn't stop himself from getting a bit wide-eyed at that. He was saved from having to come up with a response when Kirishima laughed before insisting confidently, "Come on, Kaminari, I bet Midoriya here won't even need to start out as a sidekick. He could start his own agency right at going pro just like Hawks did." That's what I think too. Mina burst out in cheerful agreement. Izuku's visual level of shock jumped from vaguely surprised to gaping incomprehensively. Again, the conversation continued just fine without his input, Yaoyorozu interjecting somewhat hesitantly, "I don't doubt Midoriya-san's capability, but it's actually quite difficult to go into the field with no post-full license experience and start an agency right away like that." Hawks's case is an example of extraordinary success. Her practicality grounding him, Izuku was about to agree with Yaoyorozu's assessment, before she continued with, he could likely begin as an independent contractor, though, instead of needing the extra experience of being a sidekick. At the very least, he shouldn't go with any hero that could slow down his potential growth. My own workplace experience taught me that some pros' career emphasis will ultimately be unhelpful for your own learning, and at Midoriya's rate, he'll enter the field already close to the upper ranks in terms of ability. Izuku finally managed to find his voice, though not quite his words. Aren't you guys being a bit dramatic about this? It wasn't that big of a deal? I mean, in some ways it was, but I think you're overinterpreting it. Not really, Izuku startled at Ajui's flat reply. He turned slightly to focus on her at the edge of the crowd, along with Shuji next to her nodding solemnly. Her big eyes were rather unnerving with so much attention placed on him from all around. You did really good, Midoriya-chan, and everyone knows it now. You beat a villain even some pros couldn't beat. That's because he ambushed them. So you started off on a more even playing field than them. Shuji dismissed his clarification to insist, that doesn't take away from the fact that you succeeded when the moment came. Isn't being a hero all about being there when you're needed? Beating fights others can't beat themselves. But it wasn't just me, he wanted to say. Tokoyami already left a lot of damage on him, damage that Jinx took advantage of. We don't know that I could have beaten him on my own. But no matter how much it felt like a lie of omission, he couldn't say anything. Tokoyami couldn't take credit without having to take responsibility for his quirk going out of control. Just like Kuro couldn't take credit for saving Iida by stalling until help arrived without the both of them taking responsibility for Iida's mistake and Kuro leaving to engage in combat without permission. It was unfair. Izuku wasn't used to things being unfair this way. Usually it was always him getting the short end of the stick. And in this case, he thinks he would have preferred it if everyone else, or anyone else, was able to take credit for what they did rather than all of it falling onto him by default. He would think the others would come to resent him a bit for this, now that they've all seen the kind of acclaim he's getting. But looking at his friends' faces, none of that was apparent. Tokoyami was nodding in agreement. Kuro was smirking like he knew a secret, but was still pleased by what was going on. Iida has been doing nothing but sending grateful glances his way since he entered the room. And when he took a split second to look Todoroki in the eye, all the others sent his way was an uncaring shrug. How is he the only one that feels bad about this? Seriously, though, Izuku's attention was drawn to Ojiro, the tailed boy looking over him with slight concern. If your quirk wasn't so strong, Midoriya, things might not have ended so well. That guy sounded pretty scary. It's a good thing none of the others in the area ran into him instead. Oh, if only Ojiro knew they had been running towards the hero killer instead. They speculated that he had ties with the League of Villains too. Who knows how much worse it could have been if he'd shown up there along with the rest of them. Izuku ignored the fleeting instinct to want to bring up a hand to press against his eye patch, keeping it firmly against his side even when he felt a strange pang in what should have been an unfeeling robotic prosthetic. It was a reminder on how the USJ went even without the added complication of the hero killer. Kaminari was the one to speak up at that, replying quickly, and Izuku would guess, without much thought. He is scary, but did you see that bit about him, Ojiro? It showed his tenacity and conviction. It was so strong. That part of him is sorta cool. Is that really what he was like, Midoriya? Izuku blinked without comprehension for the short beat of silence that followed, before the air seemed to seek itself from his lungs. It was only his body's habitual response that kept his face from twitching into an unpleasant expression. In the most obvious social tell he could manage, Izuku noticeably glanced Iida's way before looking back at his classmate to warn with great hesitation, "Kaminari-san, that's not." Kaminari's face immediately paled as he realized his misstep. A hand floated up toward his mouth. I didn't mean, sorry." "No, it's all right, Kaminari-kun," Iida interrupted calmly. "And no? It's not all right? But if Iida wants to take it that way, I understand that Stain is a man of conviction, and that trait is seen as admirable. But regardless, that conviction was to purge those he deemed unworthy, and therefore it was wrong." A knife hand to the air emphasized his next declaration, Iida's own conviction shining through. "So that no one else ends up like me, I will once again walk the path to becoming a true hero." What do those two things have to do with each other? Actually, never mind. Who was Izuku to stop people from finding convoluted ways to progress when he himself could barely manage taking little steps forward? Classes began shortly after. Izuku did his best to get back into the habits of everyday life, trying to ignore the nervousness that had been sitting in his stomach throughout the day. He was slated to have another appointment with Hound-sensei the next day, and while he now had an answer as to whether he wanted to be a hero, he was weighed down by the knowledge that the teacher would inevitably inquire as to how he felt about his feat, and everyone's reaction to it. He wanted to just dismiss it all by saying he was fine, like always, having already accepted that people saw what they wanted to see in others. It's not like the negative side of reactions came as a surprise to him. But at the same time, it still felt disconcerting to read what these people who have never met him had to say. Again and again, suspicions were spoken about, questions as to the true nature of quirks and what they said about people were discussed without true intention to discuss. Just like the classmates and teachers he'd had all throughout elementary and middle school. It was nothing new, but at the same time, it almost made it worse to see confirmation that the rest of society was also like that. That he didn't happen to just be born in the wrong part of the country. It would have been just his luck. Maybe his interactions at UA had given him a bit too much hope in that regard, no matter how unintentional. Then basic training came around, and all of a sudden, there was no room in Izuku's mind to be preoccupied with such useless worries. Standing before them in front of a fake sprawling industrial city, All Might beamed at them with his trademark grin. His hand landed heavily onto the shoulder of the boy standing next to him, the only one wearing UA's tracksuit rather than a costume other than Iida, whose suit was in repair. Izuku saw Hitoshi tense up as to not stagger under the weight of it, eyes flicking to All Might in almost annoyance before they flit back to look straight at Izuku. Starting today, young Shinso here will be joining you all during practical classes in preparation of his testing into the hero department and eventual transition. Would you like to introduce yourself? All Might directed that last part at Hitoshi instead of the rest of them, removing his hand to give the other space to take the lead. Hitoshi shrugged at the implied order, and Izuku knew it was a substitute for a full-on sigh. But despite his reluctance at the attention, Izuku also knew how much this moment must have meant to Hitoshi. Without having to force it in the slightest, he beamed at his friend, his smile just a bit short of All Might's trademark. Hitoshi gave a half-smile back at the sight of it. Hitoshi spoke plainly, "Shinso Hitoshi. I'll be doing my best to catch up to you all, but don't get used to me being behind for long. I'm here to stay." While the class gave their polite, obligatory applause, All Might laughed before declaring, "With that plus ultra conviction, I'm sure you are here to stay, young Shinso. Don't try to scare all your future classmates away now though." With a side glance, Hitoshi let out scoff, "It wouldn't be all of them even if I tried." He was referring to Izuku. Izuku knew he was. The simple statement of confidence in their bond helped Izuku feel lighter than he had in days now. It was an unfortunate time to introduce something as exciting as a transfer student. The class had to contain themselves from gossiping to listen to All Might's instructions. The day's exercise was a rescue race, where the students would start at different areas of Field Gamma's border and race inwards to find All Might, who would be sending a distress signal. The first one there for each set of 5 to compete would be the winner of the race. It was a test of speed and mobility within a city environment, as well as acting as an example for how they would have to compete against other heroes in the field to be the first to a scene. Izuku could easily recall multiple times when a hero that intended on taking out a villain was beaten to the takedown by another, or when their own fights would get stolen from them with the hero in question becoming overshadowed if their competitor was more impressive. The newly popular MT Ladies debut had been like that as well. It was a test where heroes with quirks like his, which gave no physical enhancement, were disadvantaged. Destined to fail from the very start, one could even say. But it became clear right away UA's intention was not to set them up for failure. The first team chosen to race was made of the most mobile students of the class: Iida, Ashido, Ojiro, Siro, and even Tokoyami. The races were apparently being designed with keeping the competitors on an even playing field in terms of quirks. Though, Izuku wondered what kind of performance was expected of the students that didn't have engines on their legs or shadow demons that could pick them up to fly them around. He can't imagine he'll give as impressive a show as any of these 5. At least he had something to use now instead of only being able to sabotage the others on the field, however. He should have expected he wouldn't get to keep to his desire to slowly test out his new gear. With his luck it had just been a pipe dream. Tokoyami ended up being the winner of that set, though Siro made it a close call. Izuku couldn't help but be impressed that the boy's maneuverability with his tape was so great that he could compete against Tokoyami flying straight to their destination. Izuku had expected the tier he'd be put into would be of the lowest mobility, with quirks like Hitoshi's or Hagekyure's to make for a more PvP strategy instead of a pure race. However, it seemed like the teachers had been kept up to date on the changes to his gear, as he was placed in more of a mid-tier instead. Uraraka, Azui, Yaoyorozu, and Kuro were all his opponents. The idea that he was expected to be able to keep up with them already was unnerving. Maybe he should talk with All Might about the necessity of testing out new gear before expecting too much from it. In the end, all he could do was try his best. Just like always. And he certainly did better than he would have without the gear, at least in terms of speed. When the race began, he aimed at the closest rooftop and fired the claw. It griped the edge firmly, just as it was meant to, and he let out a quiet yelp when he was bodily dragged upward on the reeling line like a reverse fishing rod. His arm ached a bit, but he pulled himself together enough to swing his weight forward, pulling himself onto the roof proper. He ran to the edge and aimed at a roof further. He suddenly realized this form of travel required that he jump from the roof. He'd been so focused on trying to remember and copy Ciro's movements with his tape that he hadn't noticed until he felt the unsettling nostalgia of standing at the edge of a building with the intent to jump. It's different. It's not the same, he told himself. And that was true. He wasn't jumping with the intention of falling to his death. The grappling hook would catch him. He was moving forward, not forcibly stopping his life. But all the same, he hoped Hitoshi wasn't watching too closely when he finally fired his hook, and leapt forward while the line pulled him in. This time his momentum was great enough that he could swing himself up onto the roof of a different, slightly shorter building that was ahead of the one his gun had a hold on. The will to save someone will also mean nothing if you hesitate to do what must be done. That is the creed that I made myself by. He didn't fully believe in Stain's words. There are definitely things he hesitated on doing because they went too far. But ignoring his association of jumping off rooftops with his own aborted suicide attempt wasn't one of those things. Despite his newfound resolve, though, he couldn't do much other than that until the other racers came into his line of sight. Even though he moved with Ciro's technique in mind, his own gear wasn't as good as the others' tape. He could only perform one movement with it at a time, before he had to reset by firing it out to a new hook hold to move forward again. And when he first caught sight of someone else now that they were encroaching towards All Might, Yaoyorozu with an impressive but clearly work-in-progress jetpack, he hesitated to sabotage. They were far from the ground. Even just causing Yaoyorozu's machinery to sputter or Azui to miss a foothold to slow them down could lead to them falling to serious injury. Or death. Frankly, he thought it was sound of him to take one look at the very not serious circumstances as well as his barely dangling in the balance emotional well-being and decide that, no, he did not need to tempt his luck like that today. Thank you very much. It was a competitor he'd never had the chance to see on the field, Kuro, who ended up the first to stand beside All Might. For all his friend valued cunning and lacked raw power, the speed he could move at while within the darkness was incredible, and the industrial environment that was ripe with shadows at every corner and alleyway was a perfect setting for him. The only moment he had to slow down was once he reached the roof proper, where All Might and the finish line were at, and that was the only time Izuku had been able to see him while still in the middle of the race. Hitoshi ended up not winning his set as well, but he did feature some new gear just like Izuku had. Izuku lit up at the sight of Eraserhead's ironic capture weapon being used to help Hitoshi get around. Though it wasn't quite as fast as Izuku's grappling hook in that regard, it also had the additional benefit of being better support in combat. They were both setting themselves up to account for the weaknesses of their quirks, so that they could be unhindered when it came time to use their strengths. It was only at the end of the exercise that Hitoshi was properly accosted by the class at large in a scene similar to what Izuku had walked into at the beginning of the school day. While Hitoshi eyed everyone he was less familiar with an only partially hidden wary eye, Izuku promptly attached himself to Hitoshi's arm, hanging off it as he liked to indulge sometimes to feel closer to Hitoshi. He could feel Hitoshi tense slightly under his touch, though the others seemingly glanced at him casually. He knows Hitoshi usually prefers to have moments like this in private, but with everyone's eyes on him right now, Izuku felt the need to show that they are close, that Hitoshi already had a place in this class whether they liked it or not. He didn't believe any of them were the malicious type, but it was best to set up these kinds of standards from the start as to not allow misconceptions the chance to grow. Why didn't you say you'd be joining my classes now, Hitoshi-kun? We could have celebrated or something. You of all people should know better than to celebrate too early. I'm not officially in the department yet, remember? Hitoshi responded easily, before he averted his gaze for a second. And I thought it'd be kind of fun as a surprise. Surprise? Izuku couldn't help but let out a small giggle. Hitoshi's pale face gained a noticeable amount of color at the sound of it. It was a great surprise, yeah. You really made my day. Oh, that's good, I guess. Someone coughed an extremely poorly hidden laugh into their fist. Izuku looked over to see Kuro had come up to stand by the two of them, while still remaining a respectable gap away. He smirked with particular mischief as he drawled, "That's good, you guess, huh? You gotta do a better job at showing your verbal skills, Shinso. Don't let yourself get tongue-tied now after such a promising intro." Even when Hitoshi's gaze turned into a glare at that, Tokoyami responded to Kuro without the goading tone, but still sounding like he knew the same secret Kuro was flaunting. Now, there's no need to provoke poor Shinso like that. It obviously couldn't be helped. He glanced Izuku's way for a spilt second before glancing back at Kuro with a slight curve to his beak. With such a strong offense, any wayward soul would find themselves on the defense. He wasn't prepared for such an assault. You both really like talking shit, don't you? Hitoshi finally grumbled, his purple eyes promising that if he'd had a quirk that allowed it, they'd both be dead on sight. A couple of the others chuckled good-naturedly at his reaction. After a particularly loud laugh, Kirishima beamed at Hitoshi while sticking out a hand in offering. I don't really know what's going on, but it can only be a good thing such a manly friend of our classmates is joining us. Name's Kirishima, nice to meet you. Hitoshi eyed the hand for just a second before returning the handshake. And that was the K for everyone else to go off. Same here, I'm sad. And this guy next to me is Kuda. Bonjour. Hagakure Turu. Don't look me over just cause I'm invisible. Ashido Mina. Now onto the good stuff. What exactly is your relationship with? Everyone please. He won't remember anyone's names if you all bombard him at once. Yaoyorozu chose that moment to take order, ever. The image of a class president. She gave him and Hitoshi a worried glance before looking back at everyone to say, and please be prudent with what you ask of him. We don't want to pry more than what's welcome. Prying isn't welcome at all, Hitoshi retorted with a slight eye roll. There was another laugh at that, this time from Kaminari. He gave Hitoshi a once-over as he said, you know, when I first saw you, I thought you'd be the type to be popular with the girls. But no. AK. He cut himself off with a shout of pain, before turning sheepishly towards Gyre next to him, her ear jack retreating from where it had poked him harshly in the side. She was giving Kaminari a judging stare. Finish that sentence, and I'll take care of you myself. Don't be a nuisance. Sorry. Kaminari held his hands up in surrender, then turned back to them to continue the conversation. Anyway, while Midoriya gets along with basically everyone, when he stands next to Tokoyami and now Kuro, especially in costume, they sorta all feel like they have the same vibe. I didn't think there'd be another person he gets along with even better than them, but you seem totally different from that too. Did you guys know each other from before UA? Izuku nodded his head in confirmation. Kirishima ended up speaking before he could respond properly. Now that you mention it, Midoriya, Tokoyami, and Kuro really do all have the same vibe. They all have the same taste too. The three being called out looked back and forth from one another, from Kuro's black, to Tokoyami's black, to Izuku's, still mostly black but at least he had green to accent it. That was negated by the fact his getup was clearly based on a witch, but that was beside the point. From his peripherals, Izuku saw Aoyama wink. With such coordination, one would think they were all part of the same hero team. Occasionally, coordinating outfits as a group gives a stronger performance than an individual, fabulous display of style. How does Monsieur Shinso fit into that, I wonder? Kaminari chuckled a bit before saying, well, if they ever did want to be a three-man group, they could totally be the unholy trinity or something. That's what they feel like whenever they talk to each other, at least. Kaminari-san. Yaoyorozu said with a bit of warning in her voice, but she was interrupted by a chorus of appreciative hums. Unholy trinity. I doubt we'd actually form a team as such, but it's a marvelous name indeed. Tokoyami nodded in clear agreement. Pitch perfect. Almost makes me want to form a team just to use it. Though that really isn't practical either, Kuro resounded, creepy white grin accompanying his glee. Even Izuku couldn't stop himself from stammering out. I wouldn't want to form a team that couldn't have Hitoshi-kun in it, but in terms of just hypothetical naming, it's clearly the best in slot. The Unholy Trinity was met with resounding approval by the Unholy Trinity, Jer commented, eyeing the three of them along with Kaminari with borderline exasperation. In turn, he sent her a slightly sheepish grin and half shrug. Then, Hitoshi blinked blankly as though he'd just thought of something. Looking at Izuku to say, "You want to form a hero team with me?" Izuku blinked back, before he startled in a flurry of dismissive hand movements. His flustered state probably tinting his face pink. Not as a definite thing. But if you wanted to, of course I would. We'll probably end up doing our own thing instead, but it could be fun that way, is what I was thinking. I just wouldn't want to join a team that had a member limit which meant you could never join, so at least we'd have the option. If we ever wanted to. His gaze lowered to the ground as though if he looked down, he'd see the conversational dead horse he just beat into the floor. You probably get the point. I'll stop rambling. It's not like I never considered it either. There's just other things to consider too, besides friendship. I'm sure you know what I mean already though. We'll just have to see how things end up. Alright. Well, the both of them glanced up to look at Kuro, who just shrugged as he jokingly suggested, if Shinso makes his hero costume black, the Unholy Quartet is a fine substitute. We'd probably need even more people than 4, though, to balance out the combatability of the team, but we can just keep going up from there. Tokoyami narrowed his eyes for a second before protesting. Technically, the word that would be the equivalent to a trinity is a quaternity. Unholy Quartet sounds way better though. You need to be more flexible about this stuff, Tokoyami-chan. Chan? Are you insulting me? Not in the slightest, Kuro said with the most obviously fake smile Izuku's ever seen. The sight of it caused Tokoyami's eye to twitch. Karo, isn't it a bigger issue that the name Unholy Anything sounds like the name of a villain group instead of a hero team? They all looked over at Azui, who pointed out the obvious. Izuku along with Tokoyami visibly deflated at that realization, but Kuro just laughed it off. We could still make it work. Edgy heroes are pretty popular nowadays. Tokoyami actually rolled his eyes at that, snarking back. No doubt you have no issue with that, scheming hero. I still question the reality of Midnight Sensei allowing that name choice to pass inspection. With that, two parts of the Unholy Trinity continued to bicker even through everyone filing out of the field to change. Izuku was 75% sure that was Kuro's goal in goading Tokoyami like that, as the two subsequently removed attention from him and Hitoshi. He'll have to find a way to subtly thank the other later. Izuku thought that would be the end of his most pressing troubles for the day. With school almost over, he could retreat to the dorm along with Hitoshi and enjoy some time with him. Maybe they could even fit in a horror movie or two after homework. But then, one more issue presented itself. Not a new one, but one that he'd put off for quite long enough. Midoriya-kun? He looked over his shoulder in the middle of collecting all his things in his bag. Uraraka gave him a clearly nervous, but brave smile. Do you have a minute to talk? The Nomu Endeavor and Hawks retrieved from Hosu was in much better shape than the one Karma fried at the USJ. I was hoping that maybe that might have messed with the results of the police's testing, but this one showed the exact same thing. There's no denying it. Now, Toshinori frowned into the phone at Gran Torino's report, even though the other couldn't see it. He was sure his expression was being matched by his former teacher, though. So the DNA showed this to also originally be a person with a mix of others' DNA added, as well as the addition of other quirks not held by the original person. You really need me to repeat it all word for word? Yes. Then you are correct that it is undeniable. Toshinori looked out the window to the sight of students beginning to file out. He'd have to go quickly to catch Togata before the boy left as well. There's only one quirk, one person, that could place multiple quirks into one vessel. He's still alive, just as we'd feared. And he's begun to make his move once more. Gran Torino reflected Toshinori's own thoughts. From then, he spoke with a much more pensive tone. I know Night Eye picked your successor specifically to be the best, but what do you think of him personally? He was perfectly capable from what I got to see from him, but a week isn't enough time to get a good enough read. Can he handle this? Toshinori didn't respond for a moment, thinking deeply on the question, before he sighed. Young Togata is extremely skilled. I have no doubt he could handle this, eventually. I just fear he may not get the time to grow into his own with One for All at this rate. If only we'd had more time, even just another year would be enough. He wasn't being dramatic with his assessment. Togata was already at the level of a pro, being estimated to be one of the best even including other full-fledged heroes. But One for All was a tricky quirk that had only gotten harder to handle with each time it was passed on. And in the earlier days, he knew quite well that All for One had been quick to hunt down the past users. It had been less about beating the man, and more about playing a deadly game of keep away all the way up until Toshinori ended up with it, and he'd been the one to finally finish the deed. Or so they thought. He'd been relieved, in a sense. Not just with the apparent finality of accomplishing the quirk One for All's main purpose, but also with the fact he didn't have to be like the ones that came before him. He didn't have to mentally prepare himself to pass over all the danger and trouble to the next generation, only to know he was doing them just as he'd been dmed. He'd often wondered if Shimura-sensei had first looked at him knowing he would be the one to win, or if she'd thought she was passing off another death sentence to a young boy only just in high school. He'd thought it wouldn't matter, as long as he accomplished the first and proved the latter wrong. And yet, here he was. Even though he was still on the phone, he spoke more to himself this time, all for one. How many lives will you ruin until you're brought down this time? Hasn't it been enough all these years? Over the line, Gran Torino scoffed at his muttering, that man is living proof that there's no divine justice in this world, Toshinori. It doesn't matter how many he ruins, he won't face punishment unless we do it ourselves. That's why he ruled the underground for as long as he did before. I know that just as well as you do, Gran Torino. Toshinori finally tore his eyes away from the students down below. As he puffed up into his hero form, he admitted into the phone like it was a confessional, a weakness of the revered All Might he could trust with no other but the man that taught him everything. I just can't help but question if our justice will be enough, in the end. They found an unused conference room in the crook of the floor 1A was on, just something simple with a couple chairs and a couch in front of a low table with a water dispenser and tea bags in the corner for convivance. Izuku figured it was a place the staff could ferry visiting parents or students waiting for something. A waiting room that was both comfortable but also out of the way of anything of importance. Uraraka took the initiative to sit on the couch, and Izuku took the social cue to sit beside her at the other end with a good couple of feet between them. He glanced up at her in a way he hoped wasn't too demure, assuming she already planned how to start the conversation. Large brown eyes gave him a lingering once-over, before Uraraka smiled apologetically while folding her hands in her lap. Hey Midoriya-kun, sorry to drop this on you all of a sudden. I wanted to take a while to think things through, but then once I knew what to talk about, I got sorta anxious about it. Izuku began waving her apology away with frantic energy that matched his voice. Oh, it's no problem. He stumbled on his words a bit, starting up again with a steadier tone. I figured you'd want to talk soon too. Uraraka just gave a small nod at that, still smiling even when it was strained. Then, almost all at once, she dropped it, letting the edges fall along with the gaze of her eye contact, now focused on the table in front of them. It really shocked me to hear that you struggled with that kind of thing. I could always tell you were an anxious person, a little high-strung even when you didn't need to be, but everyone gets like that sometimes. And some people are just like that. I didn't think too much about it. Those big eyes drifted back up to Izuku, who stiffened at the intensity of their stare. Or was it that it wasn't intense at all and he was too quick to frighten upon the attention? When Shinsaku-kun told us about what happened before, about the problems you're still facing, it made me think about a lot of things. How is it that you got to that point, where Shinso was the first person to help you? Why had no one, whether it was a teacher or a student or whoever, tried to help you? Heroes are meant to help and save everyone they can, But they couldn't help for something like this. They can't be there for everything, that's why it's important for everyone to help each other. For everyone to reach out a hand when they see someone needs help. It's always been common sense to me, and yet, Uraraka trailed off at that, averting her eyes again before continuing with a different thought. It disappointed me to realize people could be so cold. Seeing villains is different because they're the bad ones, right? They're supposed to be different from us, but in the end, a lot of people aren't that different after all. Izuku swallowed at the feeling of restlessness that overcame him. He held his hands together to keep them from jittering. I wouldn't compare that to being a villain. And I wouldn't say everyone was like that. I did try to pretend like everything was okay, so I'm sure a lot of them just couldn't see anything was wrong. That's what it was like with my mom. But there were still a lot that did see clearly you needed help, right? With how Bakugo was treating you at least. Did anyone do anything then? His mind flashed to all the times Katsuki had mocked him, to the occasional times a teacher or another student that wasn't in his old friend's gang would be in the area. He thought of the times a teacher or another classmate would say something about his quirk, something that was obviously off-putting or offensive. He found that there was nothing he could respond with. Uraraka gave him a good minute that passed in tense silence. Then, she reached out to take both his hands into hers, before looking back up with determination that hadn't been there moments prior. She looked like how she had before the sports festival, when she was ready to take on the whole world if needed to succeed. You probably already know this, but I want to tell you straight to your face, you have more than just Shinso now, Midoriya-kun. You can expect more from the people around you here in UA, expect more from your friends. You can't save everyone if even you try your best sometimes, and sometimes you aren't enough to save them. I understand that. But that's why it's even more important to help the people that are in your reach. Her voice was filled with vehemence without being overbearing. Passionate in her words but not to the point of forcing it. The shine in Uraraka's eyes had a familiar gleam in them. As she leaned her face closer, Izuku leaned back out of instinct. If the situation wasn't so emotionally stark, the proximity might have flustered him. You can expect more out of me than you already do. I know you can. Don't be afraid of scaring me off. Even if you can't trust it now, I'll help you see it one day. It doesn't matter how long that takes. That's just what any good friend would do. So tell me, is there anything you wanted to talk about? It doesn't have to be about things you don't want to focus on or bring up. Just whatever way you think I can help you the most. I want to tackle it right now if I can. And if it's something that needs time to work on, today is the best day to start. His eyes widened without thought at the declaration. Because that's what it was, a declaration of friendship, a declaration of humanity. I am here, said in a different way with a different context than All Might's famous line. It would be imposing if Uraraka didn't have the kind eyes to support her intentions. Izuku took a long moment to think of how to respond. He couldn't just brush this off with a non-response. It would be offensive to Uraraka's kindness to brazenly ignore the hand she was reaching out, and had already reached out literally, in favor of pretending to not need help. But at the same time, thank you, Uraraka. But I don't think it's good if I just talk with you about anything. You're my friend, and that word was said with much more genuine confidence than he would have uttered it at the start of the school year. But I don't want to bring you down with my problems. And that's not, I don't mean that as in you couldn't handle them, but you shouldn't. That's not. Izuku had to close his mouth and restart to put what he meant into real words. At my worst, I'm pretty messed up. For that kind of thing, I think the counseling UA set up for me would help the most, not a friend. It's already hard enough on Hitoshi-kun as it is. He wasn't completely sold on that yet, but he was scheduled to meet with Hound Dog soon again, and he was sure there was much to cover with what happened in Hosu and Izuku's decision to stay in the hero course. How much a professional hand could help him would only be seen after repeat visits. Instead of being disheartened, Uraraka just nodded her head firmly. I understand that. If someone else is better able to help you with that, that's all you need. But there must be some things you need help with that you wouldn't talk to a counselor about, right? Maybe even something you wouldn't want to talk to Shinso or Tokoyami about. As soon as she brought up Hitoshi, something popped into Izuku's mind. Something that he hadn't let his mind wander to, but stayed rooted in the back of his perception like an itching suspicion. It was now that Izuku's cheeks flushed with color. Averting his gaze down into his pressed-together knees, he debated with himself about whether to even let himself think about that kind of thing. He finally realized there was no way he'd have the bravery to seriously think about this topic by himself, so speaking it aloud to an accepting friend was the best he could do. His gaze peeked up through his bangs and through his eye patch on one side, before he had to avert them again once more. Izuku couldn't keep the stutter out of his voice this time. I do have something. But it's not important, actually it is, but also not really, I mean. Midoriya-kun, looking back up, Izuku saw Uraraka cut him off with a gentle tone and a caring, soft smile. It's okay. Take your time to just get right into what you want to say, you don't have to justify anything to me. Swallowing a bit, Izuku jumped into spitting out. Do you think Hitoshi-kun might like me? Uraraka's eyes went wide as she stared at him for a single second. Then, a giant grin broke across her face. She practically jumped out of her seat, pulling Izuku partway up with her unintentionally while shaking his hands still in her grip. Yes. You noticed. I've waited so long for this moment. You've waited so long for me to ask if Hitoshi likes me? Yes. Uraraka shouted back with exasperation on her face, like it was obvious. That boy is crushing so hard a blind person could see it. I'm surprised a betting pool hasn't been started over this already. Her grin then turned into a serious, inquisitive-looking frown as she leaned in close again. Izuku gulped in nervousness at the clear anticipation on her face. So, what do you think? What are you gonna tell him? Do you like him back? A voice trailing off, Izuku had to restart his sentence as his nerves came back. I don't know. You don't know? Yeah. I mean, at first, I thought I was just overinterpreting stuff. I'd noticed some things occasionally but didn't really think about them. But lately it's been more in my face and I've just been sort of denying it, and now you're saying it's been obvious and everyone's waiting for something to happen, and He averted his eyes to the floor as his voice cracked in at an embarrassing pitch. I just don't know. If Hitoshi likes me, I want to like him back, but does that mean I really like him back? What is liking someone supposed to feel like? He could almost feel the excited energy draining from his friend. Izuku still couldn't look at her, but it seemed like Uraraka was treating this like a serious issue now, instead of just a gossip moment. I guess I would describe it like a bubbly feeling. You like just being able to see the person, them being around makes you happier. And you want them to be happy. And there's the core of the issue, but it's already like that for us. That's how our friendship works just by itself. It's like he's the first real friend I've ever had, and so he was the only one making me happy for so long. And in movies and stuff, when people are in love, they all talk about how important the person you love is to you. Like they're the most important person in the universe. Izuku was finally able to look back up at Uraraka's now pensive expression as he emphasized, but it was already like that too. Hitoshi, he literally saved my life. He was my reason to keep living. I wouldn't be here without him. Does that make what I feel for him love? If it doesn't, then how do you go beyond that? It's not possible for him to become more important, for me to feel happier around him. Sighing quietly, his gaze drifted back down to where his hands were joined with Uraraka's. I don't understand what that's supposed to feel like. Or how I'm supposed to be able to feel even more than I already am. So, how am I supposed to be able to tell if I like him or not? I don't really know either, Midoriya-kun. Things are a lot more complicated than they normally are because of your circumstances. But this is what I think. Izuku lifted his gaze when he heard the upturn of hope in Uraraka's voice. She was sending him a steady but slight smile, a sign of confidence that things would work out. You've only just been able to start paying attention to how Shinso acts around you, so now you can start paying attention to how you feel around him. Don't try to force yourself to feel anything just because you think he's expecting something from you, because he's not. I think that's probably why he hasn't said anything. Before I thought he was just scared to say anything like how it is with everyone else, but now I can see he was being considerate of your feelings. There's only so much a person can handle at once, you know. With another firm nod, Uraraka shook his hands once before releasing them to clap her palms onto his shoulders, pinkies lifted as to not activate her quirk. So don't get caught up in trying to figure out how liking someone is supposed to feel. Just feel, and then you can try to figure out from there what you're feeling. Does that sound like a plan? Something was soothed inside him, some tension that he hadn't even noticed was there before. He wasn't quite at a smile yet, but he could feel his face lighten up a bit as he nodded back and responded, "Why, that sounds like a plan. Thanks, Uraraka-san. I would have probably just thought around in circles without you. There's no need for that. I'm the one who asked you to lay it on me." Uraraka chuckled a bit, her eyes closing in thought. "I could only imagine whatever Tokoyami or Kurwaro would have tried to tell you. Probably something extremely vague and ominous like," and she deepened her voice for a moody imitation, "Follow the path your heart leads you, Midoriya, though you may fear what lies in wait at the end." Izuku actually choked up at that. A hand flew to cover his mouth, now curling at the ends from contained laughter. That's exactly what they'd say. Tokoyami, proud. Kurwaro would be more like, "Love isn't all fun and games. The pain in your chest is proof that you're connected. The price of happiness is too steep for modern comprehension." Uraraka barked back in full laughter this time. "Huh, modern comprehension?" He would say that, "You're absolutely right. No offense, but I think it's a good thing you came to me with this instead of either of them. At least I hope my advice was easier to follow than theirs would be. I think that's something we can both agree on, don't worry." He hadn't expected Uraraka's desire to talk to him to alleviate much of his anxiety. But somehow, when he met back up with Hitoshi to walk to their dorm together, Izuku was able to calm himself upon the sight of Hitoshi glancing over at him in worry. He mentally noted how the other's apparent concern for him also helped him feel lighter. Uraraka had been right. He can expect more out of her. He'll have to try hard to expect more out of their other classmates as well. Finally, Katsuki was back in a godforsaken classroom. Most kids would be ecstatic to have been given a break from school that long, but he was well aware that every day his but wasn't seated at a desk was another day he was falling behind the rest of the masses. He'd thought that getting into workplace training would mean he could get right back into UA after it was over, and he'd been mistaken. It was only after one of the school's counselors had done a thorough evaluation of both himself and how he performed in his training that he was accepted back into classes, at which point he'd already missed a couple of days back. It made his impatience for sticking his neck back into the thick of things grow. He'd also thought he would have satiated that feeling with the workplace training itself, only for Best Genius to prove that wrong. Katsuki couldn't call it a waste of time. The basic patrolling they'd done was only enough to introduce the basics to him for both hero work and social interaction with civilians as a hero, something that Genius believed he sorely needed. And it did align with learning the anger management practices that had been taught to him before that. But as much as he knew he couldn't, Katsuki yearned to just skip ahead of that stuff and go back to learning real sheet. But of course, things just didn't work like that. If Katsuki wanted to change how he reacted, how he felt about things, he had to put in work for it. For all the time before that he's the one who decided on his own to act like he doesn't feel. I always told him to cut that bullshit out. Right? Because being ordered to change the way you think and feel automatically lets you control that sheet. He didn't decide anything, you piece of sheet, that's just how he reacts. Now that he was the one that needed to change himself, Katsuki suddenly understood he'd been demanding the impossible from Deku. The way the other had acted made him angry, and so he'd screamed at him to just stop. But even if he screamed at himself to stop, they'd just be empty words. It was fine though. In the end, he'd made it back. He'd passed whatever minimum standard they had to at least let him show his face. It was fine that he had to still have appointments and check-ins, that the counselor had told him this would continue to be a work in progress. As long as he felt like he actually got to go back to doing something, it'd probably help him more than having nothing better to do than face his own inadequacy. 24. I'm sure you all remember this particular student of our department, but to do things right, he's giving a proper introduction as your new classmate. Vlad came out of the gate with blunt professionalism. Not as I don't give a shit as Katsuki's previous teacher, but still frank enough that it didn't annoy him. He waved a thick hand towards Katsuki in an unnecessary gesture. At the sight of all of class be staring at him in a mix of surprise and blank expressions, Katsuki didn't bother smiling. He was sure his grimace was one that all might would flinch at. Bakugu Katsuki. Don't bother me and I won't bother you. He considered it an improvement that he didn't say something along the lines of don't drag me down or leave me the F alone, but he saw some individuals still frown at his rudeness. In particular, the pain-in-the-butt blonde copycat sneered like Katsuki had forced something foul down his throat. From the limited interaction they'd had before, Katsuki just knew this was a guy that couldn't shut the F up, so the only reaction he gave to the other sticking his hand into the air was a twitch of the eyebrow. Fucker didn't even wait for Vlad to call on him before speaking. Vlad-sensei, do we really have to be saddled with this brute? I mean, we can all make our own educated assumptions as to why Kurwaro and him were switched out with each other. It's not just his quirk that's a ticking time bomb. Just to be even more contrary, Copycat stared right at him with a non-cheerful smirk as he continued, "It's rather inconsiderate of the school to force us to deal with a classmate that could potentially harm us due to their irresponsible lack of control. UA obviously didn't want to make poor Midoriya have to deal with him, as they should, but aren't they sabotaging our own education now just to work around him? They'd be better off dropping him altogether." "Monoma," the teacher cut him off. His arms were firmly crossed to show a ridged stance. The school has already decided how they're moving forward with this. If he really starts being a problem, he's not gonna last in the course. You don't need to comment on that unless the time for it comes. Moreover, I'm the one who had the final say on whether I'd take him into my class or not, and I will be the one monitoring him. If you believe I made a poor decision, you should say as such now to me directly." During the middle of Vlad King's response, Monoma had shifted his focus back to his teacher. He remained silent in the face of the other's grounded stare. Though Katsuki knew he wasn't content, a sneer still marring the copycat's firmly shut lips. Vlad King closed his eyes and nodded once with a sigh, like he'd expected his student to lose his bark. "You all are allowed to make your own judgments, of course. But I'm similar to many of the teachers here in that we don't give up on people unless they're truly unsalvageable. This stays true whether it be for rescues or in everyday life. Eraserhead is quick to cut his students if they don't show enough promise, but if circumstances had been different, he likely would have kept the other to work with him personally rather than passing him on to me." He opened his eyes to put his stare on Katsuki, then, speaking straight to him, "You will remain in this class until I have seen for myself that you are the same as you were, and beyond that you aren't improving. Monoma's a little rough around the edges, but you'll find that most of my students will work well with you if you're willing to work with them. It'll be all on you how you do." With that, Katsuki took the available empty seat and homeroom continued. It wasn't until the next break between periods that someone other than the teacher spoke, an uncomfortable silence having fallen over the students of the classroom. Katsuki watched out of the corner of his eye as a girl stood up from her chair with a noticeable scrape on the floor, before walking over to him in even steps. He vaguely remembered the side ponytail ginger as having been a team leader in the second round of the school festival. Standing directly in front of Katsuki still seated at his desk, she stuck out a hand towards him with all the eyes of her classmates focused on them. "My name's Kendo Itsuka, and my quirk, Big Fist, lets me grow the size of my hands. I was voted class president of 1B, so if you need any help adjusting, let me know." "Kendo," the loud metal guy exclaimed in alarm, standing up slightly from his chair to lean towards the side Katsuki was at. "It's fine, Tetsu," Ginger dismissed the other without even glancing his way. She kept her sights solely on Katsuki, who'd yet to take her hand. She didn't drop it. "Bakugu, I know technically everyone in this department is supposed to be competing with each other, but that's not how we do things in 1B. We aren't like your class who were given an opportunity to stand out already, so we decided to all work together as a team so that we could help each other catch up to 1A in progress. I know to you that kind of thing must feel like we'd be slowing you down, but you'd be wrong. Vlad-sensei encourages our outlook, so the way we do our practical lessons is heavily teamwork-based. You may have been one of the best of your class before, but you'll just fall behind if you try to stand on your own. I think that's why Vlad-sensei thought you would be able to grow in his class, and why he's also prepared for you not to meet those expectations." Katsuki scowled at that information before scoffing. And you'd be willing to work with me? 'Cause of what, pity? Duty? Because I've decided to work with you instead of against. What more does there need to be? The way Kendo plainly stated her words, as though the concept was as clear and obvious as day, made Katsuki mentally pause for a second. What more does there need to be? Like in her eyes it really was that simple. Her hand was still reached out towards him, waiting. Just like that little Izuku had reached out his hand that day. I'm so sorry, Kaken. I forgot to tell it to do something, so it did stuff on its own again. I'm sorry. Throughout the process Katsuki had been going through after he began going over the history of his and Izuku's relationship, his assigned counselor had said something that stuck with him. She'd said that people were one of life's inevitabilities, like taxes and death. There would be some you don't like but had to deal with anyway, because they were all over the place, so it was impossible to avoid them. But unlike the other two inevitabilities, you could be pleasantly surprised if you give someone a chance. He just never gave anyone a chance due to his disregard of them and temper. She'd said the way he expresses fear is through anger, so if he was always angry over people getting in his way or outperforming him, that meant what he might actually be feeling was fear of his own incompetence. If he had true confidence in himself, he should also be confident that he could work with or around other people. That's what she told him to ruminate on, before he was sent off to best genists. And all of that was true, at least when it concerned Izuku. Katsuki's anger had just been to mask his fear. When he found it in himself to keep his mouth shut and nod neutrally at best genists' side as they greeted the people they passed by, there hadn't been anything he needed to worry about when it came to those people. So if he couldn't do the same with the students that sat beside him in class, didn't that mean he was wary of them for some reason? Did he think he was weak enough that they could pull him down from his attempts to stay in the hero department? Did he think that they were strong enough that he'd just get angry all over again and get himself kicked out all on his own? Just leave the time bomb to sulk on his own, Kendo. It was the copycat's snarking voice that brought Katsuki out of his thoughts. He's already made it clear he doesn't see anyone in this class as anyone worth anything. Your consideration is wasted on the likes of him. If Katsuki needed any additional motivation to stop chickening out, that was it. He purposely didn't look Monoma's way even as his scowl grew from the other's comment. Instead, he just looked back up at Kendo as he took her hand for a firm shake. It somewhat pleased him to feel that her grip back was equally strong. Kendo? I'll remember it this time, is all he responded with, but the girl sent him a great smile like he did something worthwhile. And once he'd properly acknowledged her, others from the class started getting out of their seats to introduce themselves as well, including with the metal guy that had first been so hesitate with him. I'm still not sure about you, but I guess Kendo's right that we just gotta try to get along. Name's Tetsu. Who the names their kid that? Katsuki restrained himself from saying aloud. Kendo's going about this with her head put on straight like always. I'm one of this year's recommendation students, Hananuki Jozu. A recommended student like half and half? Katsuki will have to watch out for him, but he guessed declarations of war were out of the question now. If one repents truly, sins of the past can come to be forgiven and the soul may be purified. I, Shizuki Ibra, will pray you continue on the right path for the sake of both our bonds as classmates and the fate of your immortal soul. Did this chick just say she thinks he's going to hell? What the F? Alright everyone, back into your seats now. Present Mike will be along any minute for your English PRD. Vlad King announced his presence as he shortly stuck his head in through the doorway. After doing a once-over to check and see his students were filing back into place, he hummed in approval before leaving fully. To replace him, the bright blonde part-time radio host full-time hero teacher strut into the room, loudly greeting them as always. In the seat behind him, a short girl with a brown-haired bob that partly covered her eyes giggled under her breath. He was totally listening in and waiting for us to finish up before interrupting, but he doesn't want us to know. Sensei's too cute sometimes. So, it sounds like you had a very eventful week, is what Hound Dog said after Izuku finished explaining what had happened at his workplace training in all its classified glory. For once, he was thankful for the format of having a professional counseling session. if only for the fact that he was actually allowed to talk about all of his friends' part of that mess due to legally binding patient confidentiality. Not even Principal Nedzu would be able to ask Hound Dog what Izuku had talked to him about. Izuku just sighed in response, not a trace of his usual mask of a polite smile to be seen. One of the first things Hound Dog had requested he try out after moving on from the evaluation phase to actual, he didn't want to call them therapy but it was sessions, was for Izuku to not fake his emotions while in Hound Dog's office. Whatever he felt is what he should let himself show and feel. It was easier said than done, but Hound Dog pointed out that unless he practiced it, he wouldn't be able to implement it in his real life. He was already sorta practicing it when he was with Hitoshi, but Izuku had to start really branching out if he wanted to not make it just a compartmentalized reaction like how he handled everything in general. That's an understatement. I've heard from the rest of 1A that there are still reporters lurking around trying to shift through the crowd and find me when students enter and leave the school. Won't they think it's weird that none of them can ever find me? What if they figure out the school is where I'm staying? That's technically possible, but I think you're overestimating the knowledge of the press, Hound Dog responded gently. For all they know, UA has some secret passage that we're shipping you though precisely because they're lurking about. They have no way of figuring out or confirming what's actually going on. Izuku had begun to notice a pattern this session. He would admit one worry he had ranging from being catastrophically unlikely to something that may or may not come to pass, and Hound Dog would reassure him with the knowledge that things didn't automatically fall to the worst-case scenario all the time even if they did so in his head. The chances that things would work out were usually much higher than Izuku gave them credit for. He was just so used to his bad luck that it was an expectation at this point that everything that could go wrong with his life would. Regardless, you've been forced to progress quite a bit in such a short amount of time, Midoriya. And you've been forced to make a definitive decision on whether you want to be a hero, Hound Dog continued. Looking at Izuku with the kind of soulful eyes only dogs had, the teacher asked him, "Do you still agree with the decision that you've made, or do you regret it?" "I don't think I regret it, no." Swallowing down his anxiety, Izuku sat up straighter to try and give a more confident response. "For the first time in a long time, I think I actually might be able to make it as a hero, just like I dreamed of so long ago. Now that I'm in the deep end, I want to see how far I can go." After jotting something down on his notepad, Hound Dog glanced back up at him with a warm smile and nod. "We all know you'll do well, Midoriya. I look forward to seeing where you go from here as well. It's about time to end the session, so let's leave it off on that positive note. Try to carry the feeling with you. Finals are coming up, so just try and focus on your studies for now." The two of them stood up, and Hound Dog opened the door for Izuku to step out. They both paused in the hallway, though, when they caught sight of someone sitting in the waiting chair for Hound Dog's office. The student in the chair was unfamiliar, with black hair that partly hid his face and elf-like long ears. The student that stood beside the other was more recognizable. It was none other than Togata Mirio that turned to look at Izuku in surprise. Said surprise quickly passed though, as the other grinned at the both of them. "Hello again, Midoriya. Good to see you in better circumstances. And hello to you too, Hound Dog Sensei." "Good evening, Togata-kun," Hound Dog began, before he shifted his focus to send the other student an almost understanding, mollifying look. "Amajiki-kun, I didn't realize you'd be early today. My apologies for the wait." Amajiki was already shaking his head at the teacher before he'd finished speaking, standing up quickly to wave off his words. "And no, you don't need to apologize. I'm the one that's early after all. If anything, I'm as sorry for butting in on your time with another student." "Nonsense, Midoriya and I had just finished up." Hound Dog then shifted to look back at Izuku beside him. "Midoriya-kun, this is Amajiki Tamaki. He's one of UA's most promising third years, as well as one of the few other students that see me regularly. Now that the opportunity is upon us, it might be a good idea to get to know both him and Togata, though it seems the two of you had already met." Just briefly," Izuku clarified shortly. He glanced over Amajiki, who seemed to shrink under his gaze despite very much being Izuku's senior. It wasn't too hard to see at least part of the reason why Amajiki was one of Hound Dog's cases. As Amajiki and Hound Dog went back into the office for their session, There was a moment of silence between Togata and Izuku, before the upperclassman began speaking with a tone of friendly conversation. I'm not always around when Tamaki goes to Hound Dog, so I'm glad I got the chance to run into you. He just needs a little moral support sometimes. I'm sure you know these things can be difficult at times. Izuku didn't know what to say to that, but luckily, Togata didn't wait for a response. Instead, he leaned in slightly to come into Izuku's personal space and speak in a softer cadence. You've probably already been told about me, but I just wanted to say that not a single word of what I heard will leave my lips. You don't have to worry about me saying anything, if that's something you were worried about. He didn't know how to interpret the solid stare Togata looked at him with. Izuku wouldn't say he outright worried the other would gossip about him. He was just uncomfortable with the idea that a stranger could know so much about him. Again, Togata didn't wait for him to say anything before he straightened his posture once more, expression shifting into a kind grin. Hound Dog was right, though. I think you could find a good friend in Tamaki. He's pretty skittish, but he's got a strong quirk and a strong foundation as a hero. All he needs now is confidence in his own abilities, and it's just hard for him to feel like that about himself. I gotta tell you, though, he was even worse about it before we started UA. Hound Dog has really helped him over the years, so you can trust you're in good paws with him. Ha! Togata ended with a hearty laugh at his own joke. It was something that most would find off-putting, but Izuku thought it helped show off the good humor the other had. Similar to All Might in a way. I guess it's good to see that other students have done well under Hound Dog Sensei. Yeah. Izuku decided to just skip over everything Togata had said prior to land on something easier for him to respond to. If the other noticed it, he didn't call Izuku out on it. The other walked with him down the hall with a guiding and sturdy pat on his shoulder. Izuku had to keep himself from tensing under the touch. I know you've gotten yourself a bit of fame and spotlight now, but if you're anything like Tamaki, you probably don't see it as a good thing. You don't need to worry about it too much, or rush into rising to the level of a pro hero. Just going at whatever pace you can will get you to where you need to be, one step at a time. Again, Izuku was reminded of All Might with those words. He remembered that Hitoshi mentioned Togata had been around for his confrontation with Katsuki because he'd been with All Might, and seeing how the other's personality and ideals could be compared to what Izuku would have thought a young All Might would be like made him wonder what their connection could be. In a slide of conspiratorial thought, Izuku came to a striking possibility. Togata-senpai, he began in a whisper. Togata noted his attempts at being subtle, and leaned back in to hear him out more clearly. Their walk down the empty after-school halls paused. I know you're involved with All Might in some way and you resemble him in a lot of ways. Your quirk is even physically based like his, if the speed you showed during Hosu was any indication. He could see Togata stiffen at his observations, and the reaction emboldened him to ask, Togata-senpai, could it be that you're actually related to All Might in some way? Like why you're in the right age range to be his son? Beady eyes blinked at him several times in surprise. Togata tilted his head back to give a great laugh. Izuku reddened upon the embarrassment of being severely wrong in his assumptions, but the series of strong slaps on his back Togata gave him seemed to signal the upperclassman took it all in good fun. Ha! Midoriya-kun, so I really look and act so much like All Might that I could pass for his kid? Really? I'm so sorry for saying something like that. Don't be sorry. That's quite a compliment to give someone in my book. All Might's a great guy. Togata quickly dismissed his worries with a bright smile. Did you know, I actually knew about you before all of this mess. Nowadays All Might is always going on about how you're a good kid, that young Midoriya is. For a second, I was the one wondering if you were actually his kid and he was just hiding your relation for protection or something. And then Izuku was back to flushing an even brighter red. He wished his eye patch could inexplicably grow to cover his entire face to hide behind. That can't be. Togata continued with a slightly deepened voice to mimic All Might in his hero form. Oh, young Togata, you wouldn't believe how difficult it was to sleep after I heard about your time in Hosu. Young Midoriya is such a charming, thoughtful boy, and yet he still manages to end up in such dire straits. My heart isn't strong enough to keep up with him at times. But if I just coddled him and wrapped him in a cozy blanket to keep him safe all the time, he'd surely see me as being overbearing. What should I do about that, boy? Okay, now you're just making stuff up. Izuku had to cry back in defense. He didn't think his face could get any hotter. With a raise of the eyebrow, Togata just snorted at that, only some of it. But that's basically how he talks about you most of the time. I may be his protege, but you're definitely the apple of his eye. It was then that Izuku decided to do what he did best and ignore the situation entirely. Quickly fleeing the scene, it was only after he'd left the building that he was able to calm down the raging embarrassment that prickled his face and insides. Unlucky Izuku, the apple of his favorite hero's eye? Just the idea of it was too much to bear. And it was only after he'd made the trip back to the dorm that he'd realized Togata had also mentioned being All Might's protege, and he completely missed the opportunity to ask about that because he'd been too busy freaking out. And of course, because his luck is always abysmal, it was All Might's turn to chaperone the dorm today. Izuku jolted in place when the now frail teacher poked his head into the living space to greet him. "Ah, young Midoriya. How was your session with Hound Dog today?" In a sign of nervousness, All Might glanced away before looking back at him with a soft smile. "I had thought that with these trying times, it may have been stressful for you, so I've tried my hand at baking some chocolate chip cookies. They're rather basic, but Shinso has been a most helpful taste tester and claims they hit the spot regardless. Would you like some?" In a moment of silent acceptance, Izuku realized that everything Togata had claimed was completely accurate. Cookies? The #1 hero made cookies for him? Like a grandma? As though to accentuate this fact, Hitoshi then poked his head out of the same doorway that Izuku now recognized as leading to the kitchen, still chewing as he deadpanned. "I'd give them a 7 out of 10, with a 10 being grandma level. Once you actually retire and have more time, I'm sure you'll get it up there." With a choked-back snort, All Might glanced down at Hitoshi with a judging stare. "Now that we've become more familiar with each other, you're rather quick to exaggerate my age." "Hey now, it's not much of an exaggeration, but there's no shame in getting those senior discounts. I know for a fact you don't sass Eraserhead like this." At that, Hitoshi only gave a teasing smirk. Aizawa-sensei doesn't leave himself so open to attacks. Trust me when I say that if you weren't the #1, all these hero department kids would be taking shots at you left and right. Except for Izuku, of course, since he's the most well-behaved of the lot when he's not running into serial killers. "Hitoshi-kun." Izuku finally had to groan out in mortification, hiding his face away into his palms. It took some adjusting to get used to being watched by either All Might or Aizawa all the time, but now that they've all had time to settle in, it seemed like there were some interesting times in store for them. Izuku could only hope he had what it took to navigate all the developing relationships he now had in his life. When Toshinori stopped by the teacher's lounge, he saw Eraserhead was still jotting down notes on a piece of paper under the dim light of his desk lamp. He frowned slightly at the sight of it. He had expected this, which is why he'd come in to check in the first place, but it didn't please him to be right that the other was planning on working late into the hour. As it was, the final bell had already rung, and Midoriya and Shinso should both be back at the dorm by now. The exhausted-looking man didn't stop writing even when Toshinori went over to stand beside his chair, and he didn't bother looking up at him either even when droning a preemptive response. "I'll be done in a couple of minutes, okay? So don't start mother-henning on me." An eyebrow twitched from uncharacteristic annoyance. "I don't mother-hen people. And are you sure it'll only be a couple of minutes, Aizawa-kun? You know I promised the boys we'd both have dinner with them today to wish them good luck for their finals." "I know you promised them, yes, because I remember saying wishing good luck to the bad luck problem child is a poor way to phrase that with him since he never takes it well. And also that was definitely a mother-hen reminder. And I told you I didn't actually say it like that to him. Look, now we're retracing the same exact argument we had 3 days ago." Toshinori huffed under his breath for the last part, and that was not a mother-hen reminder. Apparently, Eraserhead took such great offense to Toshinori's defense of himself, he had to stop in the middle of writing just to look up at him so Toshinori could see the way his eyes rolled in response. No, actually it was a full mother-hen reminder. You have such strong mother hen behavior when it comes to those two, that I had to sit Hisashi down to explain to him you and me weren't getting married with 2 kids. Toshinori had to wince at that, hesitantly agreeing. It'd be bad if a gossip like him ended up getting the wrong idea and accidentally spread rumors. He wouldn't have spread rumors. I know he runs his mouth a lot, but he also knows when to shut it. I just had to make sure he understood this is only our joint efforts at keeping watch of Shinso and Midoriya for the school and not a sign of parental union. I'm surprised you cared enough to fully clarify the situation with him. Usually those kinds of misunderstandings don't bother you. You two do seem rather close though. Considering Present Mike had actively been flirting with the man during the commentary for the sports festival, perhaps close was a bit off the mark. Eraserhead seemed to take a moment to decide what he wanted to say, before speaking quietly. He's been waiting for years to ask me out, so I had to make sure he didn't misunderstand anything. It was the least I could do for him. That admission gave Toshinori some major whiplash. But just as soon as the moment of closeness had arrived, it left without another word when Eraserhead looked away to start writing again. He changed topics seamlessly. I'm just finalizing the practical final exam matchups. I have to present my proposed team plans in the teacher meeting tomorrow, you know. So yes, it will only be a couple of minutes. I've got most of them sorted out already. His thoughts wavered back and forth for a second. In the end, though, Toshinori knew a man like Eraserhead would only retreat further into his shell if the number 1 tried to pry him out of it, so it was best to let things lie even if it left him with serious questions. What exactly is Eraserhead and Present Mix's relationship? Rather than just one-sided infatuation or mutual pining, it seems more complicated than Toshinori had anticipated. After all, for Mike to be waiting to ask out Eraserhead, and for Eraserhead to be aware of this and allowing him to wait, instead of getting things over with by rejecting or accepting the other, he's never been good with this kind of romantic thinking. So instead, he leaned in to look over the other's shoulder to skim through the list Eraserhead was compiling. It featured 1 column with a location and 3 columns of names, 1 hero teacher and 2 students per line. He could see the other had been telling the truth. He was almost done. And Toshinori was about to move on from the mess entirely before he saw something that made him pause. He ended up commenting, "You didn't set yourself as young Shinso's opponent, and you didn't put Midoriya and Shinso on the same team." That caused another round of Eraserhead stopping to look up at him, this time with a face that belied the stupidity of his comment. "Yes? You better not be putting them on the same team every time in practical lessons, or even often for that matter. Midoriya needs to complete his schoolwork for his own sake, and the same goes for Shinso. That's even more important for something as major as a final exam." I know. Sorry, Hound Dog told me that bit of guidance loud and clear already." Toshinori tried in vain to wave off Eraserhead's offense. For all the man had heckled him about being a mother hen, it was certainly like the pot calling the kettle black. They both need to work on personal motivation and be weaned off focusing on fulfilling the other's needs. We haven't had many team practicals in a while, but I haven't put them together for any of them. He wasn't let off so easily. Eraserhead pursued, "If you know that already, why did you act surprised by it?" "I wasn't surprised, I just notice matters regarding those 2 more now. I was only thinking aloud." His face burned a bit under Eraserhead's unimpressed stare. He spent a good minute just looking at Toshinori in full judgment. The deadpan man spoke slowly with clear enunciation. "Mother, 10. With a scowl, Toshinori finally had to throw his hands up at that, looking up to the heavens while huffing his defeat. "Fine. Call me that blasted name all you want. I was already thinking of adopting them anyway." The retorted he waited for never came. After a moment of silence, Toshinori glanced back down to see Eraserhead was staring up at him with a fully shocked expression this time. "What? Really?" "Yes, really." Toshinori had to scoff at how caught off guard the other teacher was about this. "I've been considering what will happen in their future. Being wards of the school is fine at their age, but what happens once they're no longer minors and graduate? They wouldn't have any guardian looking out for them anymore. I realize it might seem superfluous since that's considered the time to leave the nest, But most young adults still have their parents to fall back on for help during trying times. I want to ensure they have that safety net. I want to do better for them. There was more to the decision than that, of course. Specifically, Toshinori had to decide whether or not Night Eye's vision of his gruesome death was still awaiting him or not. No matter how much he cared for the boys, it wouldn't do to make himself their guardian only to die on them like that. Not only would it be a tragedy, but poor Midoriya would likely assume it was his fault when in reality the events leading to his death would have been years in the making by this point. To orphan him a second time like that, there would be nothing Toshinori could do to hurt him more than that, not even close. He supposed that was why he ended with the decision to finally, once and for all, discard that ominous foretelling of his future. Despite knowing All for One was still in this world. Whether he adopted Midoriya or not, the others still looked up to him and saw him as someone of importance in his life. He would still be stricken by his death, and he was still likely to feel guilty of it even when he'd done nothing wrong. The boy had such a strong fear of the people he associated with being affected by his quirk, there was no other way he'd react to that situation. Therefore, Toshinori's only option for not irreparably hurting Midoriya was to not die before his time like he always assumed he would. And what kind of hero would he be if he just assumed he'd fail the boy right from the start by walking blindly into the supposed fate Night Eye had seen for him? The thing that had eventually driven him and Night Eye apart in the first place had been his refusal to take that stance, his refusal to fight for his life like Night Eye had so desperately pleaded with him to do, instead accepting the brave option to face his death if it meant he could save more people. You hurt yourself irreparably to finish All for One, and then continued your career despite the toll you knew it would have. You do this for the people. But the reason you can make such a decision so easily is because you've already cast aside yourself as a priority. You've accepted the future Night Eye saw for you, because you won't let you care for yourself. In the end, which choice was truly the brave one? He doesn't regret the pain he faced, doesn't regret helping all those he was able to up until today, but he did regret how it had affected Night Eye so heavily. His sidekick and more, originally so filled with humor even when he naturally carried a serious demeanor, had stopped relying on his quirk after that. Only using it when absolutely necessary and never looking too far into the future for fear of what he might see. Instead of bringing a ray of hope, the figure of All Might his fellow hero had looked up to so much had brought fear into his life that hadn't been there previously. If he were to leave such a wound on a boy like Midoriya, who was already struggling so hard to move forward and progress, who he had promised he would help and support. Even if he'd only be a corpse at the time, he didn't think he'd deserve the accolade of hero on his tombstone after that. Things might get complicated if they have to share the same singular legal guardian. Things are already complicated between them as it is. What happens if something comes up and one of them feels like they can't go to you about it because they'll think you'll say something to the other? I wouldn't do something like that. You might, Eraserhead cut him off sharply, but with only a tone of slight annoyance rather than judging scorn, if you thought that'd be the best way to mend the situation. When you're the middle person, it's easy to think, if they just knew how the other really feels, everything will be fine. But with children like them, all it takes is speaking of something they told you in confidence one time for them to never trust you again. That's why we couldn't give Bakuga's case to Hound Dog even though he's also a problem child. Hound Dog already had to take Midoriya's case, and there's a conflict of interest between Bakugo and Midoriya. Toshinori frowned, discontent with Eraserhead's words, but he also couldn't disagree with them. Crossing his arms, he allowed his gaze to slip to the side unfocused on anything in particular. So, what are you saying exactly? That I should stop considering adoption? That I should only adopt one of them? That'd be incredibly cruel to the other to show that amount of favoritism in these circumstances. It wouldn't be cruel as long as both of them are getting the same treatment. You can take Midoriya, because he is your favorite, don't even try to bullshit me right now, and I'll take Shinso, since I've already taken him on as my student. Then they'll each have their own separate guardian to focus on them. That should be fine. With wide eyes, Toshinori's gaze ever so slowly slid back onto Eraserhead's fully serious expression. He was so shocked, he couldn't even cough up the blood that had sprung a leak in his lung. It just dripped out of his mouth morbidly when it opened to a strained voice. I thought you said we weren't forming a parental union. The bloody cough ended up coming out when a now irate Eraserhead whacked him in the back with a whip of the pencil still in his hand. Toshinori folded in on himself at the pain, then took the chance to start wiping away the blood with the handkerchief he always carried now just for this case. We are not getting married. You and me, with our separate single-person family units, would adopt one kid each to act as the primary guardian of, while still being available to help take care of the other kid. Like neighbors. Not married, neighbors. Is that really a neighborly relationship? Isn't that more like divorcees splitting up the children between themselves? Toshinori was smart enough not say those questions aloud, though. Instead, he nodded slightly in feigned understanding as he tucked the bloody handkerchief away into an already ruined pocket. Alright, right. Of course, sounds like a plan. He couldn't let things completely lie, however. There was too much about Eraserhead's behavior that required discussion, no matter if Toshinori knew it'd be like pulling teeth for the other man. So you must have been thinking about this already as well then, correct? Eraserhead was just staring down at his notes, now. There was no reply, so Toshinori went ahead with insisting, "You're not a hero that goes into things without carefully thinking them out first. In other words, there's no way you would immediately jump on board with me and suggest adopting Shinso yourself unless you've already thought about it. You don't need to pretend otherwise with me. I'm the one that brought the topic up to begin with. How would I judge you for that?" "Yeah. So what about it?" "I was just thinking you must really care about Shinso, then, to be thinking of him so much. Him and Midoriya. It's good of you." Toshinori smiled good-naturedly at his fellow hero, but Eraserhead still wouldn't look at him. He scowled down at the paper on his desk as a replacement for Toshinori. "Yeah, well, someone has to. The previous people in charge of them clearly failed, so what else am I supposed to do but pick up that slack?" With a blink, Eraserhead's expression toned back down to something more neutral, and he was finally able to look back up at Toshinori. It seemed like a thought had occurred to him. "We're in agreement about this, so might as well make the official decision. We can arrange the channels and paperwork so that we can ask them about it, maybe after their finals or summer vacation to give them more time with us. If they agree, it can be pushed through in the shortest time possible, and if not, we can just get rid of the paperwork without submitting it." I know. Already insinuated your lack of partnership with anyone else currently, but is that actually true? For all I know, you're happily married to some secret hidden away civilian. There's no one you need to discuss this matter with before proceeding, right? Toshinori couldn't contain his likely very visible wince at that. While I had been involved with someone a long time ago, we never tied the knot, and the relationship ended up utterly failing regardless. So no. At Eraserhead's curious raise of the eyebrows, he parried with, "Are you sure you don't need to ask Present Mike about this?" And the scowl was right back in place again. "Definitely not. If he has a problem with me getting a kid, then frankly he chose the wrong position to settle on for his career. There are more pro-heroes that aren't school teachers than there are that are." He has a point, but well, Toshinori had to take a second to remind himself not to wish Present Mike good luck the next time he saw the other, because that would be an awkward thing to do with no explanation. But he couldn't help feeling for the guy for having to navigate a not-relationship with a man as sullen and stubborn as Eraserhead. That'd take a toll on anybody. But in any case, I'm glad you agree with my approach. Eraserhead closed his eyes with a sigh, getting right back into finishing up his list. It was good of you to offer taking both of them on yourself like that, but, well, even excluding other potential issues down the line, it'd get weird for the both of them if they start dating. Oh shit, Toshinori cursed in English, running a hand down his now warm face. I didn't even think about that. That was obvious, yeah. The season all students universally dreaded was upon them, suffering shared equally whether they were a regular student or a hero student. Final season. But for Class 1A, there was light at the end of the tunnel for them in the form of a summer training camp. Aizawa-sensei had made sure to dampen their mood by letting them know anyone that didn't pass would be stuck in summer school classes, however, so now they had to earn their summertime classmate fun by performing well. Izuku wasn't bothered for the most part. He was fairly diligent with his studies, so as long as he didn't have to answer questions only based on chance he usually did well. The practical exam the hero department had was a whole other beast, but that would be at the end of the written tests, so he had time to procrastinate on freaking out about that. Of course, other students in his class weren't so studious. I didn't study at all. Both Kaminari and Ishido exclaimed at the same time, one with obvious panic and one with casual humor. Even Tokoyami had admitted to forgetting about it awkwardly. Izuku felt more sympathy for his careless classmates than usual. They were right that their hero studies had so much abnormal activity like the sports festival and workplace training that it would have been easy to overlook the incoming final exams. So when he got the chance, he brought in some omamori charms specifically meant for bringing good luck in schoolwork. At the beginning of class a couple days before exams, he offered them to any of his classmates that wanted one. Predictably, many of those that fell in the bottom half of the class academic rankings lined up to receive their blessings. "You're a real man, Midoriya," Kirishima exclaimed with shameless gratitude as he accepted the ornately decorated charm. His grin was so blinding, Izuku had to withhold a wince and focus a second longer on making sure his own smile was still in place. "I've been studying my butt off to make sure I make it into the summer camp, but any help is help in my book." Leaning on one of the desks nearby, Shiro twirled the omamori he'd received just before Kirishima. He'd been second since Hagakure had managed to sneak her way to the front without trouble. The invisible girl had already made her way to another group to arrange more last-minute study plans with Ojiro, though, so only Shiro was left to agree with much less intensity. "I'm not that superstitious to be honest, but stuff like this is reassuring, you know? At least it makes me feel like I have a better chance at guessing right on multiple-choice questions now." Exactly. That's the kind of feeling an omamori gives. It's like praying at the shrine for luck at the beginning of the year. Kaminari resounded, winking at Izuku for good measure. "Is this the secret to your good grades, Midoriya? What you don't know you guess right if you've got an omamori on you." "I hope it works that way." "Huh." Ishido joked cheerfully. Izuku couldn't help blinking aimlessly at the boy even when he kept his pleasant expression the same. "Not really? Actually, an omamori will just even the playing field for me by dampening my quirk a bit. Usually my quirk is much stronger than that though, so if I don't know the answer to something I just guess wrong every time." The laughter abruptly cut off as the four slowly turned to look at him in muted horror. Before he could panic about what he'd said wrong, Ishido hesitantly spoke. "You seriously can never guess a question right? Like, even for blind multiple choice guessing you should get it some of the time." There was no other way to answer, so he had to admit, "No, I really can't. Whether it's multiple choice or trying to answer an open-ended question, if I'm drawing a complete blank on what the answer is and am fully guessing, I can't guess right. I'm just, not lucky enough to get it right. Too strong." "That's amazing, Midoriya. To do so well on tests without ever being able to guess on the questions. You're too strong," Kirishima insisted with a passionately clenched fist. Ishido and Kaminari both nodded their heads vigorously in agreement. Off to the side, Shiro sighed at their reaction. "To get the kind of grades Midoriya has you shouldn't be guessing in the first place, guys." He gets the feeling this is the first time they've actually felt bad about the kind of quirk he has. That's sort of hilarious in this context, like wow. A rumor started going around that the practical exam would just be fighting against the robots again, as attested by older classmen apparently. However, Izuku noted if that was the case it would be much too lucky for him, and therefore he didn't put much stock on that actually being the exam. The 3 days for their written finals came and went, and Izuku was pretty confident he did the best he could. The practical exam was the next day, but as a preliminary congratulations, all might let them fit in a horror movie in the short hours they had before sleeping early for the night to be fully rested. And not only did Izuku get to enjoy one of his favorite movies with both Hitoshi and All Might, he also got to see how much of a frightened soul the older hero turned into in response to horror. The man had started out confident, but apparently couldn't hold up to the rigor that was classical horror. After spending at least a third of the movie screaming out at the jump scare appearances the ghost made, under the bed covers. That's just evil. How am I supposed to sleep tonight after seeing that? All Might bid the two of them a jittery good night before complimenting them on the strength of their nerves. When Izuku told him it'd get easier the more he watched them, the other's frail face had just gotten paler. Then, the practical final exam was upon them, and Class 1A along with Hitoshi were greeted with the sight of the many of their pro-hero teachers lined up before them. Popping up from Aizawa's capture weapon, the principal explained much too joyfully, "We've had to make some revisions to the final exam this year. From now on, we're focusing on battles with real people so our teaching emulates practical experience as closely as possible. You'll be teaming up against your teachers for this test." He knew it, of course that's how it'd be. At least he couldn't be disappointed since he'd been expecting something like this. Aizawa took over from there, completely ignoring the now pale faces of many of his students. "Your pairings and assigned teacher have already been decided. Your battle moves, grades, friendships with one another, and more were all factors we considered. First, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu against me. Next, Midoriya and Kuro against All Might." Aizawa went to list more teams, but Izuku had blanked out for most of them besides when Hitoshi's name came up. Shinso and Aoyama against Midnight. Too far into his thoughts to pay much attention. For real? All Might? They put him against that All Might, the #1 hero All Might. He can't even say it's bad luck, they just said it was purposely decided. Are the teachers rigging his life against him too now along with his bad luck? This is terrible. This is terrible, Kuro commiserated with his thoughts on the bus ride to their testing arena. He'd been sitting right next to Izuku without a word up until that point. Like, actually awful. I don't even have the vocabulary necessary to describe my internal pain. They set up the guy with a quirk that lets him merge with the color black against the #1 hero of Japan? I would have stayed in Class B if I'd known you threw Class A folks into the frying pan without mercy like this. From his place at the front of the bus, All Might in his full hero form responded weakly, "Young Kuro, Class B has the same final exam set up, so there's no need to think like that. Would I have still been set against you if I was in Class B instead?" That's what I thought. Kuro jeered his victory in All Might's general direction. The hero could do nothing but slink further into his seat without comment. That's even worse because it means it's actually all because of him. Kuro had nothing to do with the decision for the teacher they were paired with. It's only because Kuro was stuck with him that he ended up with this misfortune also. Again, as though in sync with his thoughts, Kuro placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder. He forced himself not to tense under the touch. Don't worry though, Midoriya. I don't blame you for any of this. Only weak-minded people blame their fellow victims for the malicious systematic oppression the leaders from above place on them. I'm fully aware of your innocence, you can trust in that. Young Kuro, can you please not describe the teacher's organization for the final exam as malicious systematic oppression? Even the top hero can have their feelings hurt by careless words. The term careless would imply I hadn't purposely chosen my words, which I did in this case. Is this the brutality of youth? Izuku got the feeling that regardless of the objectively terrible circumstances, at least having Kuro as his partner would certainly make the exam interesting. So, Midoriya, don't know if you've thought of anything in terms of a plan yet? Kuro started out casually as they slunk around an alleyway in the middle of the fake city that was their testing area. But my first thought is this. The teachers say they want this test to be as representative of a real-life villain battle as possible, but I'm thinking we're in the disadvantage if we play by those rules. There isn't any sort of point system for acting out the situation realistically. The only thing that matters is if we meet one of the win conditions within the time limit, capturing the villain or one of us fleeing the scene. Therefore, we shouldn't worry about it. Izuku didn't have to think that much before deciding he agreed with that thought process. Yeah. Your quirk doesn't seem like it has any offensive capability strong enough to harm All Might, and while my quirk does, well, let's just say that when an enemy roughly on a similar level of physical strength as All Might attacked during the USJ, I had to break a lot more than just a leg to deal with it. Kuro paused to give him an obviously interested side-eye, but luckily he was smart enough not to waste their time by asking about it. That definitely sounds like a story to pry out of you later. But back to my point, yes. Your fight against Stain demonstrated while you can handle villains with much higher skill, strength, or speed than yourself, that can't be done without a proportional level of violence against them. All Might may be playing a villain to us right now, but I doubt you'd wish to break his limbs to the extent that will likely be necessary to effectively take him down. Izuku specifically recalled old All Might battles where it was later found out the hero had broken a bone or two in the process of a villain capture, but the pain hadn't been reflected at all in his fighting. He suspected that All Might's quirk was enough on its own to bolster his musculature to the point where he can mostly support himself even if a bone is broken. Considering that breaking his limbs would only cause a slight delay for them at most. Izuku's best move to truly take down All Might would be to break his spine, which presumably wouldn't generate like the Nomu's was able to. And that was an injury he wasn't sure how well Recovery Girl's quirk would be able to fix. Even ignoring how he really doesn't want to hurt All Might that much, in the worst-case scenario where she couldn't completely heal it, he would have effectively crippled the #1 hero of Japan for a basic high school final exam. Yeah, that will really prove to everyone how he isn't a villain in the making. And regardless, you weren't paired with a classmate that has strong fighting capabilities. It'd be one thing to expect two students with strong quirks to tag team a fight with an inhibited All Might, but not one student by themselves, and not one with a quirk like yours that has strong offensive capabilities without being directly physical, Kuro continued with a slight drawl. It makes more sense to expect our kind of pairing to rely on an intellectual strategy to overcome the brawn of our opponent. The scheming hero, right? Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, pass. He jumped slightly at the sudden interruption. And he was primed to jump again at the notable sound of destruction in the distance, likely the sound of All Might bulldozing down some buildings. Trying to draw us out with violence against the theoretical city? Please. Like we can afford to play this as a game. Kuro rolled his eyes at thought of actually pretending to be the heroes of the city like they were clearly supposed to. He had already said he was against playing along with the test's setup scenario, though. Instead, the two did the opposite of what heroes on the scene would do and took cover inside one of the buildings they were beside. Kuro used his quirk to sink into the shadows of the alley to slip through a small window high up on the brick wall. From the inside, he opened the window and reached down to pull Izuku up to tumble through. This way they were able to make it in without going into the main street to potentially get spotted. They slunk around until they found a front-facing window to sit beneath, letting them take an occasional peek to look out for the roaming villain. Settling in, Kuro offered, "Let's go over inventory first. In terms of support items, I can carry a limited number of items in this pouch." He brought a small discreet bag attached to his waist out into the front. It was also black, so it blended right into the other's costume. I mostly have to use the space on basic first aid items, but I do also have a can of black spray paint. Izuku nodded in agreement at the idea of that. With your quirk, that's great to have on hand. I have a lot of various charms, amikuji, and small mirrors I can use to either enhance or decrease the potency of Jinx. I had a grappling hook kinda support item made for me for increased mobility. I also started carrying paint around too, though it's red to look like blood. Symbols drawn with actual blood enhance my quirk extensively, so I thought even mimicking blood would be helpful if I have to draw anything out myself. Midoriya, please understand that I firmly believe having a quirk that can actually utilize blood sigils is the coolest thing I've ever heard. I'm utterly thrilled at the knowledge and will demand a séance out of you some other time. It's too bad we don't have the time to go more into that. The cadence of Kuro's voice tipped a bit higher, now. Izuku was immediately put on guard. So, since we have to rely on strategy so extensively, we need every available advantage. I already primed All Might to believe we have no confidence in this test to hopefully influence him to underestimate us, but it's not a guarantee. You heard for yourself you were the student they specifically wanted to set against All Might, while I was paired with you for support. And not to sound more creepy than I intend to be, but I am aware that you and Shinso don't actually leave the campus when it's time to go home. What? Are you? No, I wasn't stalking you. I wasn't following you in a manner dedicated enough to be considered stalking. That just sounds like you're stalking while avoiding the legal definition of stalking. I just stuck around occasionally and noticed you guys would leave by moving further into the campus rather than going through the gates. I also notice you talk to All Might Sensei rather frequently. I'm not attempting to inquire about any information pertaining to your personal circumstances involved in the matter, but Kuro circled back to the tone he'd started with, giving Izuku a squinty-eyed sly grin. Do you happen to have some insider information on All Might that might aid you in strategizing against him due to your closer ties to the school and its teachers? Absolutely anything might prove to be useful in this case. He had to be careful about how he answered this, because Kuro hit the nail exactly on the head to the point that Izuku was aware of some pretty classified information concerning All Might. He could hardly inform the other that All Might was in a lot worse condition than everyone thought. What could he say then? All Might is a novice at teaching. Any information that can't be divined by a person with eyes, please. Ouch, Izuku muttered on behalf of the man who wasn't even here to defend himself. He's weak against horror movies? Sorry, that's not. No, Kuro insisted, his grin going wider in an explicitly evil way. That's perfect. What else? Izuku caught onto the type of strategy his partner might be scheming up now. He wasn't quite sure about it, yet. He noses into other people's business even when they don't ask him to because he cares. He can't ignore a person in need. Makes mistakes when it comes to what kind of example he wants to set for other people, since he focuses more on trying to show everyone how strong and reliable he is so they can feel safe. But he's trying to be better about that now. I've been told I'm the apple of his eye. He was practically blushing at saying that out loud even when he was quoting what someone else had told him, and his cookies are a 7 out of 10. Really reaching into the bottom of the barrel for that one. The apple of his eye and 7 out of 10 cookies. That's adorable. Izuku ignored Kuro snickering at him to hide his now warm face in his hands. Alright, I think this is salvageable. This strategy might be a reach. No, even more than that, it's hardly a strategy, it's a one-shot shot in the dark. An all-or-nothing bet that'll be decided in an instance. A 50-50 spinning barrel of Russian roulette. With a raised finger gun, Kuro pointed at his head like a demonstration of danger. His contrasting grin just gave its ever more uneasy feeling. But if it works, we'll go down in the annals of history. UA history at least. Izuku had to give a doubtful stare at that declaration, but Kuro's confidence didn't falter. That's sort of a dramatic claim to make. And is it really smart for us to make that kind of bet for our test? But you like dramatic, don't you? And what are you saying? Reaching out only slightly, Kuro shifted his arm to point his finger gun into Izuku's chest instead. Izuku felt the tip of his pointer finger poke into his sternum. Our team is the best team to make that kind of bet. That's the real power your quirk has. As long as you can make Lady Luck overlook the number 1 hero, the barrel will only land on a chamber with a bullet when the gun is aimed at his head. He didn't know what to say. All he could think of was what Hawks had told him. Bad luck for the bad guys is just good luck for us, right? It's all about perspective. So any hero that works with you will always have luck on their side. There was a look in Kuro's eye, like he could see into Izuku's head and what he was thinking. Considering he also had a villain quirk, Izuku wouldn't be surprised if he was able to guess it all just based on his own experience. Kuro's voice lowered into something softer, losing the casual belligerence Izuku was so used to hearing from him. Don't let the people who used to push you down just because you were born different win, Midoriya. Stick out your chest. Have confidence in your ungodly, unnatural, satanic quirk, and you will win every game of Russian roulette that you play from this day forward. What's cooler than that? It was quiet for a while, longer than was natural. But Izuku couldn't force himself to push his reactions back into what was considered normal. Eventually, he found at least one thing he could respond with. This is why you were assigned as my partner, isn't it? Is that even a question? But I would bet on the truth of that statement too, yes. All right. What's our all-or-nothing bet then? Who the F paired him with the narcissistic French glowing light bulb for the exam that was supposed to be his ticket into the hero course? Was Hitoshi's first thought after the two had entered their exam arena. His next thought was, and who the F Also set them up against the pro hero you can't even breath around if you want to win against them. They had to be a sadistic BSC. It was Aizawa-sensei, wasn't it? Hitoshi hadn't been this pessimistic about things first going into the test, even considering the having to fight against an actual pro hero part. The odds were somewhat evened out due to the testing parameters, namely, that the teachers were all wearing weights to reduce their stamina, speed, and strength. Along with that, the students had 2 win conditions in the form of either putting a handcuff on their opposing villain teacher, or at least one of them making it out of the single gate exit surrounding the enclosure of the testing arena. If they don't complete the test within half an hour, it's considered a fail. When the test began, though, its true difficulty proved itself. Him and the knight in shining armor assigned as his partner had been directed to the middle of a barren gravel region with only interspersed rock outcrops as cover. Being suspicious of how alone they had seemed, Hitoshi kept his eyes and ears peeled enough that he caught the sound of midnight coming out from behind some rocks, forcing him to quickly drag Aoyama off in the opposite direction before Midnight's scent-based quirk had time to fill the area. It was only after they'd managed to take cover an appropriate distance away that Hitoshi realized that the R-rated hero was now between them and the exit gate. If they wanted to win by fleeing, they would either have to go through where she was, which was also difficult due to Midnight's scent likely now infesting that region, or hope they could make their way around her without being noticed despite how sparse the covering of their arena was. Aoyama had tried to make himself useful by proudly jumping out of their hiding spot to shoot his naval laser at the teacher, which was their best long-distance weapon option due to it being their only option. However, Midnight had clearly been able to see what area they'd fled to and was quick enough to dodge out of the way once Aoyama had been spotted. As the naval laser could only shoot straight projectiles, it wasn't too difficult for a pro to avoid if they knew where it was coming from despite how fast it is. So then they had to take new cover. And now here Hitoshi was, wondering if Midnight's quirk would eventually be able to cover the distance and get to where they were if they just sat like waiting targets the whole time. The woman herself could still move around, but seemed to just be casually roaming, not wandering too far from her relatively close position to the gate. At some point, Recovery Girl announced on the speakers that Todoroki and Yaoyorozu had passed, because of course they did. Desol Shinso? While my quirk is quite fabulous, there also isn't that much to work with, Aoyama had whispered to him quietly. It was the first time Shinso had seen the boy not just acting overly positive about himself to the point of being obnoxious. It was hard to see what his expression was like with the glare of his flashy visor. I know your results for this test will probably make or break them admitting you to the course, so I do think it's somewhat unfortunate you were stuck with me for this test. I know a lot of my classmates would be better help for you right now. This feels like some serious deja vu right now. Aoyama, or I guess I should use your hero name for the exercise? It's Can't Stop Twinkling. Aoyama. Don't worry about that, Kay? My quirk's got plenty of limitations when it comes to the hero course. If we were fighting robots like they said we would be, you would be the one carrying us right now. This exam isn't meant to test the power of our quirks, it's meant to test how well we think. That's what Eraserhead and all the other teachers want us to get out of this. It was then that Hitoshi heard the quiet shifting of some rocks close by. Not directly next to them, and from the other side of the rocks they were crouched down beside. Aizawa-sensei's voice rang in his mind with observations based on what he'd taught Hitoshi concerning stealth and ambush. The movements soft and slow, not like she's actively looking, more like she's already found them and lying in wait. He continued talking quietly as if he hadn't heard anything. Even if neither of us has the perfect quirk right now, there must be something we can do. Eraserhead wouldn't assign us a test we couldn't pass, so therefore there has to be a strategy that we can pull off together to get out of this. We just gotta think more creatively. Like Izuku, he didn't say. It wasn't often Hitoshi focused brainwashing on a target he couldn't see, but he knew he could do it. It was only his voice that had to reach them. He just had to try and come up with something to bait Midnight into speaking up and make sure not to target his quirk on Aoyama while they continued their conversation. What could he say? How could he keep her from springing her trap on them before he got his chance? If he knew any of that, but it was the best shot they had at the moment. Just now, you were thinking we should think more like Midoriya-kun, right Shinso? You probably look up to him a lot. Hitoshi gave a non-committal hum of a response, but the question did catch his attention. When he looked back over at Aoyama, the boy looked like he was in much brighter spirits. He winced at the shining grin sent his way. Aoyama's equally bright voice toned down into an excited stage whisper, "No one wants to scare you away by asking, and you don't have to say anything now, but I just have to ask now that I finally have a chance. You like Midoriya-kun, right?" "We are not talking about this." The scowl that marred his face surely said the same thing. But then he heard a sudden stop in the movement. Silence. Aoyama was looking at him expectantly, waiting. And Midnight was waiting for an answer too, apparently. "Of course she is. This is terrible. Do we really have to talk about this? It's not like there's much else that can trump inter-student love gossip in terms of Midnight-sensei bait." He tried to come up with a response that wasn't complete bullshit but also wasn't real, cause he wasn't gonna be an actor about this topic even if he had to say something that would prompt a response from their eavesdropper. "You don't speak of this to anyone, got that?" After a frantic nod, Hitoshi continued softly, "I do feel something for Izuku. We've just connected ever since we first met, and it's only grown since then. He knows me and I know him, and he's so much greater than he thinks he is. So maybe I even—" He purposely trailed off there before moving on to dismiss it, "Whatever. It doesn't matter since it's not gonna work out anyway. There's no point in saying anything out loud, and there's no point in feeling what I do. In terms of plans Izuku would be proud of, this is exactly the type of plan the other leaned towards, though maybe not one he would actually think to use." He gave the both of them 3 seconds at most. "That's not true, Shinso. No, Shinso-kun, you can't give up now. The days of your and Midoriya-kun's youth have only just started." "Mon Dieu." Both Aoyama and Midnight shot up to stand from where they were crouched to object. While Midnight was successfully caught by his quirk, her expression going from the exact one someone would wear when shouting at the characters in a love drama that were making a stupid mistake to vacant, Aoyama scrambled back from her with a shriek of French. He had to catch his partner by the shoulder to stop him from using his laser and ruining his effort. He humiliated himself too much for the French fucker to ruin it. He threw his pair of HFs down on the ground next to Midnight like they had insulted him, making sure the both of them were still a couple meters away from her in case she'd left her quirk on passively. "FNG, put the cuffs on already." As soon as Midnight moved to complete the order he'd given her, Recovery Girl announced, "Shinso and Aoyama, pass. Not a FING word about how we passed, to anyone. Anyone at all. For the rest of your life." His wording was extremely dramatic for him, but he really needed Aoyama to understand he might actually kill the boy if he said anything. It seemed like Aoyama understood crystal clear, since even though Hitoshi wouldn't look at him, he could hear the other nodding still with how fast it was displacing the air around his head. Seeing as the battle had been won, no matter how pathetic the win had been, Hitoshi released his quirk with a heavy sigh. Midnight took a second to blink back into herself, before a slender hand lifted to cup the side of her face to give her own sigh. "Oh dear. Shouda's gonna rail me for being beaten this easily. And not in the good way. Where on earth are those boys?" Toshinori couldn't help but mutter to himself. Almost half their time had already been used up, and he hadn't seen a fleeting glance of either student. Not even lashing out at the city was enough to draw them out. He'd think they were hiding from him to head to the gate, but he hadn't strayed far from that area yet. It was in clear sight still, so any glimpse he would see of them nearby would lead to him speedily attacking them. Even that sort of basic plan would be better off for them compared to the time running out without an attempt. From the bus ride over he understood they were both discouraged by their pessimism, but he also didn't see either of the boys being the type to entirely give up on the test because of some unfavorable odds. Eraserhead had specifically believed this particular student team would come up with some creative strategies to enact against a much stronger opponent. Toshinori knew those kinds of plans usually required some preparation time, and he had wanted to give them that time so they could make their best effort. However, it was getting to the point where they would really have to start acting now. A couple student teams had already had their passing grades announced, including young Shinso, much to his delight. Midoriya must have been even more happy about that. He wanted to begin pursuing them more seriously but ran the risk that him leaving his position and therefore the gate after waiting it out this long actually is the strategy. He didn't want to fall into that play. While he himself tried to be strategic with his villain takedowns, he'll also admit he wasn't exactly known to be the shining example of that type of hero, considering a blunt force approach was usually very effective on its own for him. Thinking around in circles like this always makes things complicated. He'd been strolling forward a bit during his thoughts. He didn't get much farther than the circle he'd set as his position for the majority of the test, but this time, he noticed something different. One of the buildings on his right had its front door wide open. Though he wasn't in position to see into it yet, the door hinge was set so the door itself was blocking his view. The window beside the door didn't show anything. He remained cautious when approaching it regardless, of course. So far, every building's door had been set up to be shut from what he'd seen. It must be a sign of the young heroes. Stepping around the door to look inside, Toshinori commented playfully, "Oh? Is this place a prime target for eluding? Or maybe it's an obvious trap strung together by some 2-bit heroes. Don't think a villain of my caliber will be all might." Toshinori startled in place at the piercing shriek of his name reverberating from inside. Young Midoriya's shriek. It was paired with the strange sight that met him as soon as he was able to see into the doorway. A couple of meters into the building directly in the path of the door was a staircase, though even that detail was hard to make out in the total darkness that began as soon as the light from the outside ended. At the turn on top of the stairs that he could see, there flashed the image of a shadowy figure being dragged on the floor to the side. Presumably towards where stairs continued leading up in the opposite direction, the half starting from the bottom floor was oriented. Toshinori had to stop himself from instinctively jumping in to pursue, even as he felt his heavily injured stomach drop into a feeling of dread. Think it through. This is inside you. This has to be a setup. But it's Midoriya. There's a traitor here. Is it a teacher not assigned to a test? Is it Kuro himself, even? They had thought it more likely that, if the informant was a student, they would be from the original Class A, but that doesn't mean the possibility is 0. This might be a setup, but if there's even a sliver of a chance? It's Midoriya? Young Midoriya? It's no good if this is some sort of charade, you need to say something if you're present and okay. He walked inside slowly, carefully. It was unusually dark. He'd thought most of the fake buildings were outfitted with emergency lights when there weren't enough windows to at least give dim lighting. He walked up to the foot of the stairs. It only got darker the further up he can see. The first step he took let out a loud, echoing creak. It's unnatural. The building shouldn't even be that old. These training areas get rebuilt all the time. The uneasiness of it all only made his paranoia grow further. He continued up the stairs one step at a time. Close to the halfway point where the pivot of the stair was, it got even darker. Outright black. It's a setup for young Kuro's quirk, he tries to tell himself. Midoriya Izuku. Please respond, this isn't, what the F dash, he unconsciously switched to English to curse in shock. The walls surrounding the stairs landing were black, and even the floor was black. But what Toshinori's eyes shot straight to was what was painted in the middle of the wall on the left beside where the next half of the stairwell continued up, that Toshinori only turned towards after stepping on to turn. There was a blood-red collage of some sort, he didn't know how else it could be described. He could recognize various things: pentagrams, handprints dragging streaks, unnerving drawings of eyes and smiling mouths, drawings of goat heads. There were also various symbols that looked completely unfamiliar to him. No. A gentle brush against his back. Barely more than a gust of wind. His body immediately twisted around to swing a punch through the wall. Sweet Jesus! He managed to hold back his full strength even on instinct, and the weights helped dampen it further. That whole side of building still blew away into splinters. Toshinori couldn't help but blink in vague shock at the impulsiveness of his actions, blocking his eyes with his arm to act as a shield from the debris. Underneath the cacophony of the collapsing dry wall and wood, there was the tiny sound of a click. As the destruction settled, Toshinori was able to look around with the new outdoor lighting. He'd been right that the stairs were unnaturally dark, the walls and floors and many of the steps seemed to be painted black. It was more obvious now that an entire side of the walls were missing and chunked off. One of the drones UA was using to keep track of the tests came in close again, perhaps replacing one that had initially followed him into the building but had been taken out. From the speakers, Recovery Girl announced, "Kuro and Midoriya, pass." All Might Sensei, I'm sorry I scared you so much. It just seemed like a good idea. Glancing towards where Midoriya's voice had come from, the boy was crawling on the upper part of the stairs behind him, forcing him to have to look down quite a bit. His body was angled close to the intact side of the staircase, where the majority of the steps were still whole even when an entire side of them and the wall they'd been attached to was in rubble. Midoriya's black hood had been pulled over his head, but the boy brought up his hands from where they'd been reached forward to pull it down. He was looking up at Toshinori with discomfort and guilt, seemingly trying to watch for his reaction like he was afraid Toshinori would become angry with him. Looking down further, Toshinori could see the glint of a silver handcuff secured to his ankle. A successful villain capture, even if it was by the ankle instead of the wrist. He really put the fear of God into me with that act, the nerve of that boy. But how could I muster up the will to stay upset with him when he looks at me like that? How do parents handle disciplining their children? Kneeling down, Toshinori placed a hand on the boy's head. In his hero form, his palm practically dwarfed him. I understand, young Midoriya. Clearly, the plan worked out for you too, even if it ignored all the practicalities of the tests set up featuring your team as the heroes and mine as the villain. I know you both are smart enough to realize no villain will be following you into a clear trap out of protective instinct. Hey now, if the teachers wanted to enforce that, you should've structured the test such that those details were calculated into the passing grade. As it is, it's completely superfluous. Kuwaro's voice finally came into the fold. Looking to the side, he caught sight of the boy unmerging with the floor next to where the missing wall had been. He grinned at Toshinori once he noticed his attention. You really tested out my speed while using my quirk just now, All Might Sensei. I was in the wall you demolished. Not sure what would have happened if I stayed in it, but I slid into the floor immediately since I would rather not find that out. Toshinori commented to both the students and himself, the brutality of youth indeed. So that jump scare touch was you, and you were likely also the shadowy figure being dragged away. Where did you two get all this paint though? I had the black paint on me, Kuwaro started, considering his quirk. That made a lot of sense as a support item actually. Simple but very effective. Midoriya jumped in with, and I had the red paint on me. So I can write out these kinds of symbols, actually. I see. Then adding to that, you stayed out of sight and followed behind me going up the stairs, and also likely put out all the lights. When Midoriya nodded in confirmation, Toshinori continued, this was quite a risky plan you two managed to pull off. Even excluding relying on me following after Midoriya's voice and being as affected by the atmosphere as I was, everything would have fallen apart if I simply checked behind me. Right? That's why I used my quirk to try and keep you from seeing me. Midoriya slowed down his words slightly, like he was hesitant. He glanced away from Toshinori's surprised look. I wasn't sure if it would work. But Kuwaro-kun was right that sometimes people just decide to do things based on chance. Like when you have to guess on a test question. My quirk affects that type of thing if I'm not careful. So when you started going up the stairs, I started constantly releasing Jinx's energy into the immediate area and thinking, don't look back, and I guess it did something. Toshinori had to mentally pause to think over what Midoriya had just said. It was true that, had the circumstances been more normal, he would have acted based on his training and been more attentive, and because he had been thoroughly focused on what was apparently in front of him, the thought to look back hadn't occurred to him. Even so, he hadn't thought of that sort of action as being something decided by chance. If a person wasn't acting based on decided actions, trained into their mind or otherwise, what decided their behavior? Certainly, there were actions that would be considered fully random choices, like Midoriya's reference to guessing on a question, but it seemed like Jinx could work beyond the extent most would assume to be its limit of influence. It was more than if something was completely random. The way Toshinori saw it now, a scientist could theoretically investigate the probability of a person glancing behind them unprompted. That probability might not be a full 50-50 chance. Perhaps a more careful person would glance back more often than not. But unless they decided in the moment they need to look back, unless it was trained behavior where there was no chance of them not looking back, it seemed like there was at least a slim probability of them not looking back, and that was a probability Jinx could exploit. Toshinori had thought he understood the potential a quirk like Jinx possessed, even when knowing he didn't fully understand the mechanisms behind it, but apparently he'd been underestimating it more than he realized. No wonder Nezu had gotten so excited when he had first heard of Midoriya's quirk. The principal had likely understood how deep its potential went this entire time. Looking at Midoriya, though, it seemed the boy was weary about this very same potential he possessed. So Toshinori made sure to focus on the positives when he replied, "This was an excellent use of your quirk, young Midoriya. And yours as well, young Kuro. You both fully deserve this pass." Midoriya's uncovered green eyes seemed to brighten with his words, even when Toshinori wasn't sure if the smile sent his way was genuine or not. Kuro stood taller under his praise as well. He was a boy who undoubtedly took pride in his cleverness. It was with great spirits the three of them left the facade of a city, and while Toshinori himself shared in that joy, proud of his students' accomplishments, he remained aware that their homeroom teacher would likely not be pleased with how easily he allowed himself to be tricked. And it was that awareness that followed him to the teacher's lounge. "Really, Midnight? You got brainwashed because of gossip? This exam wasn't supposed to be a joke. Don't give me that, Shoyuda. You should be happier that your protege passed into the hero course. It still properly tested his ability to take advantage of opportunities on the fly. I told you not to refer to me so casually at work. And don't give me that sheet excuse. What kind of villain is going to get captured because they couldn't resist listening in on the state of the hero's love life? I'll have you know I captured at least one villain using that exact method. Most of them are as human as the rest of us. You'd be surprised." The creak of the door was too loud when Toshinori tried to close it. Red eyes averted from a sheepish-looking Midnight to momentarily blaze at him instead. Toshinori tensed in sync with Midnight, relaxing with the short reprieve. "And where do you think you're going? Mr. Number One hero whose only weakness is apparently haunted houses? What happened to your supposed nerves of steel? It was a very well done haunted house. And to fall for literally the most obvious trick in the book? Oh, help me all might. Save me. Is that all a villain needs to say to catch you in a trap? How have you even survived for this long?" But it was Midoriya. "Everyone, I'm looking forward to a bunch of awesome stories from the trip." Ashita was practically choking back sobs as she forced out her words. She, along with her partner for the exam, Kaminari, as well as the other pair who failed their practical, Kirishima and Satu, had a gloom set about them as though the end of the world was upon them. And maybe it was, because to most idyllic high school students, missing out on a summer camping trip with friends was comparable to their world slipping between their fingers. The potential fond memories they would have experienced torn from them due to their own weakness. A waste of one of the limited number of summers they had in their youth, something that could have remained with them even after everyone had graduated and they all went their separate ways in the sprawling paths of their lives. Or maybe Izuku was thinking much too heavily on the subject. Hold on a sec. You know how Aizawa-sensei is, there might be some twist still. A logical ruse. Hagakure was the one to shout in encouragement. Shinso just side-eyed him as Izuku dropped his head into his hands. It was jinxed. Their four classmates' last hope at going on the summer trip. "Morning. About your final exams, sadly, we had some failures. As such, you're all going to summer training camp." Is he serious? What a twist. As for his explanation, technically the fact that they would be doing training meant the people that failed are the ones that would benefit the most from the camp made sense. Their supplementary lessons would just take place at the camp as well. But at times like this, Izuku did wonder if Aizawa-sensei just really liked messing with people and used his students as an outlet for the impulse. If he didn't already trust the man, he would be getting real trust issues from this. Not that Izuku was a good standard for honesty himself. With that, Aizawa-sensei passed out a manual covering the details of the training camp that was fairly vague for a manual, mainly just citing the days the camp would occur, time of departure, time of return arrival, and a list of necessary items to pack. After homeroom was over, when everyone started chatting about it, Hagakure announced the idea for everyone to shop together the next day since they had it off to pick up anything they needed for the trip. The majority of the class agreed to go, and after Izuku sent a subtle glance at Hitoshi, who returned it with an also subtle nod, the two of them agreed to go as well. Izuku thought it would be nice to enjoy a simple, casual afternoon doing a completely normal teenage activity with friends that he had never had to enjoy those things before. It wasn't like any of the activities they had in class, where most would look at them with fun while he silently dreaded whether his quirk would endanger someone. Even now that he's gotten much more confident in controlling his quirk than he had been at the beginning of the school year, the anxiety lingered in the back of his mind like paranoia fueled by the jinx that pickled under his skin. But something like this, a mundane shopping trip? Even he had to admit it would be the height of unreasonable suspicion to think that Jinx would somehow mess that up. Later, Izuku would regret that thought. Because while it was true any one of his classmates could accidentally say a jinx that would never come about, he should have known that even a passing thought of his would be jinxed to hell and back. Hey, check this out. They've got stain masks here. Oh, you'll get in trouble for wearing that but they're still cool looking, aren't they? Tamura internally seethed at the activity around him. The crowd of smiling faces without a care in the world browsing through the Kiyoshi Ward Mall were a stabbing annoyance to his side that was only further gouged in by the mere existence of hero killer merch. These people were so stupid, they even laughed off the knockoff masks that lined store shelves. Stupid people for a stupid society. The hero killer himself had been stupid too. With all that talk of how Tamura wouldn't accomplish anything because he didn't have a true ambition. A true conviction to drive towards. Wasn't it enough that he wanted to bring everything to ruin? How was that not worthy ambition? Because he didn't dress it up with fancy self-important words? A stupid villain for a stupid cause, that's what he thought of that. But even with that thought, the constant reminder of Stain's presence forced Tamura to sullenly ruminate over the other's words anyway. He shouldn't be feeling this kind of doubt, he should just do as he pleases like he's always done. But when it was so obvious how differently people thought of Stain compared to the League, it was impossible to stop himself from questioning why. Then, something caught his searching eyes. A familiar head of green, and underneath it, the stark white of a medical eye patch on one side. And the gleam of silver from the ear beside it in the shape of a cross. Tamura paused for a minute, just staring at him. Watching as a couple of people would stop in their tracks next to the boy to give him 15 minutes of fame, sometimes for the sports festival, but mostly because of his most recent villain takedown. From how stiffly the kid reacted, it didn't seem like he knew how to handle the attention. Within this sea of worthless people was the very same boy that had brought down the hero killer, the same boy who brought down Tamura's Nomu and paid the price for it in blood. He slowly began walking towards the other. Oh. You're that boy from UA, right? The representative from the sports festival? And also the end of the hero killer. Any chance I could get an autograph? He threw his arm around the kid's neck before he could keep up with the movement, and the jolt that pushed up into Tamura's forearm was as though he'd electrocuted the boy. A deceptively nervous voice started to stammer, I am sorry, but could you please get off me? He approached from the left side that had the eye patch, so the kid had to glance over at him with mostly his covered eye. However, Tamura could feel the shoulder under him stiffen in time with the boy trailing off. Midoriya Izuku stared at him through his eye patch, mouth closed in a tight line and his visible eye widening, but no other signs of distress to be seen. Tamura smiled at him from under his hoodie, while also bringing his hand just that bit further up so that he could cup the boy's throat with his hand. A raised middle finger was all that kept that throat from disintegrating under his touch. Looks like you replaced this one with something nice, huh? The best UA money could buy? That's good. I do wonder, though, does it still hurt? I hope it does. The white eye patch gave nothing away, but even that was more than the stark green eye that stared through him. Like a void, that's what he'd thought of the kid's lack of expression when Tamura had attacked his class. The same void looked at him now, with a feeling that if Tamura stared back too long, he'd be sekiri right into the nothingness as well. Tamura loves that hasn't changed about him. Why are you here? Is all Midoriya Izuku asked, with no particular inflection of his tone. Meeting up with the kid had improved his mood significantly, so Tamura answered more than that. I don't want to do anything too extreme, if that's what you're asking. Just came to clear my head a bit of all this hero killer shit. At this, Tamura's grin disappears into dust. Load of good that did. That BSDRD's everywhere now. I mean, where's your knockoff merch line for turning the guy in? I thought you were supposed to be the hero here. I don't really want them to do merchandise of me in the first place, so that doesn't matter. As Tamura scoffed at that, he guided them to sit down on a small planter island in the middle of the walkway. The boy obediently sat beside him without a fuss, the implied threat of Tamura's hand enough to quell any struggle. Why don't we talk about it for a second? You're smart enough to know what happens if I see you get snappy, right? There's no shortage of hostages surrounding us, so lend me your thoughts for now. That sound fine? He asked at the end as though the other has a choice. Even still, Midoriya Izuku just stared. He did stumble on his response this time, though. Do you care to know what I think about anything? Tamura just gave a shrug at that. Call it a whim? Just seems like an inspired idea since you were the one that bagged him, and I already thought you were interesting before that. Stain wasn't working with you? Tried to recruit him, ended in a stalemate. With him spouting some drivel about how bloodlust without conviction is meaningless. His accompanying sneer to that idea should be all that needed to be said concerning his thoughts on that. So, what's up with it all? What's so different about the League versus Stain that he's overshadowed us this much? Midoriya was quiet for a moment. Tamura would think the kid was clamming up, but he could see how the void of the boys I had shifted to settle far away on the small inlet of a store selling hero killer masks among their other fun accessories. He's gonna say something good, Tamura could feel it. When the kid responded, it was with a quiet voice. The hero killer was all about conviction. That's what he was like with me too. He could tell that I could handle him, but only if I didn't hesitate to do what needed to be done. He believed that his ends justified the means of his murdering, and he believed that with all his being. He believed in his one true hero, All Might, and that no one who failed that standard deserved to stand with him. And most people will admire when a person can fully believe in and commit to their ideals like that. That's why they think he's cool. The green eye shifted back to Tamura. Compared to you, what you want seems vague. It's too chaotic, people can't find reasoning in it. And when there are things people don't understand, they disregard them. They'd prefer not to think about what they don't comprehend, unless they're the type of person that enjoys that kind of thinking. It's just easier to look past you to see a villain that they understand better. That's an interesting way to think about it. So, which camp are you? Do you like thinking about things you don't understand, or do you think the hero killer is cool? The kid averted his eye. I don't want to understand you, and I don't think he's cool. That just makes you sound like a stick in the mud. Surely there's more to what you think than that. I think it's scary. Tamura squints in confusion at that. The kid looks pretty fearless for having a decay quirk at his throat. But he goes on to continue without prompting. How people can just laugh him off like that. How people can think he's cool. He could have killed me. He would have killed my friends. He's killed and maimed heroes with loved ones and families left to mourn for them. And they just don't see it. They see it and know it, but they don't know it. They sell masks in his likeness, and people take pictures with them and buy them, and it's like... All at once, Midoriya Izuku glared back up at him. Still a void, but something stirred underneath the surface. It's like if people started liking you after you broke into UA. After you left me half blind. It'd be the same as if they said, so he maimed a child horribly, but at least he looked cool doing it. This isn't some horror movie serial killer. This is real. And some people just won't act like it is. Midoriya Izuku folded him on himself a bit further as his gaze lowered to rest on his hands clenched over his knees, and this time his voice sounded vacant like a void itself. It's just apathy, but it feels so cruel. It's scary because when you actually think about it, the two of you weren't that different at all. There was a breathless second. Tamura exhaled all the tension that had been pulling him taut. And then he inhaled a fresh new breath at the revelation. It felt like something was bubbling up inside of him. He didn't know what it was, but he knew he liked the feeling of it. Something charged and electric, something new and different. Within society's sea of worthless people that could only evoke from Tamura the desire to wipe the smiles off their faces, Tamura had found someone that could draw actual intrigue out of him. He hadn't been able to quite put his finger on why that was previously, and even now still, he wasn't self-aware enough to really know why either. But did it matter if he knew the reason why? No, it didn't matter. Because the only thing that matters to Tamura is what he wants. And right now, at the very least, he knows what he wants. He smiled at Midoriya even when he knew the other wasn't looking at it, and he knew it must have been an ugly sight. That's right. That's exactly right. We weren't that different. Society is just acting like we're different things because it's convenient for them. It goes beyond ignorance. The apathy of society is tremendous, and so very cruel. These everyday people carry it so casually. How is it that everyone decided violence is so horrible in comparison? Shooting up from his seat in excitement, Tamura came around to stand in front of the boy and seamlessly moved the hand around Midoriya's throat to cup one side of his face, right underneath the eye patch, while his other hand came up to hold the other side. Careful to keep both his pinky fingers lifted. Destruction wasn't what he wanted right now. He tilted the boy's head up sharply to force him to look at Tamura properly. The kid looked up at him with his remaining eye widening more than Tamura had seen throughout their conversation, like he was utterly shocked at Tamura's move. Isn't it just another type of violence? It's violence, right, Midoriya? Or do you want me to call you karma now? The way they fail to care just drives a spike through your heart, doesn't it? It hurts, and violence always hurts. You get that, I know you do. Why else would you name yourself after some spiteful idea like karma if you didn't? You want the people that hurt you to hurt back. It must be what you want. It's what everyone wants, on the inside. They're all lying if they try to say otherwise. The kid gaped at him a bit, like a deer caught in lights. His face trembled under Tamura's palms, like he was finally afraid of what the villain might do to him. How funny, Tamura thought, that it was only after the boy had pleased him so much that he showed his fear. And the reason society has gotten to this point? Yeah, when you think about it, it's all for the same reason. All Might. Civilians are so sure All Might will protect them, they aren't afraid of the villains they should fear. Heroes ride boastfully into battle with full confidence they'll win because of All Might. Even Stain acted like he did because of All Might. Because All Might always smiles as though there isn't a person in the world he can't protect. It's always, always All Might. Tamura took a deep breath after shouting out that hero's name, forcing himself to calm a bit as he was still aware enough to know he didn't want to attract unwanted attention. Lowering his volume considerably, his next words were spoken under his breath. He knew the kid would still be able to hear him, since they were so close. But you know better than that too. Don't you, Karma? When Tamura gently swiped his thumb against the bottom of the stark white eye patch, he could feel Midoriya stop breathing. Because you were one of the people he couldn't protect. The only child of your class that was left like this under his care. And it hurts, doesn't it? The trip to the Kyoshi Ward Mall had started out well enough. For once, Izuku and Hitoshi got to wear their casual clothes out. He chose to wear a mostly black t-shirt with a subtle smear of red inked blood that crossed his chest with the name of his most recently enjoyed horror movie written into the blood paired with common blue jeans, to show a bit of personality without being too darker than black about it. Along with that, though he'd gotten used to just covering up the scarred cross on his left hand by bandaging it when he didn't have his hero outfit gloves, he'd thought that might be a bit too conspicuous for the general public and switched it with a classic fingerless black glove, similar to his hero suit but asymmetrical without the other pair. He was pleased to see everyone knew him well enough to not be surprised by his choice of outfit. Along with that, he didn't wear nearly as much black as either Tokoyami or Kuro, so by comparison he looked pretty normal. As everyone had different sorts of items they needed to get for the trip, the group broke off into many smaller groups and pairs. Izuku had originally wanted to stick with Hitoshi, but his friend ended up getting pulled away by an obliviously helpful Iida who promptly began guiding him to an appropriate store after Hitoshi had announced what he needed. By that point, Tokoyami and Kuro had already left for the local goth punk attire store, probably assuming Hitoshi would watch over Izuku for the trip. Uraraka sent Iida a troubled look for interrupting what she considered to be their not date, but was ultimately also pulled away by Azui when Izuku sent a reassuring smile at her that was only half fake. Todoroki hadn't been able to come either, as he had decided to give visiting his mom a try. From what Izuku could tell, his friend didn't seem sure how it would turn out and what exactly he was looking for, but Izuku was proud that Todoroki was managing to move himself forward in every way possible regarding his past. With first going to Endeavor for his internship and now this, it couldn't be denied that at the very least, Todoroki was trying to make something of cards that life had dealt him. Of the others that did make it, Jiraiya, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, Kaminari, Hagakure, Ashido, they all divvied up until Izuku was the last one left lingering. It didn't help that he was the one distracted the most by the occasional fans walking by, and wasn't that an interesting concept? Karma the Hex hero had fledgling fans now that he'd essentially made his debut with the hero killer. Even as he suffered mini heart attacks whenever anyone came up to excitedly talk to him, Izuku put his skill at pretending to be completely fine to work with an appropriate smile on his face. He did internally sigh a bit, though, at how it was just his luck to be the old classmate out. And then his luck somehow got infinitely worse. Oh, you're that boy from UA, right? The representative from the sports festival? And also the end of the hero killer. Any chance I could get an autograph? Izuku's protest at the stranger's disregard for personal space died on his lips after he turned and saw the leader of the League of Villains staring back at his face. And any protest to that died on the back of his tongue when Shigaraki Tamura placed a hand upon his throat. He felt his emotions shut down like they did frequently in response to stress, just like how it had been the last time he'd come face to face with Shigaraki Tamura also. But even with the emptiness that was welling up in his chest, he could still feel the brimming of panic underneath. Like the humming sensation of Jinx's energy under his skin. This could only be described by his adolescent brain as an oh shit moment. But a quiet one. Like how a person would mutter the words to themselves after watching vacantly as a train crashed into a crossing car right in front of them, not yet fully comprehending how deeply disturbing the sight was in the unexpected shock of it. So, like the villain mentioned, he couldn't exactly snap an unfortunate event into existence in this instance. He wasn't confident enough in his timing that he'd test out Kuwaro's Russian roulette metaphor brought to life with his opponent's gun already drawn. And he couldn't take the risk his life trying option this time, since he was honestly trying not to go down that road anymore. So what options are left? As Shigaraki Tamura guided him through what could only be described as the most confusing and unwanted conversation of his life, Izuku let Jinx leak out directly from his body. He felt the air around them become oppressive with the amount he was releasing, way more than he had used to let leak from him daily as a method for avoiding too much accumulation internally. It was harder to precisely utilize this way, but he could mostly push it in the direction of what he wanted. Like how he'd used it to get Hitoshi to trip when they'd been hand-to-hand fighting in their tournament match. Since he couldn't orchestrate something specific to remove the villain from him or too obvious, he resorted to internally pleading for the most likely natural source of intervention in this public, city area. For whatever reason they would be here, whether by pure chance or by patrol route, he needs a hero. Let a hero arrive to help. He didn't even think to focus his quirk on bringing one of his classmates to him. Currently he was the only one of them being threatened, and he still preferred it that way despite however else he might have changed since the USJ. He did vaguely hope that whatever hero Jinx hopefully did manage to manifest could handle a villain of Shigaraki's caliber, but even if they just managed to force Shigaraki to release him, that was good enough. The only worst-case scenario was if he was saddled with a moron that both couldn't handle Shigaraki and was dumb enough to pick a fight at the same time, which would inevitably lead to extensive casualties with all the shoppers everywhere around. Actually, that was an outright awful worst-case scenario. Izuku began mentally pleading to be sent a competent pro-hero without knowing if it would affect his quirk or not. So, which camp are you? Do you like thinking about things you don't understand? Or do you think the hero killer is cool? What kind of question is that? The answer should be obvious already. I don't want to understand you, and I don't think he's cool. But Shigaraki pushed for another answer regardless. Since a non-answer, no matter if it was true, didn't get the villain off his back, or get him off his throat. Rather, Izuku glanced to the side again to try and come up with something to say. Out of the corner of his flesh and blood eye, he caught sight of a couple of teenagers browsing through the stain masks that were set on display of a store in the distance. A different set than had been there a few minutes ago. And watching them made something curl up inside of him, something unpleasant but familiar. The stirring of discontent. No matter how much Izuku has always wished to help people, there were still those thoughts he had to shove inside the locked mental box in his mind that he didn't want to listen to. Years of whispers behind his back, whether they were scoffs or fearful mutters, have already left him jaded towards people in a way he didn't like to admit either to himself or those he found to be good company. But as it was, the current person he's with is bad company. Shigaraki would probably appreciate a more malicious sentiment. He's used to adapting to other people's expectations to fit in, and considering a wrong answer now might leave him with his head rolling off his shoulders, it seemed as good a time as any to continue the trend. I think it's scary. As he continued to speak, Izuku still didn't like those thoughts he'd said aloud, but he couldn't deny it was how he felt. It was ridiculous to watch as people both in real life and on the internet discussed the topic of the hero killer with underlying excitement. He still remembered what Kaminari had said about the villain before Izuku had reminded him of how crass of a comment that was to say in front of their classmate whose brother was crippled by the very same man. When he had first seen the stall selling stain masks, Izuku's first thought had been to hope Iida never passed that store while he was here. And upon remembering Hitoshi was with him, he had texted the other an XPLCT warning about keeping their friend away from that side of the mall. Hitoshi had agreed with his idea, so Izuku had been planning on slowly making his way over to the opposite side of the mall before he'd been accosted. And then it wasn't just Iida he'd thought about. Surely some of the heroes Stain had killed on his murder streak had family left behind. Tears cried at their funeral where perhaps there were some empty words said about how they died in the line of duty helping people, when the only reason for their sacrifice had been because they failed to get the approval of a person who believed they had the right to judge and that their standard of good was superior to everyone else's. Izuku knows that feeling of being judged as something not good. He's began to wonder recently that if it had been different, if he hadn't grown up hearing how bad him and his quirk were, perhaps he wouldn't have come to judge himself the same way. He knows that Stain isn't unique in that trait. He just had the ability to act on it in a way most couldn't. And in the same way, he knows that there are many people that don't care when they see how others judge those unfortunate enough to be singled out. There were plenty who had seen how he'd been treated that didn't feel the same as those harassing him like Katsuki, but didn't care to do anything about it. Maybe they even just accepted it as a natural consequence of the quirk Izuku had been born with. He imagined it was somewhat similar to the people that read in the papers of those Stain had killed prior, who could move on to watch the video of the villain and see something to admire in him. The conviction to judge pro-heroes on whether they were worthy of their title in society was a cool thought, as long as you ignored the executions that came along with Stain's judgment. Names were just characters written out with no meaning until there was a face to match them. Until you actually knew the person. And even then, sometimes that's not enough to develop empathy. It was a thought he wanted to hide away in the box in his head, but he had to say it anyway. It's just apathy, but it feels so cruel. It's scary because when you actually think about it, the two of you weren't that different at all. People can be cruel. He's lived through that cruelty, almost gave up living over it, and yet it still hurts to admit it aloud despite it being a truth he's always known. There was a pause in the conversation, a breath taken by the villain who still had his hand on Izuku's throat. Izuku was still looking down at his knees, specifically at his glove of his left hand. His attempt at using trendy fashion to mask over the mark he'd mutilated himself with to try and right the wrongs he'd assumed he'd cursed his class with. 2 lasting injuries from that day, but only one of them done by Shigaraki's hand. Thinking back to the adrenaline and tension he'd felt on that day, gave him the feeling he didn't want to look at Shigaraki right now. That's right. That's exactly right. We weren't that different. Society is just acting like we're different things because it's convenient for them. It goes beyond ignorance. The apathy of society is tremendous, and so very cruel. These everyday people carry it so casually, how is it that everyone decided violence is so horrible in comparison? All at once, his head was forced upwards to face Shigaraki Tamura's distorted grin directly, the other leaning over him sharply. He shuddered at the feeling the villain's palms holding his jaw and cheeks, acutely aware of how close their last fingers were to melting away his face on the spot. Looking at the shaded pinpricks that had become of Shigaraki's eyes, Izuku was struck with the inane realization that no movie or game he'd seen up until that point had come even close to capturing what a psychotic glare actually looked like. Isn't it just another type of violence? It's violence, right, Midoriya? Or do you want me to call you karma now? The way they fail to care just drives a spike through your heart, doesn't it? It hurts, and violence always hurts. You get that, I know you do. Why else would you name yourself after some spiteful idea like karma if you didn't? You want the people that hurt you to hurt back. It must be what you want. It's what everyone wants, on the inside. They're all lying if they try to say otherwise. He's insane. This is the rambling of an insane man. What else could it be? The panic that had been smothered underneath was suddenly rising. It shot through his nerves with the force of a geyser that had been building and building in pressure all this time. In response, Jinx started pouring energy out of him even faster. Izuku thought he heard someone nearby stumble slightly with a quiet gasp, a muttered curse with the electronic ding of a failed gotcha pull. How much is wafting around that people he's not trying to use it on are being affected? He didn't have the space left in his thoughts to worry about that. And the reason society has gotten to this point? Yeah, when you think about it, it's all for the same reason. All Might. Civilians are so sure All Might will protect them, they aren't afraid of the villains they should fear. Heroes ride boastfully into battle with full confidence they'll win because of All Might. Even Stain acted like he did because of All Might. Because All Might always smiles as though there isn't a person in the world he can't protect. It's always All Might. It was only because Shigaraki was holding his head in place that Izuku didn't fully flinch at the raspy voice growing in volume. And a new fear grows inside him as well, at the mention of the number one hero. The one who would bake Izuku cookies that were a 7 out of 10. The one whose smile, even when it had encouraged him to smile through the pain when he hadn't needed to, it had also been the thing that gave him hope so many times. The smile that could give everyone hope. To hear how this villain hated the very thought of the man and his smile so much just made him look even more incomprehensible in Izuku's eyes. In some ways though, you do get it, don't you? There had to have been at least a single time you resented the way All Might smiled through everything when you couldn't. You must have felt it before you decided to kill yourself. But you know better than that too. Don't you, Karma? Izuku's breath choked in his throat at the sensation of Shigaraki rubbing a finger against the lower seam of his eye patch. It was too close. Much too close to the part of him that the other had caused him so much pain before. Just feeling Shigaraki's hand there brings the memory of the searing agony right to the forefront of his mind. He had said he hoped it still hurts before, hadn't he? Well, it certainly still hurt now. Because you were one of the people he couldn't protect. The only child of your class that was left like this under his care. And it hurts, doesn't it? So no one died then? And Izawa-sensei and 13-sensei were the only ones who were hurt? That's good. And you, Midoriya? And you? As blurred as things had gotten for him after his injury, Izuku still remembered hearing that one moment with surprising clarity. The way All Might had spoken to him so apologetically when he visited Izuku at the Haruka's house with the principal reaffirmed the obvious guilt the hero felt about Izuku losing his eye. By some logic, Izuku could see the hindsight vision All Might had concerning how he'd used up his quirk's time limit before school led into him not being on hand to protect Class 1A when it came time for the villain attack on the US. But he himself hadn't felt that way. Not when he just brushed it off as a byproduct of Jinx's misfortune. To hear Shigaraki Tamura now, for the villain to use one of his too many hands even when missing his unnatural attachments to prod at Izuku's pain and loss and the disparity that still somehow existed between him and his more fortunate classmates. For him to bring up the incident and shove it into his face as a failing of All Might. The FNG audacity of this man. Who the hell does he think he is? Saying what happened to him was All Might's fault when Shigaraki was the one who left him half blind and bleeding out. Oh, Shigaraki suddenly drew one of his hands back from Izuku's face. As he turned his palm upwards to examine it, there was no visible injury, but the skin of his pale fingers was quickly filling out with an irritated red. It had happened without thought, but Izuku could feel it now with the other hand that was still holding him hostage. Jinx's energy was invading it, like the zap of static electricity. He could feel its buzzing nature leaving through the skin of his cheek to enter through Shigaraki's hands and fingers. Shigaraki had taken off his right hand at the first jolt of what was probably an uncomfortable sting. The other that he'd left, though, with it so close to his ear, Izuku could hear a series of tiny cracks coming from it. Without moving his hand, Shigaraki laughed when he realized what was happening, belting with a disturbing mania. Ha, ha. Are you seriously breaking my fingers just from me touching you? And what a scary look in your eye. You really are made to break things, Midoriya Izuku. Then in the next instance, in one fluid motion he used both hands to pull Izuku up to his feet. Pushing him to the side, Izuku felt himself bump harshly into the solid mass of a tall person. Almost like he had ran into him, the person's momentum abruptly halted. Looking up towards the villain sharply, Shigaraki was backing up slowly, sticking his hands into the pockets of his hoodie. When Shigaraki grinned at the person who was now wrapping an arm around Izuku to hold him close, Izuku glanced back to see a pro-hero that most would confuse for a salaryman. There's no need to take things farther. I'll just be on my way, and no one here has to die. Even a request for de-escalation was thick with a threatening menace in Shigaraki's words. The ever-All Might fanboy he was, Izuku could recognize the hero who had once been All Might's only sidekick in a heartbeat. Suren Night-Eye? Midoriya Izuku, I've heard much about you, Night-Eye responded to only Izuku in a level voice, though tension was brimming beneath it. He kept his stare firmly at the villain without looking down at Izuku, even as he carefully guided him into standing behind the pro-hero, holding his right arm out to the side as a further barrier of separation. I'd like to say the rumors about your poor luck are exaggeration, but it's hard to find evidence for that at the current moment. Shigaraki Tamura, you make it sound like you won't assault the general public on your way out. Shigaraki chuckles under his breath lightly. Well, if I can leave without a fight I won't need to, right? If you're prepared for the consequences, you can try your luck though. From behind Shigaraki, Izuku caught the sight of movement through the crowd. A head of blonde hair was weaving through the people, literally seemed to be moving through them like a ghost. Within the blink of an eye, Izuku could now see Togata Mirio in casual wear but a meter away from the leader of the League of Villains. An arm was pulled back in preparation for a punch. In the next second, however, the surprise attack fell apart. Togata flinched back slightly when an offended man he walked through shouted back at him with, "Hey, watch it with the quirk there. You scared the crap out of me." With how Togata stumbled mid-movement with the complaint, Izuku assumed that didn't usually happen even when the boy has phased through people on the job previously. If he usually always wears his costume when he uses his quirk in that way, though, that wouldn't be surprising. The delay was slight, but it made all the difference. Shigaraki glanced back swiftly to identify Togata's approach, and before the next move could be decided, the surprise is out now, but they can't let him retaliate against the crowd. How can they take him down fast enough? A familiar black mist swirled into existence underneath Shigaraki. All it took was for the villain to fall through with gravity, and he was gone. Togata seemed like he was about to jump in, before Night-Eye yelled out sharply, "No! Do not pursue, it's too late." Another swirl, and Kurogiri's warp gate was gone. He must have had his phone or some other communication device in his pocket. The timing of that recall was too convenient. Night-Eye muttered with a twinge of frustrated annoyance. I suppose it was also convenient for you that Mirio-kun and I were meeting up here for our regular check-in, Midoriya-kun. He makes it sound like a formal thing, but Sir and I were just looking around before we were gonna have lunch out. Balancing work-life schedule is what he calls it. Togata cuts in easily, but after the moment of levity, a frown comes back to mar his face. As Togata looks around, Izuku does so as well to see they'd finally gained the attention of many people surrounding them with the warp gate popping up. The guy that had yelled at Togata was looking a bit shell-shocked. We should go to somewhere more private to talk. Night Eye picked up the conversation seamlessly. Even more than that, we'll have to give our statements to the police. They are on their way still, though there's no villain to take into custody, and the area needs to be secured. No telling if Shigaraki left a surprise lying around to blow up in the faces of these people. The thought of having to talk to the police about this mess made anxiety stir in his stomach, but it also prompted another thought to occur to him. Oh, a lot of others from my class are here too, but none of them were around when he showed up. Is it okay for them to leave? We'll double-check their accounts personally to ensure they didn't see anything we didn't, but otherwise yes, they should be cleared to leave. That does bring up the question if Shigaraki was aware of your UA outing, however. The local police arrived shortly after that. Tsugauchi Naomasa was also called to the scene, requested by Night Eye as he was apparently the main detective in charge of the League of Villains case, likely due to his connection with All Might. The mall was closed down, and the members of 1A that came with Izuku were questioned before being chaperoned back to the school for their parents to retrieve. The shock that came over Hitoshi, Tokoyami, Uraraka, and Iida at hearing about his close encounter with Shigaraki would have been hilarious if it wasn't for the fact Izuku knew he'd have to deal with them later. Kuro was also surprised by the news but took it in a more, of course that happened, sardonic way that Izuku usually saw from Hitoshi. Hitoshi must have been pretty freaked out by how potentially dangerous even just a basic out-of-school outing could go for Izuku, considering he should be the one most used to Izuku's bad luck than anyone else. It made sense that Eraserhead was the teacher that arrived to escort his students to safety, just as it made sense All Might arrived with him to stay with Izuku for his more in-depth questioning. After sequestering themselves in a more comfortable interrogation room at the police station, Izuku went over from start to finish what happened with Shigaraki to All Might, Detective Tsugauchi, Night Eye, and even Togata, who was allowed to listen in. Izuku wasn't quite sure why a student, even one as advanced as Togata-senpai, would be given the opportunity to be a part of a case as major as the League, but he also didn't want to complicate things by questioning what seemed to be a unanimous decision by the two pro-heroes and police officer of the room. It wasn't like Togata hadn't heard worse when it came to him anyway, so he didn't see a point in questioning it much himself. He couldn't really make eye contact with anyone while going over the event that he found to be thoroughly disturbing in the moment. All the while, he was internally musing over whether any of the choices he'd made had been the right ones, though there was only one doubt he'd mentioned aloud. I'm pretty sure it's my fault he got away. Izuku spoke more to the glove covering his hand than anyone else, quiet as he was. By the time Sir Night Eye and Togata-senpai got there, I had released enough of Jinx's energy that it was acting up at random. Probably made Togata-senpai unlucky. You don't need to apologize, young Midoriya. All Might cut him off before he could finish the sentiment. Izuku finally glanced up to see the now deflated hero send him a soft, reassuring smile. He thought it was good of him not to force himself to smile back. That's a question we'll never divine the answer to, and regardless, if that is what occurred, there was no helping it. You did the best you could by subtly using your quirk to call for help. And you also did good by going along with Shigaraki's whims while you could to prevent any escalation. Just like that, All Might knew just what to say to help at least dampen Izuku's concerns. His hero's judgment let Izuku take in a needed breath of relief. The detective glanced up from the notepad he was jotting down notes to nod. Sir, after adjusting his glasses in a sign that he was loosening his attention after carefully following Izuku's story for an extended PRD, also agreed with his former superior, All Might is correct. The natural side effects of whatever quirk you possess must be accepted if no workaround is possible. Just the fact you brought into existence the coincidence of a pro-hero stumbling upon you was enough to pay off the gamble. Us being able to protect you from any harm Shigaraki was about to inflict on you, along with being able to avert his lashing out at any bystanders, is enough to consider this a success on our part. The thing to be concerned with now. As Sir takes a side glance All Might's way, the number one hero loses his smile. It is true that Shigaraki Tamura seems to have an interest in you in particular, Midoriya, as evidenced by both his actions and his own words. However, as you already live within the walls of UA, your security is as guarded as it could be. As long as we keep it that way, you should be well protected against any schemes the League may employ. We will remain vigilant, but for now there is no reason to become uneasy. Did he really have to say that last part out loud? Just don't think about it, Izuku, don't think about it. He thought about it? One would think it to be unlikely that by complete chance, Night Eye and young Togata met at the very same mall Midoriya was to be accosted by the leader of the League of Villains. However, much like many coincidences in life, things had simply lined up in a way that allowed for that possibility. Ever since Togata had started training under Toshinori with frequency, the time allotted to his other mentor had been cut proportionally. Toshinori was happy to see Night Eye had taken to his role guiding Togata through his path towards heroism so well. It had even been Night Eye's idea to begin having outings with Togata outside of their official internship hours. Providing a way for Night Eye to get caught up with any learnings Togata had gained concerning Toshinori or his new quirk without forcing the boy to be on the clock 7 days a week. The mall in Kyoshi had been a frequent choice for them, seeing as it had multiple eatery options and was the closest major shopping area to UA. That was also the reason the students of 1A had chosen it themselves, after all. That they had also gone on the same day was another coincidence, but still not a deviation. Togata had to been off school just the same as the first years had been. And as to why Shigaraki would think to grace that place with his presence that very same day as well, Toshinori couldn't speak of it when Midoriya or Togata were still with them, but when he glanced at Night Eye, he could see his former sidekick read his thoughts just as well as when they'd worked together. There's an informant in the school. The idea had already been discussed at length with the principal, and this was simply more proof to fuel the fire. Toshinori refused to believe that Midoriya's natural state of life was so unfairly misfortunate that the League's leader could just stumble upon him to thoroughly ruin his day by pure chance. And no matter how the boy must think, his quirk certainly didn't will that into existence either. It was much more likely that Shigaraki had purposely sought him out, and had used his mole's information on the students' activities to his advantage. This proved to be in some way even more concerning than how they had believed the informant to be acting previously. That they had divulged information about a large opportunity like the USJ was one thing, that they had enough of a communication line that Shigaraki could presumably act on a whim like this was something entirely different. It was more than just big things. They could very well be telling the League everything. This may prove to be the first time Toshinori truly appreciated the principal's decision to only allow Toshinori and Eraserhead guardianship of Midoriya and Shinso throughout their warding at UA, along with his appreciation for Midoriya and Shinsu's natural inclination towards discretion. For all that it should be noticeable that 2 students were now permanently stationed on school grounds, Toshinori is fairly certain no teacher that doesn't need to know knows, and that no student that the misfit pair don't fully trust knows. As long as it stays that way, Midoriya is in the safest place in all of Japan when he's at home, if a dorm building could be considered something so familiar as a home. And considering it would have been much easier for the informant to know about this outing if they were a student, perhaps Midoriya's wish to keep most of his classmates at arm's length is what will help them the most in the long run. Though Toshinori would prefer not to be suspicious of any of his young students. It was due to that same consideration that the manual for this year's summer camp was sent out purposely excluding the address of where the students would be going. The principal, for all he wanted to avoid tearing his house down from the inside out in paranoia, was as shrewdly practical as always. There was nothing to be done for the time being, though. No true new information learned. So when all the proper forms and signatures had been written, Midoriya Izuku was free to leave back to UA with Toshinori as his escort. Though he had not quite planned on having Sir Night Eye and his own protege as an additional escort party. It's been a long day for you, I'm sure, Mirai, there's no need. On the contrary, even you could see the folly of leaving a potentially targeted student with a hero whose strength fails them for most hours of the day. It would be irresponsible of me to not ensure you both made it back to the school without issue. And what did I tell you about the importance of formalities? As we are working together as colleagues once again, I must emphasize you refer to me with my professional name even after hours, All Might. The cold so frigid a penguin would freeze. While he understood Night Eye's attitude, he had hoped that after going this far into them teaching Togata together, the other would have become a bit laxer by now. The tension between them was not lost to the poor students who were forced to bear witness throughout the awkward car ride to UA. In Night Eye's car, to be specific. It was rather sad that young Togata had mostly gotten used to it by this point, but with the new introduced element that Midoriya provided, the boy seemed to be focusing his efforts on keeping his underclassmen as distracted as possible. Though, perceptive as he was at reading the air, Toshinori could tell by the way Midoriya resolutely refused to even glance in their direction whenever either pro-heroes so much as opened their mouths in each other's direction that the boy was well aware of the strife between them. He knew he should leave things to lie. No point making even more of a scene than there needed to be with the boy Toshinori was silently hoping to take under his wing further so close. They both knew how to act cordially when it counted. But in this instance, he found the barb prodded him a bit too much for him to watch his mouth as he knew he should. Understand. I would never wish to make you uncomfortable with how I refer to you, Knight. But I can't help but question why you want to maintain this much distance. I'm not asking for it. I just want us to at least be as familiar with each other as we were at the beginning of things. Sitting next to Midoriya in the back seat, Togata abruptly cut off mid-sentence. Toshinori knew he'd said too much, because he'd never referred to how things were before, in any manner during any other time their talks turned sour. There was a thoroughly awkward pause before Night Eye heaved a sigh in response, like Toshinori was more of an idiot to be endured than a hero to be looked up to. You're not asking for, why don't you say it since you've said that much? You're not asking to be in a relationship again. And that's good sense of you. But to ask for things to rewind back to how they were before is also something you should recognize isn't achievable. Toshinori startled in place at the blatant words. Without thought, his head swerved to the side towards where the kids were. Togata, who'd either been told directly by Night Eye or had figured it out himself with how obvious they'd been about it, only gave a surprised side-eye of a person listening in on a disastrous conversation. Midoriya, who'd known Night Eye for all of 4 hours and who Toshinori had never mentioned anything to, had both hands over his mouth as to forcibly prevent himself from making a shocked exclamation. If the boy's head turned any further to the side away towards the window, people would assume him to have some type of owl quirk. Huh? You hadn't told him? I'm not surprised since it's hardly a necessity to disclose, but I did think you'd wish to tell him more about yourself. Toshinori looked back to Night Eye driving the car beside him at the other's humorless short chuckle. There was a half-smile on his face, like he recognized Toshinori's behavior with fond amusement. I suppose I shouldn't, though. You've never been very good at letting people close. Why should that boy be any different? Night Eye, he can't remember the last time he'd spoken to his ex-partner with that much vitriol in his tone. Perhaps he never had. Even with their unresolved tension, things hadn't been this bad between them the last time they'd talked at least. However, Toshinori's pretty sure he knows what pushed Night Eye further towards scorn, if his flat response to Toshinori's confession to him over the phone about planning to adopt Midoriya followed shortly by the line going dead was any indication. When he thought about it, even at first when Toshinori had started chaperoning Midoriya and Shinso at UA, Night Eye also hadn't seemed very pleased by the change to his schedule. And it was because of that Toshinori was quicker with his own words and anger, now. He could understand any misgivings Night Eye had about him personally, but to somehow be offended by his care for an innocent boy who needed someone? He didn't think the other had been capable of that kind of harsh misjudgment before. Regardless, Night Eye ignored his warning. You should consider this advice. You know for a fact that there are other more pressing matters you could be focusing your attention on, but you are choosing to spend it on him more often than not. The very least you could do is fully commit to your decision and use that time to further develop your relationship. Being more open with people goes a long way in that regard. Anger flashed hot in his face. Toshinori could hardly even believe what he was hearing. His hand clawed at his now baggy shirt, like it was trying in vain to keep his lungs from aching at the agitation. Do you even know what you're saying? What in this world could be more important than watching over the well-being of a child who needs me? Toshinori's disdain just provoked Night Eye to scoff further. What in this world? What of the fate of the world? What of the fate of the boy who is supposed to be your protege? You are supposed to be teaching Mirio in ways that I cannot, And yet you disregard the now very limited time we all have to. Sir. The two of them both jolt upright in their seats at Togata's sudden intervention. The boy had never spoken up during their previous arguments. Toshinori glanced back while Night Eye looked in the rearview mirror as much as he could, and Toshinori has never seen the boy so outwardly outraged before. Least of all at Night Eye, who might as well have hung the stars in the sky in Togata's opinion. When did I ever say that I thought All Might wasn't spending enough time training me? You have not said as much, however? No, however. I've never said it 'cause it's not a problem. And it's most certainly not a problem that All Might is using his time on other students. He's supposed to be a teacher. I understand, Mirio. And in a better world, All Might would have as much time as he wanted to watch over as many students as he wanted. His desire is a noble one, as always. But as the state of things are, that's not exactly practical. I'm not saying that to be cruel, that's my true opinion. At that, some of Togata's rigidity fell away, but the boy's stare and voice remained firm. I know you want to be realistic, and I respect you for teaching me to think that way too. But there are some things in life that I still believe can't be waited out like that. If I can only be a hero at the cost of Midoriya having someone important in his life like All Might, then what does that say about the kind of hero I'll be? Nothing good at all. So, please, don't make me into an excuse like this. Night Eye didn't respond, but everything that needed to be said was told in the way the other's posture fell to almost crouch over the steering wheel. The fight visibly left his body. Toshinori should have guessed that the real problem Night Eye had lied with how he perceived All Might to be failing Togata Mirio. It didn't help that they had only recently all but confirmed All for One was still alive. With Toshinori having already passed One for All onto Night Eye's student, the mantle for that destined battle now fell to a boy who'd yet to graduate. All Might was still hoping for an opportunity to take on the villain one more time before his quirk fully left him, but he couldn't guarantee that. And Night Eye never counted on those kinds of unconfirmed possibilities. Even considering that, though, Toshinori couldn't disregard all his other duties in favor of solely teaching Togata. Especially not his duty to young Midoriya. He was thankful that Togata was understanding enough to see that, was capable enough to work on training One for All even when Toshinori wasn't always present, and even more than that, he was proud that the boy had had the courage to say as much to the mentor he regarded so highly. Glancing next to Togata now leaning back in his seat, Toshinori could see what had prodded Togata into action. Midoriya seemed to be doing his very best not to even exist in the car. Shoulders folded in and arms tightly held against his torso and knees, taking up as little space as possible. His hair fell slightly over his eye, which was as firmly set on his knees as it had been at the police station, and with how emotionless his expression was otherwise, you'd never guess he'd had a front-row seat to an argument over whether he was worth Toshinori's time. When Togata turned to him with an apologetic frown and an attempt at a comforting hand on his shoulder, Midoriya didn't react. Toshinori doesn't think twice about what he needs to do. Pull over. Pardon? I said pull over. Now. It was a testament to how little room there was to argue with his tone that Night Eye, who just a minute ago had done his best to oppose Toshinori's every statement, pulled over to the side of the highway without comment. Toshinori was quick to undo his seatbelt and open his door, sparing just a thought to lighten his voice so it wasn't so much an order as it was a plea. Give me a minute, please. After a glance in his direction to watch as Toshinori stepped out of the car, and another glance back to see how young Togata was already following Toshinori's wishes, Night Eye removed himself from the car promptly. Toshinori could see him as well as their shared student walk a bit away towards the inner cement barrier of the highway. Perhaps Night Eye would take the opportunity to have his own talk with Togata during the time. It seemed like they would need it. However, Toshinori was more preoccupied now with stepping to the back of Night Eye's car to open the rear door. Inside revealed Midoriya to be in the same position he'd been before they'd pulled over. Toshinori couldn't even tell if the boy had noticed what occurred at all. It didn't bode well for what was going on inside that brilliant but sometimes overly thoughtful mind of his. Crouching down slightly, Toshinori leaned in towards Midoriya to say, "Midoriya? Young Midoriya?" When there was no response, no turn of the head, Toshinori leaned in further to gently tap on the boy's shoulder. Midoriya? Izuku? Can you hear me, boy? He wasn't sure if it was his physical prodding or the use of Midoriya's personal name, but all at once, the boy straightened in his seat sharply. He inhaled a loud, gasping breath, and after a blink to reorient himself back into reality, Midoriya turned his head in an equally sharp manner to stare up at him. Since Midoriya began to stutter out something to say first, Toshinori waited for him to finish. It's okay, if you can't watch us, you know? He felt like his heart was sinking into the ground at Midoriya's earnest offer. Midoriya? It's okay really. I don't know everything that's going on, but it sounds like training Togata-senpai is really important, and if it's that important then Sir Night Eye is right. I understand, and Hitoshi will understand too. So you don't need to? I don't need to. Toshinori was finally able to get a word in. He wasn't about to let Midoriya carry on another minute of thinking this way, but I want to take care of you, Midoriya. Both you and young Shinso. Midoriya's eye got wider at his declaration, his surprise prompting Toshinori to explain more. People can fail to realize the difficulties that heroes with family face, my boy. It is not a job with normal working hours, not to mention the daily occupational hazards that come with it. It takes a certain capability at both time management and monitoring work-to-life balance that not all people are prone to. I'll be frank, I didn't have a family in the years I've been number one, not only because of potential danger to them, but also because I didn't want to make the time for it. I barely made time for a romantic relationship with a partner that had already proven could handle himself and who I'd grown to know more intimately due to our work together on the field, and well, you've seen enough to know how that ended. Toshinori had to look away with his last sentence. The remorse of how him and Night Eye had ended up still fresh even after all their years apart. Saving people was everything to me. My job was everything to me. It was the reason Night Eye had started looking up to me in the first place, nothing more than a normal dedicated fan that also happened to be a growing pro-hero at the beginning. And it was also the reason we went our separate ways. There had been a moment where I was faced with a choice, after receiving my most grievous injuries, a choice to continue being a hero to one day face my death, or to retire to live out the rest of my life. Night Eye had pleaded for me to live, but I had obligated myself to die in the line of duty, to save people until I was physically incapable of doing so. Understandably, he couldn't reconcile with the despair of that decision as my partner, both in the sense of being my professional sidekick and our personal relationship, and so he left. There was a moment of stillness. Toshinori couldn't tell how well Midoriya was processing his words because he still couldn't look at the other. He continued after settling the rush of emotions that had burst back up at the memories of that event. However, I've grown to think differently about things, now. You've made me think differently. I believe I've found a middle path where I can continue being a hero for some time more, but there is an end that leads to a new path in life and not a grave. I don't need to strain my body until breaking to help people, I'll just be helping in a different capacity. I also do not need to devote my entire life to being a hero anymore. I have learned how to make time to be a hero, to be a teacher to your classmates and to young Togata, and to watch over you more closely than a simple teacher would. And that's all right because I want to be here for you. There was a second where he considered bringing up the topic of adoption, but Toshinori quickly dismissed it. Not only was it before him and Eraserhead had agreed they would broach that discussion with either of the boys, but Midoriya wasn't in the state to be considering it at the moment. He'd only just had to be told he didn't need to give up Toshinori being in his life for some greater good. Toshinori imagined it'd take some time for the fact to really sink in. Finding his bravery, Toshinori finally forced his gaze back down to Midoriya. The boy was still just looking up at him with his wide, shining emerald of an eye. He looked like he could hardly process what Toshinori was saying. It took a long moment before Midoriya seemed to know what he wanted to ask. Am I really that important to you that you would want that? I wouldn't be saying as such if that wasn't the case, my boy. Your life and well-being are important to me. That's why I still want to continue watching over you like this, for however long I can. With that being said, Toshinori felt like his actions would speak louder than words. He's limited the amount of physical affection he's used with Midoriya previously, aware of how skittish the boy was to it, but in this moment he thought the comfort was needed. Toshinori didn't think too much more into it when he reached over to pull Midoriya into a light hug. As he thought, Midoriya's torso stiffened under the contact. After only a few seconds, though, he relaxed to timidly return the hug. His arms were small, but Toshinori was barely more than a stick with his withered body. Midoriya's head relaxed to allow his cheek to rest against a shoulder that was probably too bony to be comfortable. Toshinori hoped the boy didn't mind it. That sounds nice. You don't need to do that. Thank you. He wanted to say there was no need to say thanks, but thought of something that would be more appreciated instead. Thank you, young Midoriya, for giving me the fortune of having come to know you. Midoriya's breath stuttered in his throat, before it came out in a hiss of an exhale. Toshinori could feel Midoriya's head lower, so his eyes were pressed against his shoulder instead, and when he felt wetness permeate through his shirt, he just let one of his hands rub up and down the boy's back in a soothing gesture. They ended up taking a lot more than a minute, but when Midoriya was able to pry himself from Toshinori's embrace and Toshinori flagged down the two others who he'd unceremoniously kicked out of the car, neither of them made any mention of it. Oh, what's this? Some of Class A are getting extra lessons? That means some of you failed your practical exam. Just like your former Class A unruly counterpart here. Isn't that strange, when all of you are supposed to be so much more advanced than us in Class B? You stupid! F-. Izuku contained a wince at how familiar that raging scream was. We both failed the test because you wouldn't work with me. Considering your main form of communication is a mixture of ear-piercing shrieks and barking, I fail to see how I was supposed to work with you in the first place. You are so effing lucky Kendo won't let me blow up your face. Oh, that's a surprise. Katsuki's referring to people with their actual names? Looks like they might be getting somewhere with him. Excluding the still angry screaming, but at least it was genuinely provoked this time. And I do admit I question that resolve some days, Bakugu. Sorry for the trouble, guys. The aforementioned Kendo sighed empathetically at the same time she pulled Monoma away towards Class B's bus. Katsuki followed after her without a word, a sour sneer still marred his face. He wasn't looking their way, but Hitoshi was matching it. Katsuki had yet to talk to Izuku since the disaster that was the sports festival, and thankfully it seemed like he wasn't about to break that pattern now. As Izuku filed behind Hitoshi and in front of Tokoyami to get onto their own bus, he could vaguely overhear Aizawa speaking to Vlad-sensei. You put them together for the exam? That's a plus ultra ambition even I wouldn't have expected from my students, and I thought I was supposed to the harsh one. Yeah, well, I was sort of hoping it'd be a trial of fire moment for the both of them. Hindsight, my expectations were too high. I can't even say Bakugu was the issue, though he didn't exactly help. Sometimes I think it'd actually be easier to work with Bakugu and Midoriya together than Bakugu and Monoma. Don't look at me like that, Eraser, that wasn't a suggestion. Even the first day of their summer camp was an eventful one. At first, the bus ride was filled with unending excitement. The cacophony of his classmates and friends chatting and laughing resounded everywhere to leave a background buzz that Izuku's ears soon acclimated to. He would have liked to think perhaps, if he didn't have so much to overthink about, he would be just like them. But even now, that kind of extended positive energy doesn't come easy to him. Hitoshi sat next to him on the aisle side and having already been filled in on Izuku's personal account of both his villain encounter and the stifling car ride that followed it, simply contributed to their small bubble of relative silence. He listened to music with earphones without trying to make conversation while watching the action happen around them. Acting as a buffer between Izuku and everyone's activity was in comfort he hadn't had to ask for. He had the feeling that all it would take was a light tap against his arm or a couple of words for Hitoshi to return his full attention to him, and until that happened, Hitoshi would leave him with the space he needed for his thoughts. Izuku spared a moment to drift his eyes away from the view rushing past him in the window down to where one of Hitoshi's hands were resting on the armrest close to him. He wondered what would happen if he reached out to take it in his own, if the feeling would be soothing or unwanted. He wondered if he really wanted to know the answer to that, Or if it would be better to stay suspended in the moment before Schrödinger opens the box to see what happened to the cat. As long as the box is never opened, he could believe the cat is still alive until the end of his days. He knows he's thinking too hard if that's the metaphor that came to him first. That thought experiment doesn't make sense when you actually think about it. If the cat is dead, it's dead regardless of if the box is opened or not. Schrödinger's cat should be left to the realm of theoretical quantum physics where it belongs. He supposed many of the things in his life could be better understood by imagining them in that way, though. A door to be opened, a box to be opened. He doesn't know what he'll find until he gathers the courage to see what's on the other side. The box could be a present to be enjoyed, but it could also be a Pandora's box that had been best left closed. What in this world could be more important than watching over the well-being of a child who needs me? What in this world? What of the fate of the world? What of the fate of the boy who is supposed to be your protege? What had they been talking about? There was something going on that Izuku wasn't included in, that maybe only All Might, Sir Night-Eye, and Mirio-senpai were included in. Something hugely important that All Might apparently needed to train his upperclassmen for. And yet, that's why I still want to continue watching over you like this, for however long I can. Was he really that important? Surely, if what Sir Night-Eye was saying was even partially true, his judgment was the one in the right. All Might shouldn't be using up his valuable time on him if there was other work he could be doing to help save lives. And yet, both All Might and Mirio-senpai himself declared Night-Eye was the one looking at things the wrong way. How could they be so certain that Izuku was worth the cost of using that time? Izuku figured he could just attribute that gap in understanding as yet another time he was failing to see the value in himself and his life that others could, that he knows others see in him now. But at the same time, there was definitely still a crucial element to the argument that was entirely out of view to him. A box to be opened. And until it was opened, he would have the comfort of not having to know whatever horrors the box contained, but he would be stuck in the uneasy anxiety of being in the presence of an unopened box. Doors were meant to be opened, boxes were meant to be opened. That was just how the human brain was wired. To choose to leave them closed was to choose to live with the internal tension of that decision. Thank you, young Midoriya, for giving me the fortune of having come to know you. But that doesn't matter. Whatever you don't know, whatever evil may be lurking that All Might is meant to fight. What matters is that you have the thing you wanted most. Someone chose you. Despite your Jinx, despite the other people that may need him, All Might chose you to take care of. Is happy to care for you, feels fortunate to know you. What else in the world could matter more than that, to a child as pitiful and misfortunate as you? Isn't it your turn to thoughtlessly accept the blessings and good karma that you receive? You've watched countless others do the very same time and time again. They were ugly, selfish thoughts. So Izuku locked them into that mental box in his head like he did with most of his other unwanted thoughts. It didn't stop the light, weightless feeling that swelled in his chest when he thought of what All Might had said, and it didn't stop him from knowing that that particular ugly corpse was in the box, should it be opened. It was probably a good thing when he was interrupted from his ruminating, or maybe it was more like sulking, when the bus pulled over for a rest stop. However, what met the wide-eyed teens when they filed out was the sight of an empty, wide stop point next to a cliffside with a short wooden fence. Not even a restroom or Class B's bus in sight. As most of the others looked around in confusion, Izuku walked up stand in front of the short fence that was more of a handrail than anything to take in the gorgeous mountains and forest in the valley below. If he was going to face impeding danger, he might as well enjoy the view while he could. We're effed, aren't we? Hitoshi whispered after having taken his place beside Izuku. The only reply he could give was to send Hitoshi a beaming smile that they both knew was utterly fake. Yeah, probably. An omen from beyond, Tokoyami added with a solemn nod. More like the flashing sign of a train crossing while our car is stuck on the tracks, Kuro countered. What was even more ominous was how he wasn't even sardonically grinning when he said it as he usually would. Rock on with these sparkling gazes. Stingingly cute and cat-like. We're the wild PP Cats. With the flashy entrance of two of the four heroes from the PP Cats mountain rescue team, Mandalay and Pixie Bob explained how they were now in their territory, and that their campsite was at the base of a very, very far away mountain in the distance. Izuku took just a couple seconds to question who the small horned hat boy that was standing awkwardly next to them was, before he heard the words, "It's 9:30, and kiddies that don't make it back by 12:30 won't get lunch," and decided to deprioritize that curiosity. There was a crowd fleeing back to the bus, but Izuku and the three that were by him had long accepted their fate. What was more unexpected was that, when Pixie Bob crouched down to use her quirk, the initial vibrations of the forming mound of earth unsettled Izuku's stance. In the process of reorienting his feet, he fell back against the fence behind him, which immediately gave out under his weight. A hand grabbed his wrist after he was already over the ledge. In the next blink, he felt himself falling through the air and was looking up to see Hitoshi was also falling, holding onto his arm like his life depended on it. He then saw Tokoyami donning Dark Shadow jump over the cliff to follow after them. With Tokoyami secure in his arms, Dark Shadow reached out to take hold of Izuku and Hitoshi with both his claws. "Do we need to put a leash on you?" Tokoyami and his quirk yelled out in sync. Tokoyami was exasperated to the point that he didn't even look at Izuku, just covering his eyes with his hands. "Yes." Hitoshi shouted his angry agreement. "You don't get to say anything. You just fell right after him. Hopeless fools of life, the both of you." At the same time, they could hear the trailing feminine voice of Pixie Bob fading from above. I didn't even get to push them off the cliff yet. I swear, Eraserhead. "I know. It's fine. Just get to taking care of the rest of them and replace your godforsaken excuse for protective fencing." As Dark Shadows safely slowed their descent and the three of them watched all their classmates being flung off the cliff in a crashing wave of dirt, Izuku realized he should have known better than to stand that close to any ledge, considering his history with them. And it had been a while since something like this has happened to him. They all ended up in the same place in the forest at the base of the cliffside. Mandalay's announcement that they had 3 hours to make it through the beast's forest was quickly explained by the appearance of a hulking, foreign monster. After a failed attempt at communication by Kuro, they realized that the creature was made of dirt, and was likely being controlled by Pixie Bob remotely. The beast was dealt with within the next second, being utterly demolished under the force of Todoroki's ice from below and a speeding kick from Iida's engine legs from above. Izuku, having trained his eyes to notice these things as fast as possible, was quick to catch sight of the next two beasts lunging towards them from farther within the trees. He flung his hand out to point at them sharply. "Take the right, Tokoyami-kun." "With pleasure." A resounding snap coincided with the beast on the left blowing up in an explosion of rock chunks and dust. The one on the right was torn apart by a swipe of Dark Shadow's claws, who'd grown after entering the shade under the canopy and was easily able to traverse the distance between. Izuku was pleased to find that it didn't take much of Jinx's energy to break these guys. They may have the sturdiness of rock, but the forms themselves were naturally unstable due to having to be kept together by the energy of Pixie Bob's earth flow. "Looks like you guys really got used to working together during your workplace training," Shuji was the one to comment good-naturedly. Both his regular eyes and an eye grown on one of his tentacles examined the carnage. "That cannot be denied," Tokoyami agreed with a short nod while crossing his arms to make for a more dramatic posing. "I am quick to unleash my own beast at Midoriya's judgment and in conjunction with the infliction of his misfortune, just as I am quick to retrieve him from any ill-timed fall from a cliff." "You didn't need to mention that last part," Izuku muttered, not bothering to contain his wince at the side-eye Tokoyami, Hitoshi, and Shuji gave him for it. Todoroki, who had been close but not even next to them, also turned his head just to contribute with his own judging glance. Enough chit-chat. Iida, of course, was the one to sideline their distraction with a pointed knife hand in the direction Mandalay had pointed towards for their destination. "We must complete the task our teachers have set before us, or else we'll all go hungry and starve," Kirishima cried out while running at the next wave of beasts. Despite their best efforts, Kirishima's fears became reality and they missed lunch. Everyone was exhausted by the time they finally reached the end of the tree line and a building was in sight. Both Izuku and Hitoshi were barely standing, not having quirks that could help them keep up with some of the more physically enhancing abilities of the others. Even with the low energy requirement Jinx needed to break the beasts, he'd still used quite a bit of energy just due to the amount of them. He took a mental note to take out the accessories he'd brought to help boost Jinx's production rate before going to bed, in consideration of how they wouldn't always be suited up as they were in class at UA. It'll only take 3 hours. Yeah, right? Zero was the one to say what they were all thinking, crouched over his stomach in both exhaustion and hunger. Mandalay just smiled in the face of their plight. That's how quick we would have made it. We actually thought it'd take you guys longer. Pixie Bob picked up. Sticking her tongue out the side in an animalistic but cute expression, she pointed in Izuku's direction, which included Todoroki, Iida, and Tokoyami in range. You four were especially fast at taking down my earth beasts. I'm guessing you all have more advanced experience that let you act without hesitation, not just Karma Boy over there. It hadn't occurred to Izuku that other pro heroes outside of his UA teachers would now be aware of him, with his credited takedown of the hero killer. He questioned whether that was a good thing or not as the blonde-haired woman closed in on him with the glint of a hunting mountain lion in her eyes. Just starting and already making a name for yourself. In 3 years it'll be open season. Izuku's view was then blocked by the tall wall that was Hitoshi stepping in front of him, speaking in a low voice. Hold it there. Begone, fiendish Bakaniko. You are not the type of demon we welcome amongst us. Why, Pixie Bob leapt back with a wide-eyed shriek of terror when Kuro popped out of the long shadow Hitoshi cast by the lowering evening sun, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, her large paw-like gloves held up in surrender and hair standing on end like a cat. As Kuro stepped back to stand on one side of Hitoshi, Tokoyami swept forward to stand on the other. Izuku got the sense that the dark, menacing aura emanating from them had nothing to do with his quirk. He could feel it without even seeing their faces. He has bodyguards? A squad of them, even, she questioned quietly, finishing her retreat by moving behind Mandalay to clutch at her teammate's shoulders. When Izuku pushed himself up on his toes to see more over Hitoshi's shoulder, he could see Mandalay was giving her a very not impressed stare. Mandalay. I'm apologize for that, Eraserhead. She's at that age where she's afraid she'll never get married. Well, there are other things to be afraid of too. She best watch herself if she wants to live long enough to reach that point. I may be tempted to not be around when one of my students creates an accident if it comes up again. Scary. Aizawa-sensei is so scary, and so are the rest of them, but that's also why they're all so cool. Pathetic. This is just sad to watch. The little boy from before, who hadn't spoken a word until that point, scoffed with obvious derision. The angry set of eyes under his cap averted their gaze from the lot of them. One of Pixie Bob's paws lifted to clutch at her chest harshly as she closed her eyes as though in pain. The piercing judgment of the youth. It burns. Coulda. Mandalay sighed without a real reprimand. Then, she glanced away from the boy back towards them. That's right, I haven't introduced you yet. Everyone, this is my nephew, Coulda. Coulda, these people will be staying with us for a week, so come say hello and try to get along, alright. Despite her beckoning, Coulda didn't seem like he was about approach from his relative distance. He gave them all a suspicious glare. Being the pure and kind soul that she was, Uraraka took it upon herself to be the one to close the gap to go to him instead. She crouched slightly and held out her hand expectingly. Hello there, Coulda-kun. My name is Uraraka Ochako. If you're shy, you don't have to worry about coming up to all of us like that, so I'll give the greeting for my whole class. After a long, tense silence that was filled only with Coulda staring at Uraraka's outstretched hand, he replied, It's in your favor you're not a guy, or I would have punched you in the nuts. Uraraka was left with her hand untaken and blank stare of confusion as Coulda turned away to stomp away from them and past Mandalay. Azui hopped up next Uraraka to give her a pat on the back and don't mind. Mandalay herself was scrambling, twisting her head as much as she could to look away from Uraraka's devastated form to watch her nephew make his escape. Hey, Coulda. Could you at least try, please? I don't intend to play nice with people who want to be heroes, was the firm rejection she received. Everyone was left to watch as Coulda's small back disappeared in the distance, with Izuku himself letting his eyes linger. After taking their stuff off the bus, everyone was quick to plow through their dinner, which would apparently be the last one they wouldn't have to make for themselves. They then were able to use the on-site onsen, giving back the feeling everyone had before that this was an actual summer class trip. On the boys' side, Izuku thoroughly took in the comforting heat of the hot spring water. Hitoshi was beside him and leaning back against the rock ledge, eyes drooping with drowsiness. Once again, they were a bit separated from the more excitable classmates, avoiding Kaminari splashing through the water. He didn't bother to wear his eye patch into the water, so a good number of his classmates had passed by to get a better look at his prosthetic. If he was the more boastful type, Izuku would have puffed up his chest at how the top descriptor that had been given to him was cool. It still left him with a fuzzy feeling inside. When the heat became more suffocating, Izuku gently rose himself out of the water, considerate of the possibility of slipping and falling back in. Once he was on both feet with his towel secured, he took a couple steps forward while twisting his torso to the side to wave at Hitoshi. "Take your time, Hitoshi-kun. I'll head in first, ouch." Hopping on one foot, Izuku looked down to see he'd somehow managed to step on the only somewhat sharp small rock in the viewable area. On his second hop, his other foot lost traction with the slippery wet stone it was on. He promptly fell back in a mirror of how he'd fallen earlier that day to very painfully hit the back of his head on the ground. It was only marginally better than falling off a cliff. "Izuku! Midoriya-kun? Midoriya! That's twice in one day. This is beyond what any leash could aid with. You think? What happened to Midoriya-kun?" Uraraka's yell could be heard from beyond the wall dividing them. In the end, he was able to get up fine, but Hitoshi insisted on walking him to the PP Cat's office to get his head checked out. Though they had both changed before leaving, Izuku sent Hitoshi back to finish his bath once Mandalay was there to look at him. After a bit of insistence and convincing, Hitoshi eventually sighed his defeat and made his way back. Having him sit on the couch in the office, Mandalay went around behind him to examine the damage, gingerly tapping her fingers around the site. Izuku did his best to contain the pained twitch that came from it. "Well, it looks like you're as fine as you can be. No blood, no obvious fracture, and no concussion or anything. You'll probably have to deal with some bruising though. We'll get you an ice pack. Does your head still hurt? You could take some medicine for that." There was still a slight dull ache, but he declined. It's totally fine. Thanks for the help, Mandalay-san. Of course, I have to admit, even considering your quirk, I hadn't thought your luck would be this noticeable. People have been telling me that recently, yeah, he replied after recalling that Sir Night Eye had remarked on it too, at Kiyoshi Ward's. Sorry for the trouble. Hey now, you don't need to apologize. Not like you're doing it on purpose. Walking out from behind the couch, the hero gave him a kind smile. Seeing that Mandalay was being pretty receptive to him and this might be the only naturally occurring chance he had at a moment of privacy with her, Izuku thought he might as well try asking, "Excuse me, Mandalay, but I was wondering actually about Kuro-kun. It's a bit strange that at his age, he's so adverse to heroes. Especially considering his relative is one. Is he okay?" Her smile fell at that. It made him feel bad about asking, right? He'd probably look up to heroes like most others his age too, if he'd been raised normally. Mandalay's cousin Kura's parents were heroes who died in the line of duty, Pixie Bob explained as she entered the room. She held out a blue ice pack for Izuku to take, which he accepted. 2 years ago, they died protecting civilians from a villain. An honorable death for a hero. But as a child so young and still learning about the way things worked, he couldn't understand that perspective. Because to him, his parents were his world. Mandalay's voice was calm as she told the story. It was clear she had accepted what had happened to her cousins, but as she looked away from Izuku into nothing, he recognized her soft melancholy as the grief it was. To him, it was like they'd left him all alone, and society was praising them for it. Saying what they did was a great thing. I don't think he likes us very much either, but he has nowhere else to go. Heroes are just a kind of human he can't understand and finds unpleasant. I'm sorry for your loss. Izuku found he didn't know what else he could say to that. It made him wonder if this was how people had struggled speaking to him after finding out about his mom. And that thought made him realize he did have more he could say, that he should say, in the face of Mandalay's honesty that she didn't need to give. My parents are also gone. It's been past a year now since my mom died. So even though I was older than him, I think I understand that feeling. She was my whole world too. How much has he spoken about this with other people, in this sort of context? Where he's just reminiscing on his emotions for what they were. He tried so hard to even avoid speaking it aloud, before. As though if he never said anything, that box would always stay closed. Mandalay turned up her head to glance back at him, with that sympathy plain to see, much like Pixie Bob. Oh, Midoriya-kun, I'm sorry for your loss as well. Thank you for telling us. Her shining eyes narrowed for a second, as though she was considering something. I have no right to ask this sort of thing from you, so feel free to turn me down, but do you think you could try talking to Kuro? I just can't reach him, but maybe if he could talk to someone who understood what he was feeling better, he could work through it in a better way. Or find some comfort we couldn't give him. He's never had the chance to hear the stories of other kids that have lost their parents, and he probably feels more alone for it. I understand. Izuku agrees with a nod, not even hesitating to think on the decision. I'll do my best, Mandalay-san, but there's no guarantee he'll listen to me. That's okay. Even just trying means a lot. Thank you. A small smile finally grew back on Mandalay's face, so Izuku sent a small smile back. With his ice pack in hand, he was released to go back to the large room the 1A boys were given to sleep in. Mandalay had a point about how talking with others that shared your experiences could bring comfort. It was part of how Hitoshi had helped him so much, the fact that they were in that foster home together, both of them having lost the ones who used to love and take care of them. It bridged a gap between them that tended to be felt with those who didn't understand that type of grief. Like those with happy, whole families were on one side of a divide while him and Hitoshi were on the other. The divide between the fortunate and misfortunate is the way Izuku had interpreted it. So even if Kuro doesn't want to talk to anybody, least of all any hero in training, and even if he's unruly and rude about it, Izuku will do the best he can to bridge the gap. Because that's all he can do. There are no kind words in universe that can bring back the dead, but they can still help keep the living away from the edge.